ever wondered what JavaScript actually does? Well, it's like the conductor of an orchestra, telling different elements on a web page what to do and when to do it. It can make buttons clickable, forms validate, images slide, and much more. One amazing thing about JavaScript is that it's a scripting language, which means it's pretty easy. It won't throw an error if you make a typo or forget a semicolon. JavaScript has a lot of components. Let's brief about some of them. First, we have variables. They are like containers that hold information for you. You can think of them as boxes with labels where you can store stuff. For example, you could have a variable called name and fill it with your own name. Next up, functions. They are like little workers that perform specific tasks for you. You can give them a name, teach them what to do, and then call them whenever you need their help. Lastly, JavaScript has a bunch of handy tools called libraries and frameworks. They are like ready-made toolkits that make your life easier. Hello everyone and welcome to this session by Intellipaat. This session is all about JavaScript. Let's talk about its career aspect now. JavaScript is the heart and soul of web development. If you want to dive into creating websites and web applications, JavaScript is your go-to. It's like having the key to unlock the full potential of the internet. Companies are always on the lookout for talented JavaScript developers who can bring their websites to life and make them stand out from the crowd. So, that's a quick and friendly introduction to JavaScript. It's a powerful language that allows you to bring your web pages to life and make them more interactive. But before we dive into that, please make sure you guys subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates. Now let's get through the agendas. First, we will get an introduction to JavaScript. Then we'll learn what it can do, following which we will look through the needs to use it, and then the data type in JavaScript. Then we'll move to variables. And next, we will see the types of operators. Next will be array and its array properties. Moving to what is the math function in JavaScript and the math methods. Then we will see functions in JavaScript. Next is JS ECMA Scripts 6. Moving on to block scope, functional programming. Then we'll wrap it up with a JavaScript tutorial. Now let's start with the first topic.
So what is JavaScript? JavaScript is a high-level object-oriented scripting language which can be used to build front-end, back-end and mobile applications. Now, these aren't the only kinds of applications that can be built using JavaScript. You can also build desktop applications and many other kinds of applications as well. But these are the most popular use cases. Now, JavaScript is a high-level language mainly because you don't have to deal with the low-level memory stuff. All of that is taken care of by JavaScript itself. So when you create new objects in memory and then those objects need to be removed from the memory, JavaScript's garbage collector will take a look at the memory from time to time periodically and will figure out what are the objects that can be removed from the memory and will do so in a safe manner so that your application doesn't crash and the memory doesn't get corrupted as well. Then you have object-oriented. JavaScript is an object-oriented language. Although when JavaScript began, writing object-oriented code in it could have been really difficult, but nowadays with new language features such as ECMA Script 6, which we'll discuss in the session, making object-oriented programs and writing object-oriented code has become really easy. It is a scripting language, which means that the scripting language and then there's programming language. Although JavaScript is quickly blurring the lines between scripting and programming languages, the basic idea behind scripting languages is that they, instead of creating an application, what you can do is you can write some code in it and it will instruct certain applications to behave in certain way, or it can be used to perform certain tasks on certain platforms. The reason why it's called a scripting language is because JavaScript, when it began, was only used in the web browser. So it was called a scripting language because you could write code that will tell browser how to run the web page that's being displayed on the screen and what are the interactions that need to be taken care of and how, and all of that will be taken care of by JavaScript. So this is why it was called a scripting language when it began. However, nowadays it's strictly speaking true because now you can use JavaScript to build several kinds of applications ranging from web servers, front-end applications, or mobile applications, desktop applications, and many other things. So let's take a look at why you should use JavaScript. So JavaScript has several advantages. Let's take a look at them one by one. First one is easy to learn. JavaScript is so popular because it's one of the easiest languages to pick up and learn. You can learn JavaScript quite easily. If you spend just a few weeks in order to get the basic syntax under your belt, if you've never written any line of code, you can still get started with it quite easily. Depending on how you want to progress in your career, what are the kinds of applications you wish to build, there are different technologies for you to use. But the basics are quite easy for you to grasp. So that's why JavaScript is so easy to learn and so popular nowadays. Then there's cross-platform. Cross-platform basically means that if you have some JavaScript code, you don't have to worry about it not being able to run on a particular platform, such as Linux or Windows or Macintosh OS. The reason why that is because JavaScript is designed to be working on these platforms seamlessly. Although there might be some sort of things that you might need to take care of when you're dealing with different platforms, for the most part, it's going to work the same. So if you're trying to get to a particular file, the directory structure of Linux and Windows is quite different. So in cases like this, you do need to account for the platform differences, but for most of the cases, it's fine. You don't need to worry about those at all. And there's large community. JavaScript developers enjoy the luxury of having a really huge community of developers. Apart from having large community of developers, JavaScript developers also contribute largely into the community projects. The reason why having large number of developers is quite useful is because when you have a large number of developers in your community, there are several problems that have already been solved by those developers because they have faced it before you have even begun writing code. Also, many tools have been developed to ease your way into the language. Many documentations have been written, several Stack Overflow posts, several blog posts, and many new tools have been created in order to solve some of the issues that the language itself had. And because of a large community, large number of open source projects and libraries have taken shape, so that instead of you having to start from complete scratch, you can write applications on top of the packages that have already been created that solve these common and mundane problems. Then comes tooling. So tooling is another major aspect when it comes to starting with a particular programming or scripting language. Tooling basically allows us to uh, write and run our code. It makes it really easy. Although JavaScript is just code, that means that you can write it in Notepad if you wish to. But in order to have a productive developer experience, you need some features in the editor or the IDE in which you're writing the code. These features include linting, code check, writing code in with syntax highlighting, or code completion, auto completion, and many other things like this. So since JavaScript has been around for quite some time, it is a language that is supported by several IDEs that are available, ranging from open source IDEs such as Eclipse to enterprise IDEs such as Visual Studio Professional. So these are available by default in some languages, but what you can also have is languages and IDEs that don't have the support initially, but you can download and install certain plugins and packages, and they'll do the trick for you. Even some code editors have been written using JavaScript. For example, Visual Studio Code and GitHub's Atom code editors have been written by JavaScript so that you can take a look at those. They have been written in JavaScript, they have been compiled and run and deployed using JavaScript. So it's completely JavaScript based stack. So you can take a look at those tools source code. They are open source so that you can understand how you can build your own text editors as well. That's the advantage of having good tooling, that you can be much more productive and can make changes to your code with much more confidence. Now let's take a look at the average salary of a JavaScript developer. The average salary that we're going to be discussing is going to be the salary of a developer that is influencnced also by a lot of different kinds of things, such as the place that they work in, their experience level, the kind of work that they do, the company that they work in, and so on and so forth. But the average salary in the US is 102,000 US dollars. In India, it's 9.25 lakhs per annum of Indian rupees. In the UK, it's 78,000 pounds. So as you can see that there are different kinds of packages available depending on where you are. Also, these packages are influenced by your experience, the technologies that you know and use, how do you use those technologies, and many other kinds of things as well. Take a look at the companies that are hiring JavaScript developers. So these companies range from multinational corporations that are product based to service based to startups to many other kinds of companies. As you can see that the list is quite big, and these are just a small subset of the companies that are looking for JavaScript developers. So as you can see, Fractal Labs, IBM, Mu Sigma, Amazon, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Evernote, Google, Ola, Siemens, Oracle, and many other companies as well are looking for JavaScript developers. So you can take a look at that as well. Now let's take a look at JavaScript Roadmap. A roadmap basically means that a roadmap is there for you so that you can explore different career paths and figure out which one suits your needs the best. It doesn't necessarily mean that these are the only career paths available. Maybe some new ones might come along, but the most popular ones are these, and you can take a look at what are the technologies that you can learn in order to follow a specific career path. So JavaScript can be used to build different kinds of applications. Let's take a look at them one by one. Firstly, we need to learn the basic application development. This is the pure basics, which are the JavaScript language features, such as writing code for manipulating buttons and all of that in a web page and embedding it inside a web page. This is how JavaScript started out, and this is really important, and this can also get you a job. So if you learn the basics, you are well on your way. Then there's front end. Front end application development is also quite a good job category. But what are the technologies that you need to learn, and what are the technologies that you need to understand thoroughly in order to get a job? We'll discuss those. Then we'll take a look at backend. Backend basically means server side, in which you have to deal with how the data is coming to you, how you can request the data, how you can extract data from a request, what are the operations that you need to perform with that data, and so on and so forth. And then comes mobile applications. As we have discussed that you can build mobile applications for multiple platforms in JavaScript or using JavaScript. So how do you do that, and how does it work? We'll take a look at all of that in a moment. First, let's take a look at JavaScript Basics. So firstly, we need to get comfortable with the JavaScript syntax and language features. To begin a career in a particular language, you need to first get comfortable with the syntax and the language features. First one is the programming construct. So JavaScript uses very much like the C language syntax. It's inspired by the C language. So if you have ever written code in C, Java, C++, C Sharp, or any language that is inspired by the C language, you should take a look at the syntax and you can compare them, and you'll find several similarities. So if you know one of the C inspired languages, then jumping on to JavaScript is not going to be very difficult. Then comes ES6 syntax. ES6 stands for ECMA Script 2015. Although it is the 6th version, it was released in 2015, and it brought with it a few features and few language enhancements and syntax enhancements that have made using JavaScript much easier. Before these, the JavaScript language lacked certain clarity. There were certain kinds of things that you had to sort of do in a way that is not very readable, and that made your code look really ugly and muddled. But nowadays you can write code in ES6 syntax that makes it really readable and really easy to parse. Then comes object-oriented programming. In case you have been developing applications for any amount of time, object-oriented programming is one of the most popular ways of building programs. Object-oriented programming basically means that you model your applications in terms of classes and objects, how those classes and objects interact with each other, you link them together, and you form an object graph through which your program is going to run, and it's going to pass messages among the objects to get certain tasks done. As mentioned before ES6, creating objects and classes in JavaScript was a very complicated task, even if it came from languages such as Java and JavaScript, because class was not really something that JavaScript understood. So in cases like these, we had to use some tricks such as using functions and then adding it to the prototype of the functions for inheritance, and there were a lot of weird quirks that we had to deal with. Nowadays, they are quite similar to object-oriented programming like Java and C++. They are implemented the same way they were earlier, but this is just syntactic sugar, a different way of writing the code and much easier to understand. So these are the basic JavaScript things that you need to learn, and language features that you have to understand in order to get started or to get even a junior level position in any company. So as we have already discussed this, let's move on to take a look at front end. So front end is also known as the client side. It is the part of the web application that the user interacts with. If you have ever loaded a web application in your mobile web browser, you have taken a look at the front end. It contains images, text, colors, input boxes, and many other visual elements that you as a client can use. That's why it's called the client side, because it's delivered on the client, which is your mobile phone. So how can you learn these things? Well, first thing you have to learn is a front-end framework. In case you're unaware, front-end frameworks are basically frameworks that use JavaScript entirely in order to build the front end. So the languages that is used is JavaScript, but the kinds of frameworks that you can use is React.js, AngularJS, Vue.js. Learn one framework. You don't need to learn all of those. Although we would recommend that you take a look at all of these languages, take a look at all the frameworks, figure out which one suits your needs the best, and then using that framework, you can build applications that are for the front end of an application, front end of a JavaScript based application. Then comes build tools. Now build tools are quite important to learn once you start learning frameworks. Job of a build tool is to basically take your several assets and compile them together into a single file. So to give you an example, when you're building a JavaScript application, you get multiple files in order to separate your code in a very nice fashion. But when it comes to deploying your application to the user, you have to just send a single file. The reason, because if you send multiple files, then the problem becomes that your web browser would have to make multiple requests. Such as if you have 10 files, then instead of just getting the HTML page and the JavaScript file, it has to get the first HTML page, then the 10 JavaScript files, the total 11 requests per page. And since that is the problem, every new you can think of it as every new request that comes in, that is every user that visits your system, will have to make 11 requests just to make your page usable. So that's a really long time. So you can use build tools for that. That's not all though. Build tools are also used to compile things or transpile things. So if you want to add features in your JavaScript language, you can use things like TypeScript, CoffeeScript, and these are just languages that when you write them, then they can be transpiled into JavaScript, and then JavaScript will be the language that will be running in the web browser. Also for CSS, if you want to combine multiple CSS files, if you want to uglify them, minify them, all of that can be done using several build options, and you need to understand build tools for this. So popular build tools for those are Gulp, Grunt, and Brunch.js. So these are available. Then there's module bundlers. In case you are not understanding what module bundlers are, in simple terms, with ES6, JavaScript became more modular. In other words, what you can do now is instead of creating multiple files, you can create files, and those files will contain modules. Modules are basically small chunks of JavaScript code bases, and each module deals with separate problems to solve. So for instance, you could have a module for database interaction, one module for local storage, one module for HTTP interaction, one module for user interface, and many other kinds of tasks as well. So this is what module bundlers do. They take the entire code base, all the modules, and then combine it together into one file. So that's the thing that module bundlers are really good at. So now that we've taken a look at front-end frameworks, build tools, and module bundlers, let's take a look at the backend. Backend, in case you are not aware, is the part of the web applications that is known as server side. So when you are using HTTP requests to get a server, when you type in a URL, what happens is the request goes to a web server. Once the web server receives the request, it generates it in HTML page dynamically by taking a look at the templates available and gets data from the database, puts them into an HTML page where the spaces have been defined to put some data, generates a page dynamically, and then sends it over the wire so that the browser can display it. Now, the reason why server side is so important part for web application is because once you get a web application, you need some place to store the data from the user. The front end of the application is good only for sending request back to the server. It needs to capture the data that the user wants for us to save, such as the username and password, so that we can identify and authenticate them. Then their images, pictures, likes, subscriber counts, and many other kinds of things. So that's why we use a web server. Now, these web servers could be implemented in several languages. JavaScript has a language of its own, or has a platform of its own, that allows us to write JavaScript, which was intended for the front end but can now be used to write backend applications as well. So that's why we use backend applications. Now, how do you build backend applications? Well, you need some web server software and some data store. Data store is not really necessary in some cases, but in most applications you need some place where you need to store some data. It's usually a database that stores data from which we can extract relationships and get data back to the user. Now let's take a look at how we can build it. First thing is Node.js, then comes backend frameworks, then comes database. So Node.js is the JavaScript runtime that allows us to write code which will run on the web server and will keep running and intercept requests and send back response. Now let's try and understand what it actually is. So what Node.js allows us to do is it allows us to write code that will, it basically allows us to write JavaScript code in JavaScript, which can be used to build a web server that will intercept a request and send back a response. Now, Node.js isn't pure JavaScript because it doesn't mean that you can get JavaScript from the front end and then copy it and paste it in the Node.js environment and it will work just fine. There are certain platform differences, such as when you're building an application in iOS and Android, there are certain platform differences, so you can't just copy and paste code or just convert code from one language to another language and it will work. So that is one of the reasons. But Node.js is using JavaScript syntax, so it's quite easy for developers who are on the front end to move to the back end. Also, one other thing, Node.js isn't completely JavaScript. What it does is that it runs the Chrome's V8 engine, which is written in C++. So your code will interact with that engine and that engine will interact with the underlying hardware to make things happen. So don't worry about that. Once you learn Node.js and get comfortable with it, then comes backend framework. Frameworks allow you to take your mind off the low level details of how to get the request, how to parse a request, how to set up the web server, how to get the data and many other kinds of things. Instead, it allows you to focus on things that you needed to focus on, such as how to solve the business problems, how to manipulate the data, transform the data, and how to send it back to the data store, and many other kinds of problems that you are trying to solve. The business problems, as they're called. So some of the most popular backend frameworks are Express.js, Happy.js, Koa.js, and many others are available as well. So you can use the backend frameworks to create and generate JSON data, or can generate HTML content on itself and then send it back to the server, send it back to the client, depending on how you want your application to be structured. Then comes database. A database is a data store. You need to learn one kind of database technology, such as an SQL or a NoSQL database. Now, an SQL database allows you to build your application data store in a tabular format. You can create tables with rows and columns, where each column might be containing some data that is isolated in that table, or it referencing some other data that is in some other table. Modeling the data like this can be a little difficult at times, but it can be really easy once you get the hang of it. On the other hand, NoSQL databases are used when you don't know the shape of your data. Think of when you're trying to collect data for a country's census. Some fields might not apply to some people and other fields might. So the shape of your data might be missing some columns. You need to add some more columns and many other kinds of things like that. In cases like that, NoSQL databases such as MongoDB and Neo4j and databases like that can be really helpful. So you can learn one kind of database and then learn how to integrate it with the backend framework and Node.js itself. Then comes mobile applications. So JavaScript can be used to build mobile applications for multiple platforms such as iOS, Android, etc. It is possible to write JavaScript code that will create applications for both of these platforms in just one single code base, where you don't have to write code for iOS, you don't have to write for Android, you don't have to write for other applications platforms as well. To think about it this way. When you're writing code, one thing that you have to understand is that when you are trying to build a mobile applications, many companies, what used to happen is they had separate teams of multiple developers for these platforms. They were dedicated to work on these platforms. So you had an Android development team, you had an iOS development team, you had a Windows development team, and all of these worked separately. There were a lot of developers trying to build essentially the same features but out for different platforms. Using JavaScript, what they now could achieve is that they could just write the code, and that code can then be converted and used to build applications for multiple platforms on itself. So one single code base, a small team, and that's all they needed. So let's take a look at what are the different kinds of applications that you can build. The first one is hybrid mobile applications, and the second one is native mobile applications. Hybrid mobile applications are applications that take a look at the web view. In most of the applications that are built with hybrid mobile application, they make use of a technology called native web view. Basically, what it does is that it takes your JavaScript based HTML and front-end application and then wraps it inside a native container. So now instead of having a browser with the browser bar where you can type in the URL and the toolbar that is underneath, all you have to do now is just open it up and it will open up the page, but you won't get the full browser experience. You will just get the page. So that's the native hybrid approach, which uses web view. A common example of this is the Amazon's mobile application in Android. It used to use web view. I don't know if it does still, but it used to make heavy use of web views. Then comes native mobile applications. So native applications are quite a bit faster than hybrid applications. If you just want to deliver some content on your mobile applications and want it to be easily available to your users, then using hybrid mobile apps is quite a good choice. But if you want performance, speed, you want animations in your web browser that are not lagging and jittery, then use native mobile applications. So to build hybrid applications, you can use technologies such as Apache's Cordova, or there are many other technologies such as Ionic. You can use those. But if you want to build native mobile applications, then you can use React Native or Native Script, and these languages allow you to use build native mobile applications using JavaScript. All of these use JavaScript, and you can use your front-end framework skills and your back-end framework skills along with these mobile applications in order to build a cohesive ecosystem of applications which can be used to build these good services.
Although, the slide talks about JavaScript 1.8.5. Before we begin, there are a few prerequisites. We have VS Code installed, and you should know some basics of HTML, CSS. We'll have a premiere of JavaScript. We will be seeing what are the built-in objects in JavaScript. We'll understand event-driven programming, which is what JavaScript has baked into. So we'll build some applications which is browser-based. Okay, so starting to learn JavaScript is something that you can do for yourself to be a full-stack developer. Why? Because JavaScript is on the front end, no doubt. We can manipulate HTML, CSS. We can do web programming. JavaScript also has architectural layers like React, Redux, Angular, things like that, Vue.js. You also have JavaScript on the server side. It started with Rhino.js, that you also have Node.js. So you can use the same technology, JavaScript, and learn the server side as well. JavaScript is also available on the database. JSON, the word JSON simply means JavaScript object notation. So the word JavaScript is associated even with the server side technologies as of now. So you can become a full stack developer. I mean, I also train people on hybrid technologies where they can take the same JavaScript, create the same program and convert it to a mobile application. So with some simple tools like PhoneGap, you can seriously convert whatever you have written to a mobile application and build it. Hybrid programming simply means a programming that is not inclined towards either Android development or Swift development. It uses both of them. Yeah. So you can, you're not writing a specific program that will work on a single platform. You can write a program that work on both of these platforms. So that's hybrid by nature. Flutter is also helpful. Flutter is also, Flutter is kind of competitive technology for JavaScript. React is not hybrid. React Native is hybrid. They do have hooks. So native callbacks can also be done because they have hooks. Okay. So I guess, we'll leave that, to a separate discussion, or else we'll be spending too much time around that, but you can explore. So you can think about it like this. So you've just enrolled for a basic workshop, right? So once you have understood this, you have got a good grip of all of them, then you can start scaling yourself to the destination that you want to.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the correct way to declare a variable in a JavaScript? And your options are as follows: var equals to myvar, const myvar, let myvar, or myvar equals to const. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Frankly, you don't have to do a PhD in HTML to learn JavaScript. You don't have to. Nobody knows everything about HTML. Nobody knows everything about CSS. I've been working on these technologies from a very long time. I cannot claim that I know everything about it. Okay. I still do, some document reference most of the time, because see, you cannot become an encyclopedia of a technology. You don't have to be, because these technologies do evolve. And when it evolves, all the things that you have learned will be obsolete, will be replaced with something different. So I suggest have an open mind, learn this technology and see what you can do out of that. And for the rest, you will definitely have documentation, right? Okay, so this guy called Brendan Naik is the guy who created JavaScript. So the journey is really stunning, frankly. He created this technology in less than 10 days. Most of this information is already available on the Wikipedia. I've actually extracted it from there so that we can speak about this. So he was given less than 10 days to create a technology. So he was a pro in few technologies. So he kind of, picked the best out of those, put together, and he created the technology that we are working on called JavaScript. The technology was not initially called JavaScript. They had a plan to call this as LiveScript. Okay. The code name was Mocha, but they wanted to call this as LiveScript. Why Mocha? Because Sun Microsystems was closely working with Netscape Navigator those days. So you know about that, right? Sun Microsystems is the owner of Java. So Java means what? Is it coffee or tea? Coffee, isn't it? Similarly, Mocha is also a blend of coffee. So they wanted to create something similar. Around that time, Microsoft came to know that, hey, these companies are developing something really great, and that would become a threat to my company. So they patented the word live so that they could put a stop on this project. But will that really be will that really stop this project? No way, isn't it? So they did not have the word LiveScript, though they moved to other options. So around that time, Sun Microsystems accepted to share the word Java with them. That way, on the client side, you'll have JavaScript. On the server side, you'll have Java. So they expected this to be a infallible combination of technology stack that can work wonders. Okay, but recently Sun Microsystems was acquired by Oracle, and Oracle said, okay, this, I mean, what I've got from your company's amalgamation is just the name Java. So I don't want to spare that for anybody. So Oracle denied using the word Java. So hence the word JavaScript again had to be replaced with some other option. Around that time, Sun Microsystems, when JavaScript was following a standard called ECMA for short. ECMA stands for European Computer Manufacturing Association. So that was a standardization body. So they accepted to share this name because around that time, I mean, even now, as of now, Sun Micros, this JavaScript, which follows ECMA script compliance, is the only language that follows ECMA script compliance as of now. So earlier there were other languages. Okay, most of them are obsolete as of now. Like ActionScript is obsolete. So the only language that follows ECMA script is JavaScript. So you can now officially use the word ECMA script to refer JavaScript. So you got the name, right? So you know why ECMA script is used to refer JavaScript, because we don't have any option left now. I guess, they will come up with some name, but as of now, as of this date, we'll have to still stick to the word ECMA script. So if someone asks you what is ECMA script, it's a computer manufacturer's name. Okay, but that's the name that we have. I guess I've summarized all the things in few sentences, so you don't need this slide. So what can JavaScript or what can ECMA script do is the question. What can it do? It can do something called as memory management. So if you write a program, it'll decide which of these lines should be executed first and which of these lines should be executed a little later. So you can schedule things. There are few methods that are available which can create a pseudo thread in JavaScript. And what JavaScript also does is it actually compiles your programming line in a program that you have written. So maybe you may be curious to understand, Vijay, if it is compiling, what is it compiling to? So you write JavaScript, what is it compiling to? In case of this browser program, it gets compiled to JavaScript itself. So that is why it is also known as transpilation, because it is not changing anything. You write JavaScript and you get a compiled version of JavaScript. And in the process of compilation, there are few changes. I'll bring your attention to them when we move forward. But now JavaScript is not the same for every browser. So each browser follows a different architecture. You cannot expect Chrome to behave like Firefox and Firefox to behave like Safari and Safari to behave like Opera, correct? They all are created by different companies with different architectures. They had different approaches to create a web browser. So each one of them uses a different interpreter or different engine, which will make sense of the JavaScript that you write. So as of now, there is less that you have to worry about, because most of these browsers have now shifted from their own engines to V8 engine. So earlier, IE used an engine called Chakra. Now they have started using V8. So V8 is a open source engine developed by Google for the community. So many browsers have started using it. So the errors are more or less the same if your program runs on Chrome or if it runs on IE, even if it runs on Opera, even if it runs on, I guess Safari also have now started implementing V8. I'm not sure. If you have Mac, probably you can check that out. But the last time when I checked, it uses something called as JavaScript Core. And Firefox has been a rebel. Firefox is the company which started JavaScript, isn't it? Netscape Navigator was renamed as Mozilla. So Mozilla's Firefox is a creator of JavaScript. So they use something called as SpiderMonkey or Grease Monkey, which is the engine behind the scene, which will read your JavaScript. So you write the JavaScript is read by these guys. And if you see that not all the browsers use the same engine. So in each browser, there were differences earlier. So you came in to learn this web program now, isn't it? But much before you guys came in, there was a lot of rough road. So it's it's good that you did not learn JavaScript earlier, because you had to unlearn a lot of things. So I'll only be focusing on things which are quite contemporary now. Make sense? So there are a few things that you should keep in mind with the discussion that we had. JavaScript and Java are two different things. They're not the same. So what JavaScript can do is, it cannot create a file for us. It would be quite absurd, if a browser program could create a file on the user's machine, isn't it? So if you open a web page, if that web page is capable of creating a file on your machine, that would be a threat, isn't it? So you cannot do that. You cannot talk to a database for the same security reasons, because that way don't have such intentions, but there are people who would want to do that, isn't it? That is because Node.js is not following the browser standards. Okay, I'll come to that. I guess, in my slide, you still have the same problem being addressed. Okay, I'll be explaining that. So it cannot talk to a database, and JavaScript need not have to be compiled by you as a developer. It gets compiled implicitly by the browser. And JavaScript is stateless. So it doesn't know what the user is doing, in which page is he. No, he cannot. So it's our responsibility as a developer to do something like that. And now this JavaScript engine, which is built into the browser, okay, have these constraints. But there are other flavors of JavaScript which is not following the browser's limitations, because they are not working inside the browser. They are on the server. Now, that was some years back, Baldev. So the documentation is very old. Okay, JavaScript was interpreted much before 2015. So let's move on. There are few versions of JavaScript which were built to deliver things on the server side. The first company, which that is Netscape Navigator, they created a product called Rhino.js. So Rhino.js was first library to implement some things on the server side. So JavaScript was capable of being executed on the server side. But Node.js came along and it said, hey, I can take inputs from you, create a module. That way we all can work as a community and we can help each other build a big application, a robust application. So that approach was really liked by the community, and Node.js was created. And now Node.js has become Deno, Deno has become Bun, and things like that. So things have evolved a lot. So no doubt that, JavaScript has the ability to create a file, talk to a database, do everything on the server side. But if it is inside a browser, it has these limitations. Okay, so let's move on. So what is JavaScript? Just to sum up, JavaScript is a tool for web developers. It can create, manipulate HTML and CSS for you. It can interact with the user to listen to what he's doing. So we can listen to clicks, swipe left, swipe right, drag, drop, tap events. It actually goes a little further from that. Okay, so just that, these are some very common events that can be addressed. Of course, events are also classified into user events and system events. I'm referring to user events. We can also validate the input that the user has provided. It can detect and find out what is the features that are available on the browser. Can the user's device play a song? Can I store some information on his machine using cookies? What language is he using as a primary language, and things like that. The only thing that JavaScript can create is cookies, which can be stored on the client side. So because JavaScript uses something called as a callback mechanism, so you can expect a task to be completed and the function which is following will be called when the task is completed. Okay, so that's how JavaScript maintains that single thread approach. Okay, because browser does not give all the resources onto JavaScript to run as many processes as possible, because even there can be many tabs in the browser, isn't it? So that would drain the system out. So they have this approach of a single thread. Okay. And we use something called as callbacks to address them. Of course, there is a concept of pseudo threading in JavaScript. I guess moving forward, you'll probably be clear with those. So any of these questions that you may have, put them on the chat window. I will let you know if they would be addressed at a later point in time. All right, guys, let's go to the next slide. So why JavaScript? This is another question that I get often. Vijay, why should I learn JavaScript? My answer to them is, do you have any other option? Okay, JavaScript is predominantly a monopoly as of now. There are no parallel technologies to JavaScript. Of course, there is a technology called Dart, which is being surfaced now. Google is trying to emphasize on that, but it has its own limitations. Okay, so just prepare yourself. I'm sure you'll be able to sail well. Okay, so JavaScript is good for user interface coding. So it basically allows you to manipulate things on the user interface. It's quite flexible. You can do a lot of things with JavaScript. At least, I've worked with few other programming languages, but JavaScript has been the most versatile out there. You also have this guy, James Gosling, who created Java, vouch for it. So JavaScript is the most object-oriented language compared to Java itself. Guys, we'll be addressing some fundamentals of JavaScript. So I've divided them into two parts. Why? Because we need some progression, right? So I'll most of these trivial aspects, I would skim through them. I will give you guys, time so that if you can ask me questions, if you have any doubts, put them across. We'll discuss about that. If it is consuming too much time or we are addressing that at a later point in time, I'll bring your attention to that, but then we can proceed further. Frankly, in JavaScript, there is no difference between both of them. Yeah. So in JavaScript, you only have integers, which addresses both, isn't it? So guys, let's move on. In JavaScript, you don't have floating points, decimals, integers, unsigned integers. You simply refer everything as a number. Okay. So you may also have doubles. So Vijay, don't we have doubles? No, you don't have. So all of them are simply referred as a number here. You'll have to go to very specifics. Of course, when you want to work with numbers, there are other libraries that are available. So if you want to work with just float points, okay, then there are libraries which are available for that. So I know, I've written programs which are very specific for numbers. So in that case, you'd be using some external libraries, but JavaScript implicitly does not allow you to do all of that. You also have Booleans, true or false, and you have strings where you can, declare anything you want in quotes. So there are a couple of ways to declare strings as well in JavaScript. You have double quotes, single quotes, and you also have something called as a backticks, which was introduced in ECMA Script version 5. And then you have objects. Frankly, all of these numbers are objects, Booleans are objects, strings are objects, and objects are also objects in JavaScript. Arrays are also objects. In fact, arrays are dynamic objects. All the objects in JavaScript are by default dynamic by nature, which means that you can add a property to it at a later point in time. Then we have, okay, I'll probably give you some basic introduction to all of them, and then we'll see how we can use them. So we have undefined and null, something that you should keep in mind. So there is something called as undefined to define something that you have not yet assigned a value. Let's say I create a variable, called it user, but I did not assign a value. So you may ask, okay, Vijay, what is it containing? It contains something called as undefined. Undefined is a data type in JavaScript. I'll probably show you that with some examples, and then it'll be easy for you to understand. You also have something called as null. Null also means nothing. Then when you have undefined, why should you use null? See, there is a difference between both of them. Undefined is a system assigned type. Null is a developer assigned type. So when you want something not to be assigned with anything, then you say user equals null. Okay, but if you don't assign null, it implicitly becomes undefined. Now we'll start jumping into some JavaScript. I guess, with that basic introduction, it'll be easy for you to understand what I'm writing. So there are different flavors of JavaScript. You have something called as inline, in-file, and external JavaScript. So what is inline? This is not something that I would recommend you use at all. So I would probably stay away from that. But you see, there is a syntax right in the slide. So if you want to create a JavaScript inline, you can start writing them. But this has very less use case, because the purpose of JavaScript is to use a single program in different places, isn't it? So in some situations, yes, you may want to write an inline script. I'll show you. We'll definitely get an example for that. In some cases, you would want to share that script across multiple HTML pages. That's where you would choose something called as external JavaScript. And that's the best possible case that you would be using when you're developing a large application, because you want your JavaScript to be addressing multiple issues and the same issues which may occur in multiple pages as well. So that is where you will use an external JavaScript. But however, in this workshop, just to keep your attention on a single page, I'll be writing in-file JavaScript. Okay, but I'll show you the difference between all of them moving forward. Okay, so let's fire up VS Code. And guys, let us go create a new file. Maybe I'll create a folder. I'll call this as day 1. In the day 1 folder, I'll create a new file. I'll call this as step1.html. HTML. Now in this step1 HTML, we'll write some HTML code. And I have actually asked you to install some extensions. Because of that, you can type exclamation and press enter. You'll get the template ready. You can also use HTML:5 if you want HTML5 template. Okay. You can also use HTML XML template like so, but we would all be working with HTML5 templates moving forward. So I suggest use exclamation or single or triple exclamation and then generate a template out of that. And we will now be learning some fundamentals of JavaScript. So I'll call this title as JavaScript Fun. And what we'll do is, we'll write some h1 tag. I'll say welcome to the workshop. So now that I have this page, I would like to display this inside a browser. So you right click. This file was created outside this folder, so I've moved it inside. I'll right click. And now I can select open in browser, because remember, we installed this extension called open in browser. You can also use live server, but there is a specific example where I would be using live server. For only that example, I suggest use live server. The rest all you can use open in browser. Okay. Now let us run this using the open in browser extension. See, I can select either the default browser. In my case, Firefox is the default browser. I can select other browser, and now it gives me a drop down. I see Chrome, Firefox, Opera, IE, and Microsoft Edge and things like that. So let's select Chrome, and that should open the browser, and you'll get to see your program is running. Cool. So now we'll sprinkle some JavaScript here. Okay. So how do I start writing JavaScript? You'll go write a script block. Use a script block, and then you are free to write JavaScript. You see there is a start of the script block and the end of the script block. In between, whatever you write is JavaScript. At least it will be parsed as JavaScript. It will be compiled as JavaScript. So we'll now go create a variable. So we all know that now you can create variable of these many types. Okay, these many types: numbers, Boolean, strings, and objects. We'll be addressing actually all of them moving forward, but let us get started with something very easy. We'll understand variables, operators, strings, arrays, functions, conditions, and loops. No, not necessary. Anything that you put inside JavaScript be used or parsed as a script by the browser. So anything that you write inside, see, you can also write a HTML tag here, but browser will think that whatever you return is a script block. So you right click, you right click and you choose these options, open in default browser or open in other browser. So now how do I create a variable? So you use the keyword var to create a variable, and then let us say user, and then I'll assign a string to this. So I'll put my name, you can put yours, you don't have to copy my code verbatim. So I have a variable that is being created. Now I'll also be addressing few intermediate and few advanced parts right now. There are a few which are very easy for you to understand. So watch. So what I'll do is I would go create a variable, and then I would want to use that variable here. So I can use an alert to display this in a message. So I'll say alert user. And with this command, what will happen is that it will open an alert window and display this message. I'll right click, open another browser, select Chrome, and you get to see my name is being displayed here. So what we learned here is that you can create a variable, and this variable can be used. But see, every time you throwing an alert would not be so cool. So what I'll be doing is, instead of using an alert, I'll be using something called as console.log. What this does, this is not a JavaScript command, guys. This is a browser command. Browsers have their own commands. Okay, so this Chrome or Firefox and most of the other browsers do have a command called console.log. Of course, console has many other methods. Log is the one that I would be using in this workshop. So here, if I say console.log, the same message will be now logged. Where is that log? You need to debug this program to get this. So if you right click and choose inspect, you'll be debugging this program. Now choose the console tab here, and then you get to see this string, this message here. And you have some potential useful information here. This Vijay is actually being logged from the step1.html in line number 9, isn't it? So if you click on it, it actually takes you to that file and tells you where exactly that code is. Okay, in step 1, this is what we are referring to. In line 9, we are logging this message, isn't it? So I can go back to the console and you get to see here. In fact, you can use this console to learn everything in JavaScript. But I want you to carry a file so that you can use this as a reference. So I would not be writing everything in the console. Because see, this console is coming from the window object, and this window, when I open another window, the previous console doesn't have the effect in the new window. So it is available only until this window is open. So when you close it, the console will lose its memory. Now coming back to the context, guys. So what are the other types that we can store? So we know that we can store a string, we can store a number. Let us say, for example, power is a number, let's say, and I would go and say 1.0. Now I can use this power to do some simple math. Okay, I can say power, and I can probably say into power. Okay. Of course, this would not give you much of a response. Maybe I will say power plus 100 is what I want to log. And since this is a number here, this plus operator would work. Okay, so if I go back in the browser, you'll get to see the message is being displayed. Now, moving from these variables to something called as operators. That's again a very trivial question, Vaibhav. Meta tag basically explains the browser as to how this web page will be treated. So coming back to the context, guys. So we can also say agree, and agree is a Boolean value. I can either have true or false in it. So I'll say true here. And something that we should keep in mind is that when you're working with these different data types, these operators do have some behavior. So I can take this power and I can assign or add that to maybe, I will say user plus power, just to make this example slightly meaningful. I would be writing, the program as I'm explaining things to you. So it may happen that, some of these I may encounter some issue, but I'll be solving them as well. So let us now run this. Okay. So you see that, the string got concatenated with 1. So when a string is involved, you see I'm using the word concatenation. Okay, I'm not adding, because string and number cannot be added together, right? But however, if you have, if you have obtained a number aspect of the string, then you can add them. But see, this string and number both can be using this plus operator. Keep this in the back of your head, and I'll come back to that. Okay, see, this doc type here declares that this is an HTML5 document. Okay, what would happen if you don't have this? Will your web page be rendered? Of course, it will be rendered. Okay, so browser will then put its intelligence into place and find out, okay, what kind of a document is it? Because there are several ways to write HTML document. Okay, so there are several standards as well that were used in the past to write an HTML document. So as of now, we'll be following HTML5 because that's the future. That's what we will be using moving forward. What others were, supported? There was something called as HTML and XHTML, and XHTML did follow standards like they would strictly be following the HTML standards, and they are transitional, which means they are not strictly following, but some syntaxes are not following the standards, and so on and so forth. And you also had the support for frame sets. So all of them have now been obsolete. So we'll simply stick to HTML5, HTML doc type HTML. Now we have this HTML lang equals English. Okay, so what is the significance of this? Without this, will it work? The answer is yes, it will work. Just that, if a screen reader comes to access this page, there are some screen readers that people who are visually impaired will use. They use a tool called JAWS, like a browser basically. So when you hit a web page, it'll come to this page and it'll start reading them. When it is reading, it has to set a language. In which language will I read this document? So you are telling ahead of time that when the HTML tag itself is read, you are saying that, hey, the lang that this document will be using is English. Makes sense? So that way it'll switch to an English engine and start reading the content. So it'll read this content in English for the person who is not able to see this page. So you don't need this. If you are writing a French application, then you'd use FR here. Okay, so if you are using German language, then it would be different. So if you are using Chinese, Arabic, whatever, so things would be different here. But I'm using English because predominantly this web page will have some English in it. Makes sense? So these two lines are out. Now, what is this here? So this is referring you to say that the character code that I'm using is UTF-8. Now, what do I mean by that? See, each one of you here, if you are using different types of keyboards, each key that you press will generate a different ASCII value. So since, each one of us will be using a different keyboard to create or to read this application, you need to bring in some uniformity. So let us say we all are using English US standard keyboard and someone else is using a Chinese or an Arabic keyboard. So for them, the alphabet A will generate a different ASCII value, different character altogether, correct? So we have to bring in some uniformity and say, hey, I'm using an English US standard keyboard, and please treat the characters that are being displayed on the screen as UTF-8. UTF-8 is a character code. Basically, it's a way of generating characters. Okay, so you have many others, frankly, that you can use. So you will see that you have UTF-8, UTF-7, and you have UTF-32, blah 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 blah. There are many of them, but I'm using a US keyboard wherein I have ASDF characters. So the characters that would be generating is UTF-8. And if I send this file, if I put this onto web server and it will come to your machine will immediately recognize that, hey, using UTF-8, and the characters that I have to show to the user will be in English, okay, following the UTF-8 standards. Clear? And now there is another meta tag here. Okay, this was used or implemented by the Apple guys, because they came up with the Retina screens, okay, or a monitor that had higher pixel density. So you, as of now, let's say if we generalize things, okay, I'm using a Windows PC. Of course, this is an MSI laptop and it's meant for gaming purposes, but it does support a good resolution. But by and large, most of us here would be using 72 dots per inch resolution. Okay, but Apple Mac can squeeze in up to 150 dots per inch. So if you go by that ratio, a 100 pixel by 100 pixel image on your screen would look as 25 pixel by 25 pixel on their screen. I mean, if they're using 300 pixel ratio, but if they're using 150, then it would look like a 50 pixel by 50 pixel image, which means that the image will become a little smaller. So will the fonts be. Okay, if I'm using a font size 16, if the user uses a higher pixel density desktop laptop, then he would be seeing 8 size font, isn't it? So in order to bring that uniformity, they have this viewport meta tag, which tells the browser, hey, match the size of the application with the size of the device and have an initial scale ratio of 1:1. Okay, so this is the English translation of what the syntax is here. Okay, so it's trying to tell you that maintain the viewport. Now, what is viewport here? If I open the browser, starting from the left corner, top corner to the bottom right corner, this area is referred as the viewport. Okay, so that viewport will have a ratio of 1:1, and the width of the device and the width of the application will match. Okay, of course, you have several other configurations. This itself can get several, we can probably delve on this. So let us say you don't add any of these. Okay, let me surprise you. I will not use any of them. Will it make any difference is the question. The answer is no. So if I run this example, you'll still get to see the same output, isn't it? Is it not looking the same? But then the browser is taking few nanoseconds to understand or make sense of what you have written. Does that make sense? So you are applying these meta information so that you are giving direction to the browser. Yeah, so no, see, if I open this entire area is 100%, isn't it? So this area has a dimension. What is the dimension? How many? It's not about pixel. So this entire width is 100%. This entire height is 100%. Yeah. So if you don't use this, okay, on a screen that does not support Retina display and normal display, you will not see any difference. But if you are using this, let's say you are using a Mac, especially if you are using an iPhone, okay, I suggest use this syntax and don't use this syntax, and you'll see difference right in front of you. Make sense? Yeah, because without this syntax, the file will be squeezed to half of its size. With this syntax, the file will adjust itself to match the viewport's width and height. I'm glad. Okay, so that was a basic introduction. But trust me, all of them are relevant. But are they impacting JavaScript that you write? No, isn't it? So that is why skip them, because you will never know, what is the right question that someone is going to ask you. Nobody knows, right? And will that person know answers for every other thing that you may know? No, not exactly, isn't it? So he would prepare himself to ask few questions to you, and he only knows answer for those, isn't it? But if you understand the language, then you will be able to scale yourself, and at least you'll carry a lot of confidence in you when you are attending the interview. So let's move on to the next topic, guys. So we'll now be moving from variables to operators. So I guess there are a few topics that I wanted to cover in variables, something that you should know. Let's move on. So what is a variable? Basically, it's a container that gets a name. Okay, so variable, say I want to store this, information, Vijay, in some place, isn't it? What is that some place? So there is some memory allocated to that. What is the reference to that? That needs a name. That's what we are assigning here. So user is a reference to that place where you have stored this Vijay. Make sense? So variable is the name for a container where the information is stored. So in variables, value can change. So you can keep changing. Say, for example, today it is Vijay. Tomorrow it can become something else. Let us say Kumar.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following is not a valid data type in JavaScript? And your options are string, boolean, float, or array. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy, IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
So I have later on changed it. So initially it was Vijay, and later on I changed it to Kumar. So variable does have this nature. It can change. Okay. Of course, in the new version, you have the ability not to change them by creating them as a constant. I'll be addressing that a little later, but just keep in mind that, variables can change, but that's an advantage, and sometimes it becomes a disadvantage as well. And once you have assigned a variable, a value, you can access it whenever you want until you have destroyed it. Yeah, you can use the word delete to destroy a reference. So yeah, so I was explaining that, this variable can be unset as well. Say, for example, I come here and say, hey, console, log me this user. So what would be the value that I get here? I get Vijay, correct? What would be the value that I get here? Kumar, correct? Let me just comment this out. There's a single line comment that I'm using. So let's focus on these now. Okay, so let's save this, run this in the browser, in Chrome, and you get to see that it is having two different names. In line 9, it had a different value. In line 11, it has a different value. Can I unset this? Of course you can. So you can use the word delete and use the word user, and it will forget about that. Now, if I ask, hey, console, log me user, it'll say, what is user? I don't know. Okay, it's undefined. That's what it will say. Okay, so in this case, delete user, delete user, delete user should actually work. But I guess, this is, just give me a minute. Let me check why this did not delete. Or, if I'm not using it in the right way. Okay, so it is actually deleting a property, not the object itself. The object reference will still be around. So if I had a property of the user, I can delete that. So I can unset, but the object itself cannot be unset. But keep in mind that there is something called as delete. Not that, I was not aware of that, just that, I would want you to be aware of where I will go search for some solutions if I have a problem, isn't it? If I'm trying to modify something here, that would definitely be displayed. Okay, so we have now understood a few aspects of what a variable is. Now, there are some rules that you need to follow when you're creating a variable. Variable names are case sensitive. Okay. So variable names cannot be same. If you are creating two variables with the same name, the previous variable will be overwritten. Okay. And when you are creating a variable, you should make sure that that follows a specific case. Say, for example, I create a variable like this. Just to give you the context of this, let me comment these. There is a first time for everything in life, isn't it? So you need to probably get acquainted with it. That's it. So press F12 or you right click and choose inspect and you get into this tab. And then you can select the console and then you'll be able to see this. Okay, so let's move on. So we have a variable that we have assigned a value, and then we have seen that it can change its value. And what I was trying to refer is when I'm creating another variable. So if I go create user, let's say Batman. Okay, so I create another variable. And now if I ask what is the user, you know what is the output going to be. So here it was Vijay and then Kumar, it became Kumar, but later on you created another variable with the same name. So it will override the one that was previously returned. Yeah. From this line onwards, after this line, the user will be Batman. Now, if I want to create a variable, if I use an uppercase user, this and this are two different things. This is a different reference and this is a different reference. Okay, so you'll now see that I can use both this and this. Oops. How can we change the browser from Microsoft to Google NVS Code? No, you cannot, but you can select Chrome instead, isn't it? Is the console in the code the same we see in the browser? So you have learned about what are the rules that variables should follow. Of course, variables cannot be named with some reserved keywords. Oh, now you may ask, Vijay, what are the reserved keywords? Can you give me a list of them? There are tons of them, frankly, and it may not be easy for you to recall and remember everything. I've made a comprehensive list. I trust that some of them will be able to remember them, but most of you may fail to remember them. That's okay, because we'll all have our own learning curve, right? So this is a list of reserved keywords. In fact, they have added few more. So you can see break, delete, function, return, type, off, case, do, if, switch. Most of these other programming languages have these reserved keywords, and JavaScript is no different. They follow some similar standards, fortunately. Okay, so you can use these, you can avoid using these names. But let's say I create a variable. So let us say I create a variable by name break, var break equals, see, as of now, the browser itself is telling you that break is not allowed as a variable declaration name. Okay, but not all of them will be that friendly. Say, for example, if I say a case, in this case, browser is telling you that, hey, you cannot use it. Okay, say, for example, I use something called as, okay, so most of these keywords that you use here are immediately caught, and it will tell you that, hey, you cannot do this. Okay, let's say break. But let us say I am adamant, I'll go use this. So I'll say console log this variable break. Will it work is the question. So as of now, the browser is definitely throwing some errors. You see this unexpected token break. It cannot be used. Okay, but there are some of them may actually escape. Say, for example, we'll use something called as new here. And this. So I'll change this to new. Yeah, the browser is not allowing you to do that. But some of those keywords may escape. Okay, say, let us say eval, let implements package. I will try package. Okay. Yeah, package is what I was also typing. So package is a reserved keyword, no doubt, but you can use it. But see, don't be so adamant on, trying to use something which is not acceptable. Okay, so make sure that you are aware of these reserved keywords, because sometimes they may also backfire you, isn't it? So keep these in mind. Let's go to the next slide. So these are some operators. I don't have to delve on each one of them, but if you find something interesting, let me know. I've made a small description of each one of these operator, and when I share this slide, you'll probably have access to all of them, and then you can read through it. Plus is used both with numbers and strings. Okay, it is meant for adding or concatenating things together. Minus is used to subtract things. Star is used to multiply things. The / is used to divide things. So that way the X will be divided by Y. The value on the left side will be divided with the value on the right side. Okay, they're like 2 by 7 or 2 by 8. How do you change the variable name at both places at the same time? That's something that I'll show you later, Sarvesh, when I start coding. Okay, then you also have something called as a modulo operator. So most of these are very easy. These are very common in any other programming language, so you probably will encounter them. You also have a post increment and pre-increment and post increment and pre-decrement operators. So you can say x plus plus. So it will basically, the difference is that it'll display the value and then increase, or it'll display after it is increased. You also have assignment operators. Again, there are tons of operators, guys. Okay. So here I suggest when you get into this, we have the complete beginner's guide, and somewhere here you'll find operators. I think I'll look for operators. So there are a lot of operators here, right? So you have plus equals, assignment operators, blah, 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 blah. There are many of them. Will we be able to cover all of them? No. No, you cannot. Okay. So now you may want to try that. Okay. So if you try that, then it'll probably complain and say, this is not a number. Okay. Because apart from this plus operator, which can be used for both numbers and strings, okay, you cannot use any of these operators with strings or a number, or a Boolean. That's how you learn, isn't it? So these are some assignment operators. So we have equals. So I want user to be Batman. We have seen these equals being used already. So if you want to concatenate while you're assigning, you can use this. So I want this Y's value to be appended with the X value. You can do that. So it is same as X equals X plus Y. So you have a explanation for each one of them. So read them. If you have any question, ask them, because they are very trivial. So I don't think you'll have any questions on these. But there are few of them which may be a little strange to you. Say, for example, this double equals exist. Similarly, there is a triple equals as well. So which one should you be using in what case is a question. Because both of them are basically used for comparison. Then what is the big difference? So in JavaScript, guys, maybe this is step 1, right? So I'll go create another example called step 2. Step 2 is for operators. Again, I'll rename. So I'll explain what is the difference between double equals and triple equals, because does that definition help everybody? Typically, triple equals data type should also match. Okay, so I'll show you with an example. So let us go create a variable. I'll call this as val1 equals 100. Val2 is also 100. Now, they both are same, isn't it? So if I say, hey, console, log me if this val1, if it is equal to val2, what would be the answer? It will give me a Boolean value. Yeah, it will give a Boolean value as an output. So let us go check this out. Yeah, so it says true, but let us say I convert this to a string. So they both are different. This is a number, but this is a string here. You know about that much, right? So if I run this example, it still says true, which is wrong, isn't it? Say they're not the same. So in such cases, when you want to check not only the value, but the data type, that is when you would use a triple equals. Okay, so the first one is true, the second one is false. So what did we learn out of this is when you're using triple equals, it does something called as a strict type check. Okay, so it does something wherein not the value, but all the types are also checked. So in JavaScript, you will be more or less using this instead of this. This is not all that favorable in most of the cases, because this is exactly what you wanted to do, isn't it? So keep this in mind. So let's go to the next topic. Where are we here? I guess, rest of them are very similar. You have something called as greater than or equal to. So whenever you want to compare, you can use these operators. Okay. And now we'll move on to the next topic. So if you go back here, so we learned about variables, we learned about operators. I guess there is a small change in the sequence. So I'll be covering arrays first, and then we'll move on to strings. Really, that really doesn't matter which of them, but I guess arrays would be an extension to the variables that we have just learned. So we'll jump to that. Again, there are many methods of arrays. The list itself is quite exhaustive. I suggest you guys can try them at your leisure. I'll be addressing most of them. Okay. And if you want me to address all of them, that would in many cases become a repetition. But if you find something interesting, okay, let me know. I can help you with at least an explanation for that. So what is an array? It's a collection of variables. It's a group of variables. And in other data, other programming languages, arrays should have a similar data type. Arrays is a group of similar data types. But in JavaScript, it is not. Why? Because in JavaScript, arrays are dynamic objects. So you have many ways to define an array as well. Okay, so let me show you some slides before we jump into some examples. See, you have these many ways to create an array. So you can use a new keyword and create an instance of an array and say, I want this array to have 5 pockets. So I need to have an array with 5 index values, or 5 properties can get into this. Okay, so if I define something like this, can I add the 6th one or the 7th one? What is your opinion? When I say, hey, I want to create an array of 5 pockets and I want to now add the 6th one, will that be allowed? Okay, correct. No, in Vaibhav says no, because he's probably learned few other programming languages, isn't it, Vaibhav? In other languages, it is not allowed. In JavaScript, it is allowed. Okay, so what is the difference then? This are, in the minimum will have 5 pockets. Can I add the 6th value? You can. Can I add the 10th value? You can. But it'll have a minimum of 5 pockets, even if you don't have any values. Let me show that to you. See, that's where, it becomes quite interesting how JavaScript is different from other languages. So this is step 3. So I will now go create a variable. I'll call this as ARR equals a new array. And I will say, hey, I want to create a length, the number of elements that I want, 5. Now, if I say, hey, console log me ARR. So what is expected here? It is expected to show you 5 placeholders without any value, because we did not assign any value to them, right? So if I run this in Chrome and debug, you can check the console. There are 5 values here. In fact, if I refresh once again, then it will show what is the value in this array. Watch. Okay. And it says all of them are empty. isn't it? All of them are empty. Now, how do I add a value to this? So I can now say, hey, array, on this, the very first value can be denoted with 0. I'll say Batman. Okay, the second one, ERR, square bracket 1. Superman, ERR, square bracket 2 equals Aquaman. Now, if I run this example, see, we have added 3 values. How many pockets did we add? 5. What happens to the rest of them? Yeah. So by default, in JavaScript, everything is a heterogeneous array. Okay, because they are all dynamic by nature. Now, coming back to the context here, see, there are 2 empty values here. Now, you may say, hey, Vijay, can I add this in the 4th? See, there are 2 empty values here, isn't it? Okay, so you can create an object like this in JavaScript just with the object notation. And I will be covering objects quite in depth, so you'll probably enjoy that. But as of now, the quick answer to your question is yes, you can. Okay. So you see that there are some placeholders. There are some empty spaces here. There are 2 empty spaces there. If I now go add, let's say I want this to be in the 7th place, that is. See, there are 4 empty spaces here, isn't it? Of course, I can do some shuffling here. Maybe I can not be in the sequence, maybe. In any case, okay. So I'll have these 4 values in between there. So I hope all of these are making some sense to you as to how an array is created in JavaScript. Okay. What are the different types of values that I can store into an array? You can actually store anything you really want in an array. You might be quite surprised to know that you can create or store anything you want in an array. I'll probably explain that once again here. So you'll say ERR square bracket 1. Okay. See, all of these are strings. Can I store a number? I can. See, I can store a number. And array will actually remember its data type. Okay. And now if I want to take this value and do some math, I can. That would work. Okay, it will remember its data type. What else can be stored? So I can go to this array, the 6th index, and store another array. Of course you can. That will be a single string, Deepak. He is the hero is a single string. Yeah, what do you mean group of string? So let's say if I write, I am Batman, I am Aquaman. Yeah, this is a single string. But however, there is a catch. Every browser program has a catch. It has a threshold. It has a limit. How much memory can this program that I'm about to write can be utilizing is the question. According to the standards, JavaScript can store up to 2 megabytes of information. 2 MB can be, scripted. But since most browsers don't implement it, you can actually store how much ever you really want. Okay. So that again, really doesn't mean that, just because you have the luxury, you start abusing it, isn't it, Rohit? Because you can add as much as you want. Will you go add as much as you really want? That would not be a good programming approach, isn't it? Would you like to use a program that does not follow some standards? The answer is no, I assume. Yeah. So you would not. So you should, although there is no restriction, we will all act with some responsibility. As a JavaScript developer, you definitely will have to deal with that a lot. So for example, I will add this. So, and this is an array in an array. I'm not logging that, of course. So let's say console log ARR. And that should work. So there is an array here. Of course you can have. Okay, it's you can create multi-dimensional arrays, Edalam, like grids, you can create them. You can, why not? So no, see, then this is an array, isn't it? How the answer for that question, let us try that. Okay, then and probably you'll have an answer for yourself. See, when you're using this multiplication, okay, this operator, what can this work with? It can work with a number. It expects two numbers on either sides, isn't it? So if I run this, it'll give you the answer. But what if one of them is not a number? In this case, this is still showing you this, but let us say this is hello. It tells you nan. What is nan? Nan means not a number. So your question is exactly this. ARR square bracket 5. Is this a number? Not a number, correct? So if I run this, you get nan, not a number. So some of these operators that you've learned actually can work only with numbers or strings, and some of them can only work with numbers. They cannot work with different data types. How do you access? Okay, see, this gives you an array back, correct? Now you use the array notation again and access. Let us say I want to access the second one. No, nan is not a data type. No. Nan is a value. So null, you will also find something called as, null is a data type. Yeah. You also find something called as void, which was introduced recently, is also a data type. Okay. So I guess, with this, some of your basics are now clear, isn't it? Now, there are many things that you can do. If you don't understand how to program in JavaScript, and if JavaScript, and you have always worked with Java, let's say, you cannot expect JavaScript to work like Java, isn't it? So your understanding of the language might be the cause. So JavaScript does few things in the way that it can. That is all. Yeah. 10 days of error in JS, is that a series or something? Because it looks familiar for me. Is that a blog or article or something? So arrays do have some properties that you can use. One is called length. Arrays are made out of an array object. So it has a constructor, and it also has something called as a prototype. Now, just keep this word prototype in your mind as of now. Prototype is a property that is associated with every object in JavaScript. So I've made a definition here. Prototype is a property that is associated with every object in JavaScript. So you'll encounter this word prototype moving forward in several occasions, and your doubt will be cleared. Say, for example, if you go to this documentation, and if I look for this array, correct? Arrays do have some methods. Let's say array. See, you see that now array.prototype. Now, what is prototype? It's a property of an object. What is the object here? Array. Array is the object. Prototype is filter. Similarly, if I say number, so on, of course, not on the number, but say, let's say strings. Strings do have many of them. So you'll find string.prototype, string.prototype.split. Now the split is added on to this object called prototype, which is a property of the string. Okay, so prototype is a property, which in turn is an object actually. I'll explain how to use them moving forward, and it will become easy. I guess, for that you need to understand something called as classes. We are very close to that, so we'll understand it. So you have length, constructor, and prototype. Okay, so in the previous slide, you can see this ERR has a constructor, which is this array, correct? It has the length. So it basically tells you how many pockets are occupied. But if I create an array without any restriction here, like this, if without any restriction, like so, using this array notation, then you are creating a dynamic array which can take as many properties as you want. In JavaScript, you will never encounter this index out of bounds error that you may get in Java or PHP or any other technology that you would have worked with, because most of these technologies will give you index out of bounds. So if you're looking for a property that does not exist, let's say, for example, I ask, give me the 10th value of the array. Does the 10th value exist? That is 11th value. Does it exist? No. But this guy will not say no. It'll always give you an answer. So that sometimes, may trip you off. So it says undefined. So you see there is something called as undefined, right? It is coming to you from line number 17. Line number 17 was looking for array with the 11th index, the 11th place, index value 10. So it says undefined. I don't know what you're talking about. So instead of saying, I don't know what you're talking about, it simply says undefined. Okay. Cool. So let's go to the next step, guys. So arrays too have some methods. Frankly, there are many, many methods. Will we be able to cover all of them? No, you know the answer. Okay. So I will be addressing a few of them. Let's say, okay, I'll be addressing few of them. See, there are many methods. See, if you dig into the documentation says that it has something called as a constructor, and as a property, only few things are defined. You have only length defined, correct? I'll be addressing few of them. If you find anything interesting, let me know. Like, you said map, can we cover map? Of course, we will cover map. If you find something interesting, let me know. I'll probably accommodate them, but I will not be able to accommodate all of them. Correct. There are about 70 of you here. If each one of you start asking, okay, Vijay, can we cover that? Can you cover this? No, I have some limitation on time. So I'll be addressing few. These are easy actually. So you can go learn them on your own. And not all of them. See, you don't have to learn all of them, correct? Just learn handful of them and glance through them. In case if you get a chance to use, you'll probably know what to do with it. Now, whenever you see @ these are some internals. I so don't recommend you start using them. See, we will learn about iterators later. So I'll explain what iterators are, but iterators and unscopables and species are internals of an array. So you can convert an array to an iterable object or an unscopable object using certain keywords. But these are internals. It is not meant for developers, for us to use. But can we derive something out of that? Of course we can. Okay, so let's move on. So there are many methods, guys. So you have @concat, copy within, entries, every, fill, filter, find, blah, blah, blah. I don't have to read the name, but there are many of them. Do we have to learn all of them? Maybe. Okay, but will you use all of them in a single program? No, it is not practical. And do you have to remember all of them? Maybe some of them, but I suggest, learn some trivial methods, learn some, basic methods, some fundamental methods. I'll be giving you some analogy for some of them so you can remember them for a longer time because they are quite useful. Like one that, Gautam has mentioned here called, are we going to cover map? Map is very useful. I'll show you how to cover them. How to use map. But there are others like, for each is another one. Do we use that extensively? I don't think so. Okay. But you may find a utility for each one of them. That is why they exist. I'll lower your hands. Okay, so let's move on. So you have something called as concat. What concat does, it basically joins two arrays. If you have array A and array B and you want to convert both of them to the third array, you can do that. See, in my slide, there is a description for it, isn't it? You also have something called as join. What join does, it'll take the array's values, converts them to a string, okay, separated with comma. As for example, let's say I have this, maybe I'll create another array for the sake of this example. Let us comment these consoles. So you can use a single line comment or a multi-line comment. Single line comment starts with double /, multi-line comment starts with / and asterisk, and you terminate that with asterisk and /. Now let us go create an array, var Avengers. This is an array of all Avengers. Let's say, we'll say Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, just to name a few of them. Okay, so I've got all of them. I've got 4 of these heroes here. And I want to take this array and split them and display it. So I can say console.log. It actually splits it for us. Avengers. It actually, sorry, it'll use something called as join, not split. So if I run this example, you see I got this Iron Man, Hulk, everything is comma separated, isn't it? Now I can say dot join. If I run this, see, you got all these values separated with comma, isn't it? Separated with comma. But I may say, hey, no, Vijay, I want them to be separated with a pipe character, like the way I have put that in the slide. It all started with Angular. Okay. When I started working with Angular, Angular has an application called Heroes application. And of course, I used to enjoy reading these comics. I grew up reading all of them. So I started using them in my examples as well. So you see that I can take these values and join them with a pipe. You can also join them with a tilde. So that's what join basically does. I'll not be able to show each one of these examples with each one of these methods with an example. Semicolons are optional in JavaScript. Okay, see, I can remove all the semicolons and this program would work fine. But there is a hidden problem with JavaScript. JavaScript uses something called as auto semicolon insertion. That's a feature of JavaScript. It's not a problem, it's a feature. So when there is a problem, JavaScript, in order to debug, will insert the semicolons in every line. And that will work against you if you have not inserted semicolons. So make sure you always use a semicolon to terminate the line. If you don't use it, your program will still work, but that will fail you at the point where you don't know where to fix. Okay, so make it a practice. And again, each one of you as a developer, when you're entering into JavaScript, there is a way to write JavaScript. Okay. Like for example, there is a way to speak Hindi. There's a way to speak Telugu. There's a way to speak Tamil. There's a way to speak Kannada. There's a way to speak English, right? Just because, you have learned Hindi, you cannot speak English the same way, correct? You will be easily caught. Not that way. Yeah, that's one of the benefits. Okay. And you'll actually stay out of trouble. I'll probably show you a problem moving forward, but let's see now if that would actually create a problem. But what I mean to say is that, make sure that you always start using semicolons, and that way you'll be out of trouble in most of the cases. So if you want to write a function, okay, just watch the code, guys. I'll go write a function like this. Use the keyword function, adder. Okay. And then you will write a function like this. Okay. And this is very common. I've seen many people write something like this, isn't it? And notice I have not put any semicolon here, and this program would work. But when you write a program like this, and you know that there is a feature called automatic semicolon insertion. If there is a bug in this program, the browser will actually put a semicolon at the end of every line. See, this function will now be broken like this. And now you see, did you catch the bug here where the problem was? So in JavaScript, you have to always do something like this. When you're writing a function, make sure you start the opening body in the same line. Okay. And never do something like this. Will this work? Of course it will work. But you will confront an error which will not be able to debug, because your program will never tell you that there is a problem here, because it will insert a semicolon and then it will tell that, hey, you have declared a function without a body. Okay, so you'll never be able to find such problems. I suggest, as a JavaScript developer, if you are really serious about JavaScript, there's a book called JavaScript, The Good Parts, written by a person called Douglas Crawford. I value that book a lot, so I suggest you also can learn. This is by O'Reilly. This is how the book looks. It's available on Amazon. See, I suggest you can buy this, or if you're smart enough, you know where to get this book. I suggest take some time out, read that book. It'll give you a great insight of how JavaScript really works from inside. Then you'll stop making all the problems for yourself. But like any other programming language, JavaScript also has its discipline that you need to follow. Okay, then you will stay out of trouble. Now, next aspect. So you have pop will remove the last value. Now the opposite of that, you have shift, which will remove the value in the first. So you can say pop and shift. Pop will remove the last value. Shift will remove the first value. Now you also have the opposite of this. Push will add the value in the last. Okay. And unshift will add the value in the first. So a lot depends on the kind of operation that you may want to do on an array. So you can use these methods. I'll share this slide so you can probably take some time out and practice all of them. Then you also have something called a slice and splice. Now the slice and splice does something very similar, but differently. Slice will remove the value that you have asked for and will return the array. Okay, so I've put this note in the slide itself. Will remove and return from the start index to the end index. So the end index is excluded. The end index that you are suggesting is excluded. And the return value can be used to create another array, and it will not modify the existing array. On the other hand, the splice here will take 3 parameters. It will ask, okay, from where do you want to start and how many values you want to remove. The third parameter is the new value that you would want to insert in that place. Okay, but this splice will actually modify the existing array. So this slice is referred as a pure method. Splice is referred as an impure method. Why? Because this is not modifying, and this one is modifying the array. Okay, just keep the word pure, impure in your mind. If you graduate to learn React or Angular, you'll probably understand what pure and impure is and how to use them. Now you also have the methods too, right? You can go ahead and create. You will find that there are many other advanced methods that you would want my help to explain. Okay, I'll definitely spend time on that. Pass in an array. The new value is single value, correct? You can pass in an array instead, and that would work. Yeah. Okay. So you also have something called as reverse. You can use sorting. Sorting would sort the array for you alphabetically. and toString and toLocalString are actually the same. The toLocalString only will consider what is the locale that is already set on the user's machine. See, browser, when you install, will set a default language. More or less, it would be English. Okay. But if you are in a different country, your browser has a different language setting, then when you convert it to a string, it will use that locale to convert to a string. But see, your program was written in English, correct? It will not convert it to French. Okay, just keep that in mind. Yeah, so Yadalam has brought a problem. No, it is not that it is not working. Yadalam, it is working, just that you are not able to understand how to make sense of that. I understand, and I'll show you what is the solution for that. Okay, so this sort here is quite dynamic. It's not exactly like the way we would expect it to work. So it's quite tricky, and there is a way to fix that as well. Okay. So in certain cases, like what you have asked now, I'll create an example. So it'll make sense, and it'll be optimum utilization of the time that we have together, isn't it? So he has created an array which has these values, correct? And he's right. Okay, if we do a sort on this, Vijay, this is not going to work. So I'll say console log err1 dot sort. But why is it not working? So let's run this. See, here it is not sorting, but let me show you. Okay, if I say Avengers and sort it, will it work is the question. See, it is sorted. You agree? Yadalam, has it sorted? Yes. But why is it not sorting a number here is because implicitly this sort method will convert this to a string and sort. Okay. Because it converts it to a string, these zeros will have no values, but you are trying to interpret them as numbers. But what are they? Strings. Sort will convert things to a string and then use them. So that is why when you're using a number, it will not make sense to you, isn't it? But Vijay, that is my requirement. I want this to sort a number. Then what? Isn't it? That's your question. Then what? So sort actually takes a callback function. No. It takes a callback function. Watch. So I will create a function. Okay, I'll call this as sort fun. Any name is fine. So this function that we will pass, which is actually used as a callback function to this sort, it takes two parameters. It implicitly implements a sort fun to do something called as a bubble sort now. Those who have worked with C, C++, you know what is a bubble sort. So it actually takes these first two values and pass them here. And the outcome of the first two values will be used with the third value. The outcome of these values, or whichever is left out, will be used with the fourth value, and so on and so forth until it exhausts all the value in the array. So this sort fun expects two values, val1 and val2. What is val1? The first value. In fact, it will be the second value, not the first one. Okay. And the val2 will be the first value. And then you have a purpose here. So you need to basically return one of these three values. You need to return either -1 or 1 or 0. You need to return one of these three values. How you would want to return these three values is up to you. Okay. So you may come up with some logic to return 1, or you may come up with some logic to return -1 or 0. If you return -1, it'll do an ascending sort. If you return 1, it'll do a descending sort. If you return 0, it'll not sort. Again, all of this may still not make any sense to you. So what I'll do is I'll show you this with the example that you have provided here. Okay, watch. So I will now, because see, I know all of these are numbers. What is val1? I know that's a number. What is val2? I know that's a number. Okay. Now, if this problem would have a different solution if I had a mixture of strings and numbers. In that case, I had to convert it to a number using a parseInt or a parseFloat or a number constructor. One of these three ways. Okay, watch. So I will return, if I return 1, I take these two values, but I'll simply return 1. It doesn't make sense, but let us run this program. Sorry, I did not want to create these many clones. I will now use a sort fun here. Okay, so let's run this example. Refresh. Okay, it still does not make sense to you, correct? It has 1, 2, 9, 1, and 700. But if it returns -1, you'll see something is happening. See, you got 7, then 1, then 9, 2, and then 1. So something is happening. If I return 0, then you will actually see no change. This is the original value that I passed. Isn't it, guys? The original value. So I explained it to you that, if I pass, if you return 1, it does a different sort, -1 does a different sort, 0 does not sort. Now, the logic is up to you, how you would want to come up with. So what I'll do is I'll use a condition here. If the val1 is less than val2, then I want to return a value. Then I want to return 1. Okay. Else if, I'm using a conditional statement here. So else if, I'm sure I don't know if you are aware of. If not, we'll be addressing that also later. But we are trying to address two different topics. This is a condition. If this happens, do it. If this is not happening, do this. If this and this does not happen, do this. Okay, so I'll now use, if the val1 is greater than, I will say if it is greater than val2, then return -1. If not, return 0. See, I have come up with my own sort compare function. Now, if I run this example, so this function is capable of doing something now, right? So if the value that you have passed is less than the second value, it will return 1. That will do an ascending sort. Else it will do a descending sort. So if I run this example, see, it is a descending sort now. Okay, because I returned 1 here. Now, if I return -1 and if I return 1 here, then it will do a ascending sort for us. Sorry, this is a descending sort. Now we'll do an ascending sort. See? Make sense now? Did you understand? So if this is not a simple object like this, if it is a complex object, then this sort compare function will change. You cannot use this sort compare function for everything. Okay, so these arguments are not something that you are passing. Yeah, this is not something that you are passing. This is because this sort function is used as a callback. These values are implicitly passed. Tamil. Okay, you don't pass them. It will be implicitly passed because this sort fun is a callback function.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of add event listener method in JavaScript? And your options are to remove an element from the DOM, to create a new element in DOM, to add a CSS class to an element, or to attach an event handler to an element. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
So we have splice. I guess these are very easy. You can easily learn them on your own. You have reverse. That's something that you can learn on your own. Again, you should keep in mind that whenever you're working with arrays in JavaScript, it is deemed that you'd be working with strings. Okay. So that's why most of these functionalities may not work or have the same expected output because you are using a number, but it was expecting a string. So whose problem is it? So now that you know how to deal with it, you can implement them. So there are some new methods in ECMA script. So I guess I will explain them. Okay, looking at the clock, we'll complete all of these. So in ECMA script 5, they have introduced some new methods. You have something called as for each, map, filter, every, sum, reduce, right, index of, and last index. Although some of them are repetition, so you can see reduce and reduce right are similar, and index of and last index of are similar. You can try them on your own. Again, there are many methods, guys. I've only picked a handful of them. Why? Because these are predominantly popular. Okay, and you will definitely end up using them one way or the other. So what is for each? So guys, from this favnums, let us say I want to print all of these values. What would I do? I would use a loop. Okay, so one of the aspects that we are learning here is called loops. See, we have strings, operators, variables. We'll be covering strings later. We are in arrays now. And we have functions. I'll explain functions also in great detail moving forward. Now we are in loops. So what condition is something that we just used, one of them, the if condition. We have other conditions as well, but if is predominantly popular. Then we are now talking about loops. What are loops? So you can ask a program to, now what we can do is we can iterate through all the values. So because I have a loop, I want to, execute a console log message for each one of these values. So I'll now say console log favnums, and let us say if I say 0, I would be able to log the first one. What if I want to get the log of the second one, third one, so on and so forth? This is not the file that I'm running. Hold on. Okay, so it says 18, but I want to iterate through all of them. So that is where I can run a loop. So I can use a for loop. There are many types of loops. Okay, there is something called as for in loop, for each loop. You'll also find for off loop. I'll explain all of those different flavors when we encounter some example. For now, we'll use a for loop. So this for loop uses 3 different parameters. The first parameter is a initialization. So I go create a variable. I'll say I equals 0. So I'm initializing a variable with a value 0. And the second parameter is a condition to check. As long as the value I is less than the number of values that are in the favnums. So favnums dot length. The length is a property we discussed in the slide. Okay. The third part of this program is what will evaluate whether this, it'll iterate. Okay. So this is where we have initialized. So there is a condition which will check if the I is less than the favnums. As long as this condition matches, I will keep incrementing I. So I'll say I plus plus. You know about this operator as well. This will increment. When I right click file name, I don't get option for opening in browser. So now that I have created a loop, I should now be able to push this inside. See, because this for loop will now iterate for these many times. As long as this condition matches, it'll keep looping again and again and again. So if I go to the browser and refresh, I get to see 18 17 times. So 17 times this 18 was logged. Now that indicates that this loop is executing for each one of the values here. Now, instead of 0, if I use the variable I, because I've created this variable I here, I'm using it here. So for the very first iteration, it will be 0. So is the I less than the fav number? The condition matched, so I will be incremented. So for the next iteration, this will be 1. Okay, watch. So if I run this example, you'll now get to see all the values. See, all the values are logged. Although this is a solution for this problem that we had, this creates a what do we call this, as a optimization problem. The code is not optimized. See, if you thoroughly read this code here, guys, this has several aspects to it. Carefully watch. See, here I declare a variable. Nothing wrong with it. You declared a variable. In this command, is this not necessary for this statement to go and check for the fav nums and find out what is the length? Isn't it? It'll go check what is the length. Then it'll evaluate. Then it'll increment. Then in the body of this loop, it again checks or prints this I. It is accessing it again. So the program has to leave this loop twice to go outside and check for the value and then come back inside and then do its process. So that makes this program inefficient. Now, what is the alternate now? In ECMA Script 6, or 5 rather, 5 was the first name, okay? And then later on, they renamed it to version 6. What is the difference? 5 was introduced in 2015. 6 was introduced in 2016. So in 5, they had many options, but most of the browser manufacturers were reluctant to implement all of them. So they standardized it and they relaunched it with a new name called ES6. Okay, so ES6 is the toned down version of ES5. Okay, now coming to the context. So is there any efficient way of doing it? You have a method of the array itself, which allows you to accomplish that. So here I can use the fav nums is an array. It has a method like pop and push and slice and dice, sort. It has a method called for each. Now for each is capable of calling a callback function. So we can either write a function here. Let us say function callback is the name. And now this callback will have a console log. I can now take this callback exactly like the way we did earlier. The sort was passed this function. Similarly, the for each is now passed this function. If I now go back and relaunch, so you got this hello logged 17 times. Yeah, it logged 17 times. That tells you that this for each is calling this function 17 times. But now there is a problem. Hey Vijay, what if I wanted to log different values? So this is logging hello all the time. That is not relevant. So this callback function here, like the way the sort took 2 parameters, this callback takes 3 parameters. Now, how do I know? Because I read the documentation. Okay. I'll show you a trick that you can use moving forward if you don't know how many arguments are passed. Okay. But for now, let us focus on this. Since this callback gets 3 arguments. The first argument is the value for which the iteration is happening. Okay, I call that as val. The second argument is the index. I call that as IDX, index. Not necessary. You can call that a potato if you want, Vaibhav. Okay, so there is no again, you know, see in the previous case, wasn't this called sort fun? Then you did not ask, hey Vijay, should I always call this sort fun? No, isn't it? So you can call this anything you want. Okay, I call it callback because that's a relevant name, isn't it? You can call this anything you want. Okay, good. The third parameter is the array itself. I call this as ARR. So what is the first parameter? The value for which the iteration is happening. The second parameter is the index. The third parameter is the array itself. So now I can take this val and then I put that instead of this hello. So if I run this example, you'll see different values being logged. I mean, if I refresh it again, it actually in all the cases, it's putting all of them in a different line. So these are different console logs that have been executed. Easy. Now, how is this efficient? Is this function referring to this array all the time? No, it has an internal reference. That is because val is the name that I've assigned. So you can you can log index as well. The first parameter is always val. The second parameter is always index. The third parameter is always the array. Yes. Okay. I mean, if I call this as index, I mean, see, the JavaScript program is not all that smart, correct? What is the second value? The index, correct? But I called it as val. So because I called it val, will it become val? No, it will not. It will still show you the index value. So you got the answer, correct? The first value is always the value. The second one is the index. The third one is the array itself. So I can log all of them. So you have appropriately given them the name. That is all. The first argument is always value. The second one is always index. You may want to call it whatever you want. Okay, so if I go back, so you get to see all the logs here. The first value was 18. The second one is the index. And the third value is the array itself. What is the point of having the array here? You can use this array to implement another logic inside. So there are several callbacks, isn't it? So you can use another callback inside this callback. And inside this callback, you still have access to the original array. So you can actually make this example very dynamic. However, these are not predefined functions. No. These are not predefined. These are predefined methods, which will take a function. It takes a callback function. Any function is fine. This for each is a predefined method, Vaibhav. No, like for example, the sort is a predetermined method, correct? Join is predetermined, correct? So this join is a predetermined method which takes a callback function. So in this case, the for each is a predetermined method of the array. We are passing a callback function. Any name is fine. Correct, Vaibhav. Tomorrow is the answer. Okay, or you can probably Google and find out. But tomorrow I'll explain it to everybody. Okay. And trust me, when I teach you, you'll not forget. Okay. So guys, we have a callback function for each callback. Yes, it takes 3 parameters. Okay, let me just reveal the secret here. Okay. Most of these methods that I'm using here, most of these methods, I'm not saying all of them, most of these methods like for each map, filter, every, sum, reduce takes 3 parameters. All of them will take 3 parameters. Reduce takes 4 parameters. Reduce right will take 4 parameters. Index of will take only 1 parameter. In fact, it can take 2 parameters. The last index of will take again 2 parameters. Yeah, it can be a method, but you need to give him a value because the first parameter denotes the value. How you'd want to derive to that is up to you, but it expects it to be a value. It can be. That is called a higher order function in JavaScript, or a composition wherein a function can take another function as an argument and return a function back to you to complicate your life. But it can do. All of you agree. Sort does something default. Now you want to override the default, isn't it? That's when you have to come up with a custom logic. Does that make sense? Because it is not meant for your use case, isn't it? So see, all these methods are available so that you can customize the experience for your use case. It's not general, correct? It's, if you want to be more specific, you can. Okay. Okay. But see, this callback function that I've written can be used with other, for each as well. Say, for example, you have this one. Let us say I come up with another double fav nums. And on this array also, I want to iterate. Okay. Then how? Isn't it? So you have this callback function which can now work for both of these numbers. I mean, of course, both of them as of now have the same. I will just to make it little interesting. I will shuffle these. Just for a basic JavaScript developer, you don't have to know about all of them. It's not necessary. Okay, but as and when you start building some complex problems, then you need some in-depth knowledge. Okay. So just keep that in mind. Do every see this callback function does take these 3 arguments. Okay, and then you saw how things would work. So I can now use this same callback function to work with another array. So this should also work, isn't it? So see, so this callback can be reused, isn't it? So let's comment this out. Now let us say, see, we had a expectation here. Okay, I wanted to create a double the favorite numbers. Let's consider that as a use case. I have an array which is empty as of now. Let us say my intention is to double this fav numbers and insert them into this programmatically. Now, what I can do is I can use the callback. So I'll use the same snippet here, but see, my expectation is now different, isn't it? What is my expectation? Or maybe, we can go further down here and use the very native approach. So I can use a for loop. Instead of logging this, what I can do is I can say, hey, double fav nums dot push fav nums dot square bracket I multiply this with 2. Does that make sense? Now, if I ask console to log fav nums, and if I ask console to log double fav nums, you'll see a difference, right? Fav nums will be the regular array that I passed. Double fav nums will be double the array. Let's go check. See, that was originally 18 and now it is 36. Okay, so let's now move on. Instead of doing something like this, okay, see, my expectation now is to get an array out of this computation, correct? Now, again, I had the same problem. So what is the solution here? I can use a map method instead of this. So what I can do is I can go use the fav nums. Maybe what I'll do is I will also define this down here, so it will be easy for you to get. I'll save this. So this var double fav nums was declared here. So there is this double fav nums. I want to fill in this double fav nums with double these values. So what I can do here is this. Instead of passing an empty array here, I will use a method called map. Now, what a map does, different from what this for each does. See, for each called a callback function, which did some job for us, right? What map does, it basically returns an array back. This array can be assigned to this variable. And that way your job will be shortened furthermore. So I can pass in a function. Instead of using a named function, I'm now using an anonymous function. Notice this function doesn't have any name here. And this takes 3 values, correct? So what are those? Value for which the iteration is happening, index, and the array itself. Now, what am I interested in? The value. So what I'll do is I'll simply return this value multiplied by 2. So for each one of these values, it'll take the value multiplied by 2 and add on to this. And until we have exhausted all the values in the favnums, it'll keep doing that again and again and again and again. And double favnums will now be an array which will have twice the value. So if I go back, you'll find the same output, just that, this is much efficient way of working, isn't it? It is also a little shorter. So I'll show you another way of writing this function, which will be even more effective. As of now, it's important that you understand the concept. Okay, so this is efficient. Now let us say you have a different requirement. You want to know if the values in this favnums are all the values less than 5. Now what is the answer? If I ask a question, are all the values less than 10 here? I mean, I changed my expectation, but nevertheless, are all the values less than 10? The answer is no, because 18 is not less than 10, 50 is not less than 10, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, there are few numbers, like 6 is less than 10, 3 is less than 10, 1, 2 is less than 10. But there are few numbers which are less than 10, but not all the numbers are less than 10. So now you can have an expectation like, hey, console, log me this message, favnums dot. You can use something called as every. Is every value, it takes a function, right? It takes a callback function. The callback function takes 2 arguments. The first argument is what? The value for which the iteration is happening. The second argument is what? The index. The third argument is the array itself. Now, what are we concerned here? Is every value less than 10? So I'll say, hey, return every value, the value, if it is less than 10, is every, so what is the expectation here? I'm expecting every value to be less than 10. Are every values less than 10? No. So this would return false. It says false. Now you may say, hey, not every, but are some values less than 10? So I'll comment this out so that you can use this for your reference. But if your expectation is, hey, are some values less than 10? So you can use some here. Are some values less than 10? What is your answer? Yes, because there are some values which are less than 10. It iterates through each one of them and then gives you a response. Watch. So it says true. Some values are less than 10. Isn't it? So that's how you can use every and some. Now, how are they efficient? Watch. See, what's your question? Are some values less than 10? Now, is 18 less than 10? No. Is 50 less than 10? No. Is 25 less than 10? No. Is 24 less than 10? No. Is, it goes iterating through all of these values. When it encounters this 6, that's wherein it finds a value which is less than 10. And once it has encountered a value less than 10, does it have any need to iterate through all the rest of the values? No, isn't it? So this program will actually iterate up until it encounters a value which is less than 10. And once it has obtained the answer, it will not waste its time going through all of the rest of the values, I mean, all the rest values. Now, coming back to this, I can actually console log here and find out what is the value for which the iteration is happening. So you'll see it will iterate until it reaches 6, and after that it will stop iterating. See, it went until 6, then it stopped. If you had used the for, you had to iterate throughout, isn't it? So if you see that there is a great value in using these new methods. And so every expects every value to match the condition. What is the condition? This, correct? Some expect some of the values to match the condition. What is the condition? This. So what is the purpose of filter? So the purpose of filter is to filter out elements that you may want. Say, for example, okay, so these are 3 things that I would be addressing here. So there is my list. And I want to remove all the elements that are less than 50. That's a requirement. Okay, how do I recognize all the elements that are less than 50? Say 18 is out, 25, 24, 45, 13, 6, 3, 1, 2, 14, and 49. All these needs to be eliminated. How will I do that? So you can come up with a loop using the for and then some logic in it. But this filter is a fabulous method to work with such requirements. I want to now go create a variable, a list of GT50. Okay, it's greater than 50. A list of greater than 50 is what I have. This is the array, empty array as of now. I want to fill in all the values which are greater than 50 from this list and transfer them here. So I want to filter them out. How will I do it? So instead of using this array here, I can use the favnums, and favnums has a method to do that called filter, not fill, filter. Fill is also quite useful feature. I suggest you can try. But see, this fill is meant for debugging purposes. Okay, fill will fill some dummy values inside an array. Okay, so I'll now use filter. Now filter what? So again, filter will take a function. This function will take 3 arguments. What are those? The value for which the iteration is happening, the index, and the array itself. Okay, so once we have passed all these 3 arguments, what is our objective here? We want to check the value which is greater than 50 and then put that in this list. So you think about this like a map with a specific purpose. So map would return an array, correct? So this one will create an array with the selected values. So I will now say return values that are greater than 50. Easy. Now that we have accomplished it, I will now say, hey, console, log me this list of greater than 50. So if I run this, it will now produce a list of all the values that are greater than 50. There you go. All the values that are greater than 50. So we have only few values. If you see, greater than 50 is my expectation. So 50 is not included. 63, 99, 77, 100, 72. Those are the numbers that I've got here. Easy. Filter. Pretty easy to work, isn't it? Now, in the next case, let's say I would want to find a sum. It works with, see, in this case, the greater than sign is useful for a number, correct? Let us say if this was an array of strings, I want to find out all the sales done by a specific salesperson. Val index, I guess I told about this, right? You can call this a potato if you want. Okay, these are made up names. Okay, so there will be 3 parameters passed and I'm assigning a name for each one of them. What is favnums here? That's the name of the array. So this filter is a method of that array. Okay. So if this was a string, all of this was string, you can use a string operator here to work. Okay. So maybe in the next example, I'll show you. Okay. I have an array of values. I can probably send that to you and then we can deal with it. But so you can do whatever you want inside this filter. It'll just give you the matched outcome. Now let us move on to the next use case, which is how do I sum everything? So what is the total of this? So that's an important information that you may want if you are trying to create a chart. So I want to know what is the total sale and what is the percentage of each one of these person. So then how do I get the total sale? So in order to do that, how do we get the total? Isn't it sum? So see, this list of GT is the outcome that we have got, correct? So this GT can be sorted. How do you sort GT is the question. You have yesterday's example, correct? I suggest you can use both of them to come to a conclusion. So here I can use the sort. And we need a sort compare function, correct? Then how? See, because we need an array. See, on top of the filter. Okay, on top of the filter. What do you mean on top of the filter? So inside this filter, you mean? So this is list of GT itself is the array which has been filtered out, isn't it? Outside the filter. So no, maybe you can come up with the that is also possible. Just that, we will now have to, I guess, see, that would make things a little complex. But let me see. Okay, moving forward, when we learn functions, I will try to squeeze in that topic. Okay, but as of now, if we try to squeeze in multiple methods here, because see, this is giving you a single value, correct? So those single values are accumulated here into this array, correct? And this array is what we can sort. Now, no, there is one more option though, that we can come up with a method which does both of that for us, and we can come up with a function specifically for that. So we can call this as Vaibhav as a method name, and then you can do something like that. Yeah. So let us see how we can do something like that moving forward. But see, this inbuilt mechanisms do have some limitations, with which you can do only so much of customization. But when we learn about functions, I guess in the next couple of minutes, not in every, so I suggest don't generalize, because not every of them will return. Not everything returns. Okay. Say, for example, forest did not return anything, correct? Yes, forest does not return anything, but map does. Map gives you an array back. Now filter gives you a filtered array back. Every and some will give you a predicate value back. So each one of them is different. They have their own flavors. Okay, so now let's go to the next one. So don't generalize, because some of them are very specific. So just think about it like the feature that method provides. So let us say my requirement is to reduce everything to a single value. And now if you are moving ahead with React, let's say this word reducer will come handy when you're working with hooks and when you're working with state management. Similarly, when you move to Angular, again, this reduce will come handy. But I'll give you a basic overview of how reducers work in the fundamental context of how JavaScript implements it, and how the other frameworks will amplify this effect is something very interesting that you'll know when you learn React or Angular. So now what if I want to reduce everything to 1? So the easiest way, with what we know is we can use a for loop, and then we can loop through all of these, and then I can put that to a value. And this total is what? Is a number. But how do we derive the value out of that? We'll derive it from the sum of the fav nums. So I'll now use fav nums dot reduce. This reduce, unlike other methods that we have seen, will take 2 parameters. Okay, not 1 parameter. Like, this filter took 1 parameter. What was that? A function, correct? The reduce takes 2 parameters. It will take a function, and it will take another argument, which is the initial value. I'll write some pseudo code here. So this reduce will take 2 parameters, callback function and the initial value. This callback function, okay, so this callback function earlier would take 3 parameters, correct? The value, index, and the array. Those are 3 arguments that were passed. But now there is another small twist to the story. This initial value that you passed here will be passed as the first argument here. Okay, or maybe I'll call this as init val. This init value that you have passed, initial value, will be passed as the first argument, then the value, then the index and the array. So these are the parameters that the reduce method will take. Now let us see how that can be implemented. See, in the reduce method, I passed two parameters. First is the function, which takes 3 arguments. The second parameter is the initial value. So I will start with 0. So if you don't pass this value, it will take the first value of this array anyways. Okay, but then you are allowing the program to implement some computation. So it will take some computation time. So if you want to bypass that and make this effective, you use the initial value. Okay, so let us see how this would work now. So I'll take this parameters, I'll copy this as it is. So you know this init value is 0, correct? The value here is the value for which the iteration is happening. Index is the index and the array is the entire array. Now what I want to return here is the init value plus the value for which the iteration is happening. Now how would it work? See, 0 plus 18 will be assigned to the total. The next iteration, 18, which will now be replacing the 0, plus 50 will be assigned. That will make it 68. The 68 will then be appended to 25, and then that will be appended to 24, then it will be appended to 45, and so on and so forth until all the values are exhausted, and then that's how you get the total. So let us now ask console to log the total. What is total? So if I run this example, you'll see what is the total. 661 is the total. It's very easy, isn't it? So you can sum all the values using reduce. So reduce takes 2 arguments. The first argument is the callback function. The second is the initial value. Let us say I increase the initial value to 100. Now you know 100 will be added to 18. Then the output then can be added to 15. If I run this example, you get 100 added to 661. It's an external value. I can take this initial value and then assign it here, isn't it? That would work. So I can come here and say, hey, make this 10. And make it 100. What do you mean in case of 2 external values from some other web technology language? Like, of course it can take. Okay, but you need to push that as a post into this page or somewhere, where this web page will make an AJAX call to that external resource and then load it. Yes. Yeah. So anyway, how, if this page can access it, you should be able to assign it here. Or you can ask this initial value to get that from some external source. That would work. So when we learn about AJAX, I'll show you how you can access external resources as well. Okay. So in that case, we'll use some static JSON or JSON file or an XML file, but it can be anything. If you're attending the Node.js workshop as well, then we'll actually see, isn't it? You can use a for each to do the same job. Okay, so let's go to the next step. So this is reduce. Now, as of now, this reduce method is starting with 18, then 50, then, it is moving from this order. But what if you wanted to change the order? You wanted to start with 59 and then 72 and so on and so forth. Can we do something like that? The answer is yes. So if I say, hey, console, log me the value that we are iterating for, it'll tell you what is the value for which the iteration is happening. See, it was 18, 20, 50, blah, 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 until it reached all the values, correct? It's the same sequence. But now, instead of using reduce, you can use something called as reduce write. What this does, it will start from the last value and then implement, go on till the first one. So it started with the last value, okay? The output is still the same, just that, the way you are reducing will change. So you have reduce and reduce write. So you have both reduce and reduce write. Okay, try these out. Now you'll find these as a great utility when, especially when this array is dynamic. See, as of now, there's a static value, correct? This array is already predefined. But imagine that this array keeps getting a new value every few seconds. Okay, that's like a stream of information that is coming in. That is where, all these methods will outsmart all of them. So you select all the syntax that you would want to comment and press Control/. And that will, I think, it is Control/, will do a single line comment. You can also use Alt-A, I guess. Let me, I have a finger memory for that, so I don't know. Yeah, it is Shift-Alt-A. Okay, Shift-Alt-A. So guys, that is about reduce and reduce, right? So we are done with for each, map, filter, every, sum, reduce, right? What is left off? Index of and last index of. So I want to find out the location of 100, let us say. Where is 100? I want to know where is 100. Because sometimes, this may be a computed array. So I don't know where is this. So I want to find out dynamically. That is where, you'd use index of. Console log favenums dot index of 100. See, this index of does not take any callback function. Even if it takes a callback function, the purpose of the callback function is to return a number that I want to find in the array. Okay, so in this case, if I say index of, it will give us the index value of 100. Where is this index? Where is this 100 located? So it says it is on the 11th index. Let's go check. So this 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. See, we found it. Okay. Let's assume that there is one more 100. I want to find out the next 100. Okay. So I want to find the value of this 100 from the last, not from the first. So if you go from the first, this one, right? If you want to go from the last, then this one will be identified. So in that case, you will say last index of. What is the last index of 100? That is from the last. What is the index of 100 from the last? So if I run this, it says 17. Sit and count. This would be 17th. Okay. So that's about all these methods. So you have for each, map, filter, every, sum, reduce, right, index of, and last index of. This index of will take two properties. The first is a search term for which you are looking for. The second parameter is from where you would want to look for. Okay, from where I want to search. Say, for example, this is a classics, example. Let us say I already have found 100. I want to find the location of the second 100. So how do I find out? Okay, so I can do something like this. Index of 100. Now in here, I can say favenums dot index of 100. So it'll see, if you equate this, this will be computed first because this is an expression, right? So this gets evaluated first and it returns here as 11. That after 11, it will start looking for the next 100. Okay, so if I save this, so it says 11, so which is wrong, isn't it? So maybe what I'll do is I'll cut this, put it to a variable, LOC equals this, and this LOC would be passed. So this is the start location. I think, we'll have to add 1 to it so that it can start looking for the next value. If I'm not mistaken, let's go to that. LOC plus 1. So it'll look after that. Yeah, so you need to add 1 so that you can start looking after that. Easy. So you have an example for all these methods. Basically, you are providing a callback function. That is all. If that callback function has no utility, it is just used in one case, you can use an anonymous function. So when a job is done, I want this program to basically call something. Okay, so that function which will be called when the process is done is referred as a callback. You will have to, use a for each loop to get to all the values. See, again, if there are 300 and you want to find something in between which is unique, then yes, this method would work fine. But let's assume that we have several such occurrences, and then you would want to find a specific value in that, then it will be a problem. Correct? So in such case, you may want to do some customization. Okay. Now, how do we add a custom method is what I will show you now. Okay. Watch. We'll use something very simple. Okay. So that it's important that you understand or get the concept first so that you can start implementing it. So let us say, we have this array. What was the purpose of this? This to store all the values, correct? But what if I wanted to take these values and double each one of them and then display? So you know that there was a method that we can use. Total, how many data item will be stored in one array? Baldev, what is the question? What do you mean total? So in this case, in this total, there is only one value that will be stored, which is a number. In this context, this will be a number in line 28. If this initial value is not mentioned, it will take the first value and it will take some computing time, correct? So that is why we avoid that and provide the initial value as a responsible developer. If you don't, it will still use the first value. Okay, you will find many documentation online which does not pass this initial value. Okay, but in my experience, that will add to the computing speed. So use the initial value as a responsible developer. Yeah. So just because, there is no limit, don't keep pushing all the values. Then you're doing something wrong. Okay. So guys, let's move on to the next topic. In the next example, we'll talk about array string methods. I guess, conditions. I guess, I'll skim through some of these topics because we'll anyhow be using these conditions. You've already seen me use these conditions anyways, right? So you know how to use a if condition. You have now while actually is a loop which takes a condition. So that is why I've put that inside this condition, but while is basically a loop. So while a condition matches, you basically execute some program. Okay. Again, this is quite trivial. We'll definitely see this in action in some example at least. Okay, so I'll skip for that for now, but moving forward, we'll definitely get an opportunity to use it. Then we have some loops. So you have a for loop, and this for loop is something that we have already discussed in the array, correct? But what if there is an object and you would want to loop through the values in the object? So that is where you use something called as a for in loop. So you have a for loop and a for in loop. Actually, you also have a for off loop, but let's just get these two examples out of the way. So this is step 2, loops.html. So I will borrow some code that I had already created, guys. Okay, I have this array. I'll copy this code so that I don't have to type them, right? Avengers is an object. Okay, this object will have these properties. Title is Iron Man. Let us say we'll stick to one Iron Man as of now. Okay, and then we'll use first name is Tony. Last name is Stark. Then we have the city, and we'll have the power property. Let us say 7. So we have some values. I'll put them in the chat box so you don't have to type these. Let us say now I want to loop through all the values in this object. See, if it was an array, you know how to loop through things, right? But if it is an object, how will you do it? So you will use the for in loop for that. So I can now use a for in loop. So this in is an expression. Okay, so it's a reserved keyword. So I can use props in Avengers. Now this props that I'm creating, guys, here is a variable. So I'm creating a variable called props for every property in the Avengers. And I would want to console log prop found. So I found a property. How many properties do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this console will now log 5 times. So sorry about that. Okay. Now I keep forgetting that. So guys, this is something that you can create, isn't it? So I'll put this on the chat window. Sorry, on the paste bin. So guys, I've put this link. See if you can click on the link. Okay. So if I run this example, you can expect this to be looped 5 times. See, we got 5 times. Prop found was called 5 times. So it is quite true that, it is iterating through each one of these values and giving us this prop found. But what would be more relevant is, what if I wanted to loop and find out the property? That's the purpose of this props. What does this props denote here? It will represent the property for which the iteration is happening. Remember the val property that we use in the array? This prop is like that. So if I now say, hey, tell me the value for which I'm iterating. So it is iterating for title. What is the value? Iron Man. That's what I get here. So if I run this example, sorry, you actually get the property, not the value. You'll get the property for which the iteration is happening. That's prop simply means the prop property. So first name, last name, city, and power. So you will get to see all these are the properties for which the iteration is happening. Now I may say, hey, Vijay, this is fine, but what if I wanted to get the value of that? So how do I get this value of this title? So we cannot do something like this, right? So we cannot say, hey, console, log me Avengers dot props. This wouldn't work because Avengers do not have a property called props. No, it is not. It is not a Dalam. It is a JavaScript object. It's not a JSON object. Now, what is the difference? Okay, so he's brought in a question that I would not usually answer. So I'll probably explain this. So if it is a JSON, the keys will always be a string like this. This is a JSON object. That's the difference. This is a JSON object. This is a JavaScript object. Clear? So as of now, this is a JavaScript object, which is what we're using. Now, this won't work because, see, it says undefined because there is no property called props. But this props is getting a new name every time. See, the props is getting a new name. It is title, it is first name, it is last name, it is city, and it is power. So we can run this as an expression like this way. So this props will be evaluated. There would be a value that is assigned, title in the first case, and then it will look for Avengers.title. So if I run this, you'll get the values. You get Iron Man, Tony, Stark, New York, and 7. So you're now getting the values. But what if I wanted to get both? So you would simply say props, comma, Avengers square bracket props. That way you will get the key and the value. Title, Iron Man, blah, 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 all of that. We'll put a colon as well. The logs now denote all the values that you have in the object. So this for in loop is useful to iterate through an object, and for is useful to iterate through an array. Both of them are collections, isn't it? So you can use them in your example. So I'll put this on Pastebin. I'll allow you to access it. See if you have any questions on this. So we go to the next step after this. The next step will talk about some math functionalities, not all of them, because we'll anyhow be using some of these math functionalities. So we have some math functionalities. There are frankly a ton of them. I've just taken a handful so that we can discuss. So we can find an absolute value of a number. So usually you'd use this to convert things from negative to positive, because if you say positive 5, so from 0, it takes 5 steps to get to the 5. Correct. At the same time, if you say negative 5, it will still take 5 steps from 0. Correct. So absolute gives you the absolute value, okay, of a number. Then you have round, which will round to a next number. So if you provide 5.6, let's say, and you would want to round, it'll say 6. Okay, so it'll round it off to the highest number possible. You also have seal, which does similar as round, just that, it'll round it off to the next integer, next higher integer, and floor will round it off to the next, the previous lower integer. And then you also have square root. You can find a square root of a number. And if you pass in, several values, you want to find what is the max of these two values. What is the maximum of these two values? Which one is more? So you can use max. Okay, so if you have 5 and 6, which is the max? 6, right? But see, that's something that you can logically tell. But if these are computed, then you need a method to do it. So that's where, this math.max does exist, and then math.min. The min again gives you the minimum value out of these two. Then we have math.random. It generates a random number between 0 and 1. See, the reason why I put all of these in a slide is because, see, some of them are very useful, but they are different in different programs. Will be called rand, and it will generate a random number. But in JavaScript, it is actually called random. So math is a class. On that class, you have these methods. Okay, so absolute, value, round, seal, floor, square root, max, and random. So I'll be using some of these moving forward. Just be aware that, this is what they do. Okay. So I will not use any examples for now, but moving forward, I'll definitely use almost all of them. So you will find an example moving forward, but just keep this at the back of your head as of now. So we'll talk about numbers. Again, we know about numbers. All decimals, floats, integers, everything is referred as numbers. And number is a constructor in JavaScript. Like the math is a constructor. Number is also a constructor. You see, you can use the number constructor to convert things to a number. You also have parseInt and parseFloat, which are methods of those numbers. So you can pass in anything. If you want to pass something to an integer, you will use parseInt. And if you want to convert anything to a float value as a number, then you will use parseFloat. Again, I'll be using these parseInt and parseFloat in examples moving forward. So you'll find one use case for that. So I'll not specifically create an example for it, but just be aware, and then I'll show you an example when we have a context. Okay, so when you are applying these operators onto things which is not a number, especially that plus and multiplication operator, division operator, which expects you to pass in a number and you did not pass in a number, then it will display a nan. We have seen that also in action yesterday, I guess. Nan simply stands for not a number. And then some string methods. I suggest, you can try all of these because most of them are very common in other languages. So I will not spend more time on this because These are quite common. Many of you would be aware of it. If you are not aware, I suggest try them out. If you still find anything confusing, you can ask me, I'll help you. Okay, so on my slide, I've prepared a working example. See, there is a string called hello world. The name of the string is S. S is a variable, hello world is assigned. And now you want to find out what is the character at 0. 0 here is the index, guys. So it'll tell you H. H is the first character that you find here. And there's another way to find the last characters using the caret. So you have the length. So length tells you how many characters exist. Because the length starts with 0, okay, so you want to find out, again, this character at is expecting you to pass in a number. So you need to use length -1. I guess, you can think about it, and it's quite logical the way I've put across. So s.length will give you the number of characters that are available here, correct? And I -1 so that I get the index value of that. Okay, and then I can use the character at, and then I get the last alphabet, last character, because length gives you the total number of characters that are available. So in this case, this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The empty space here, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So length will give you 11. You -1 from that. That will give you 10. Okay. So character at 10, because you are now expected to pass in an index value. Because index starts with 0, the last character will have an index value of 10. So that's why you say s.length -1. Makes sense? You also have something called a substring. So substring, you can extract a string out of this value, this string here, the s, which is a string. You want to extract a value from that. So I want to start with the first index. Okay, and I want to extract up until the fourth index, So in this case, the first index that you pass in is not included. The h is not included. And then the fourth index is included. So that is, this is 1, 2, 3, and 4. So fourth is included. So all these ELL will be returned. Now you also have something called a slice, which does something similar. Okay, in this example at least. But you also have something called a splice, if you remember, that will replace things. So you have the slice will also accept negative values, which will start giving you values from the last. So that's a trick that you can use. You also have index of, like the one that we used in the array. You have index of, you'll say, hey, I want to get the index value of L. So it'll tell you 2, because that's the first occurrence. The index of will also take the between substring and slice. They both are same in this context, Tamil literacy. Okay. So there is a slight difference though. Okay, so slice will actually replace or modify, and substring does not. But for the purpose of this example that I'm illustrating, that is not relevant. So that is why I've put that as same. Okay, but there are very slight difference. I suggest you read the documentation and then you'll probably understand. I've given you a one-line description of that anyways. So this index of will take 2 parameters, like the way we did before. So that is also explained here. And then we have last index of. Last index of will start looking for the alphabet L from the last. Then you have something called a split. So it'll usually split is used to convert a string to an array. This is quite useful, especially if you want to manipulate some values. The split would be quite useful. You can also replace certain value with something else. So you can use the word replace, the method replace. You can convert things to uppercase or convert things to lowercase. Okay, so these are some very common string methods. How do we use split? What do you mean split? Okay, so right there. Okay, how do you use split, Vaibhav? I think we'll create a use case for that. Okay, we'll make a small example around that. When we are done with all the basics, so we'll create a small use case for that.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, in JavaScript, what is the difference between equal to, and triple equal to comparison operators. And your options are: there is no difference between both operators, perform the same strict comparison; double equal to performs type coercion, while triple equal to does not perform type coercion; or triple equal to performs type coercion, while double equal to does not perform type coercion, or both the operators are used for deep object comparison. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ECMA Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
We'll learn few more topics and then we come back to this, because see, we can create an example, but if we can combine few different techniques, that will make this slightly dynamic. Okay. Then there are some escape characters. If you want to get a backspace or a horizontal tab or a new line, vertical tab, carriage return, that is enter key, double quote, single quote. You have some escape characters that you can generate with this /B will create a backspace. Okay, backward forward, so /T will create a horizontal tab, and so on and so forth. You can also use the /B, or you can use / and the ASCII value. So if you are using a Windows standard keyboard, U0008 would be the ASCII value to generate a backspace. Okay, so there are some escape characters that we can generate. Then we have the date object. It's quite useful. Again, the date is quite a complex topic in JavaScript, and I suggest you make a note of this. Maybe I'll give you a small assignment and see if you guys can solve that. Push yourself. Maybe, let us say if you want to find out the duration between two dates. I had this problem when I was creating a application for a resort, wherein I want to calculate the number of days the guest will stay when he checks out and when he checks in and checks out. So in order to accomplish that, I struggled a lot with the date method, because date itself has pretty challenging scenarios. So usually you would not use the properties that are straight out of the box. There are external libraries that you can use, which will give you specific answers. So just keep these basics in mind so that when you start working, you may find them useful. So the new date method will return the current date. You can also use property called now on the new date, which also does the same job. So you can say new date.now, and it will return the current date. You can also set the date if you pass in a value to the date. So the sequence that you pass in is years, months, and dates. So the year is denoted with 4 different values. So if you want to provide 2023, that would sail well here. YYYY denotes 2023. The month that you want to set, see, the current month is July, that is 7. So you may want to change that to, let's say, February. So you will say, in case of February, because the index value is 0, Jan is 0, February will be 1. And then the date. Okay, so let's say I want to set it for 10th of Feb. So I can then say 2023 1 10. Okay, and then you also have the get full year, get full month, get date, and get day, get hours, get UTC hours, and toString, which will convert things to a string, and so on and so forth. Now we'll create a small digital clock with this example that we have just discussed. Okay, so how do we generate a clock? So we'll probably do something like that. See, we can simply use the new date.now, and this new date.now will give us the date, the current date displayed on the web page. But then we will face some challenges, and I'll show you how you can sort that. So I'll say step 3. So you want to set the financial year. So that's something that you have to already, you need to configure. Will your financial year end ends in December, or will it end in April? So you'll have to have a definition for when your financial year usually starts. You need to have a property for that. Okay, so coming to the context. So we'll use h1 tag. Okay. I want to now display some text inside this h1 tag. How do I do that? So we'll start with that. Now I'm hard coding how to send by itself using date properties. So you need to get the system date and time, Shreyas, and then you should be able to do it. Okay, so that is what the date.now does. So if I now console.log new date dot now, I don't think you need the now. It should still work without. Okay, so with this new date method, you are getting the date. Easy, go check. So these are referred as DOM manipulation. So we want to manipulate. That's where the rubber meets the road. So what is the purpose of JavaScript? To modify the DOM. How do we do that? See, this h1 tag exists. So I want to select this h1 tag. How will I select this h1 tag? So in order to select this h1 tag, you need to write JavaScript that would be executed after this h1 tag. Guys, watch. So this is where it becomes really interesting. Okay, because we can implement whatever you have learned practically here. So I'll use a script block, and I want to select this h1 tag. How will I select this h1 tag? It has a name, h1. So I will now say, hey, document. Now, what is document here? Document is this entire HTML page, which includes this HTML tag. This entire thing is referred as document. So this document is what I'm querying. So you have several methods to query. On the document, you can use get elements by tag name. So I'm looking for an element with a tag name. What tag? h1 tag. So this h1 tag is what I'm referring here. Okay, and I can now see if you read the syntax carefully, it says document.get elements. It did not say element, it said elements. Now what that indicates is that there may be several of them. Say this can be first, this can be second, this can be third. There are 3 elements now, right? So I want to select the first one. How do I select? Because you say get elements by tag name, it actually has got all of them. So if I ask what is the length of it, you will actually get 3 elements. Console, log. How do I get the first one? So that is where I would say square bracket 0. So I'm now accessing the first one. Okay. And now this. So if you want to access the content here, you can say the text content. Get me the text content. So if I now console log this, it'll give us the text content. See, first is the text content. Correct? You have something similar, like, you can also use, this is very popular. You can use something called as inner HTML. What is the difference between this and this? Which one should you be using? So let me show you that with an example. So you know that, this h1 tag can take, let us say here, I would put a span in between these. If I run this example and ask for the text content, what will I get? If I ask for the inner HTML, what will I get? Interesting, right? So let's go check. So you see the first here is denoting the text content with, it is ignoring the span here. Pranoti, we explained, we did not explain span here. So what is span tag? Span is a tag which is used to select inline elements. So inside this h1, if there is something that you want to select, you use a span tag. Okay, or you can think about the span tag as a grouping element for inline elements. This first here is the text which is inside the H1, right? You want to select a part of that, then you would use a span tag. You want to group that, you will use a span tag. Easy. So now ignore the span. Maybe you can also use a bold tag. Now frankly, the story doesn't end there. Okay, you also have something called as inner text, which is equivalent to the text content. So the reason why many of these different vocabularies exist is because when JavaScript kept on improving, they started using different architectures, but they wanted to support the previous version as well. So they retained the previous version and they added a new method to it to improve. So you will find the text content. This is a newer version actually compared to the inner HTML and the inner text. Okay, so this is how you can modify, you can access the content. So you've seen how to access, but now what if I wanted to modify? Let me comment these out. Now let us say I want to modify. So if you want to modify, instead of accessing it, you set a value. Say now I will change the value. Text content equals welcome to your life. So if I run this example, it will change. So which one changed? The first one changed. Correct? If I want to change the second one, that's easy. You can use 1 and then you can change. If I want to select the second one, the third one, sorry, you can use this 2 here and then it will select the third one. If you want to select all 3, if you want to change all 3, then what would you do? You run a loop. How will you know how to loop, how to iterate through all the loop? You'll say for var I equals 0, as long as I is less than the document dot get elements by tag name dot length. So I'll select this, I paste it here and say dot length. I would say I plus plus, and now I would use I here. Make sense? All of them changed. But if you know that this guy is returning an array, okay, it is returning an array. Okay, can we use the array method? The answer is yes, you can. See, as of now, this would be returning a DOM property. It is not definitely an array method. So let us try that out. Okay, let us see if we can use the for each method. I'll pass in a function. Inside this function, I'll have the value, index, and the array, simply using document. So here I'm expecting the value. What is value? It is the tag for which the iteration is happening. So I'll say val.inner HTML or inner text. Check. See, it did not affect. The for each method is useful only for an array. Although this document.get elements by tag name square bracket 1 provides you an array because it has a length property. That doesn't mean that it's an array. It's a collection. So in JavaScript, you will find such discrepancies sometimes because see, these are very old techniques, old methods. And this for each is a newer API. It does not have access to this as if it's an array. So you need to convert this to an array. You need to store that into a variable, and then you'll be able to use a for each method. Okay. So just to summarize, guys, so you may expect few things to work the way we have learned, but some of them won't. I've explained why. Because some of them are very new APIs. So don't expect them to work. Easy. What is the output of this code right now? So it shows an error, isn't it? We have seen the error. It says, for each is not a function that is available on this. It's not a method that is available on this because this is returning a collection, not an array. Just because it has a length property doesn't make it an array. Okay. It has very simple properties. This length is one And you can also access each one of these values using an array notation. That is another one. But you cannot expect all the methods that are implemented here. So let's run this without any loop. I'll comment this because this code would not work. I is not something that we have. So if I comparison of a collection and array, okay, a collection is a simple array that is returned out of these DOM manipulations, DOM methods. Okay, so it has only two properties, the length and the square bracket that you can use to iterate. So if I want to select all of them and then modify, as of now, the only option that we have left is to pass in the index value and then modify. But somebody said that, no, hey, Vijay, I can access all of them and modify. That is not possible, isn't it? If you remove the I, then this text content is not a property that is available on the collection. The collection does not have a text content property, guys. So you will get an error. So from this collection, there is no property called inner text. So it will not tell you that, this property does not exist. It will actually create that property, assigns a value undefined, and tells you it is undefined. Okay. So it's important that you pass in this index so that you are specifically targeting an element. So now you see first is what is being displayed. And if you want to assign, if you want to modify, okay, so you should access that. So in this case, we have a method. So we have seen how to use this, isn't it? Now the question is, hey, this is all fine, Vijay, but now how do I put this method somewhere out? See, because as of now, the script block is written below this H1. One reason why we can access it. What if I wanted to write the script block above and access it? Can this work? So I will now copy this code. This so anyhow was working. So I will just put this here in the script block. And then I run this. What is your expectation? What do you think will happen, guys? Will it work? Will it not work? Should work. Why will it work is the question. See, it is like asking for tomorrow's newspaper today, correct? So do we have an H1 tag in line number 14? No, it is not. JavaScript is a sequential program. Vaibhav. Run this example and it does not. It goes line by line. Everybody, it's important that you understand how JavaScript works. But there is a way to delay things. Okay, watch. So that is why I wanted you to understand things from inside out so that you understand how things work inside JavaScript. It is no doubt parsing throughout the document. See, but when this line came here in 13, it started seeing that, hey, there is JavaScript and it has to execute it, isn't it? It will not keep quiet. It will execute this. Watch carefully. If I prepare an alert here, the JavaScript compiler or the browser has come to this line and then it is seeking for a response. Only when this response is addressed, the remaining part of the program will execute, or else it is stuck here. Make sense? Comment this out. See, if I run this example, in line 15, it is looking for this H1, which did not exist. Now, how do I delay the execution of this program so that this gets executed after these H1s are created? So what we can easily do is we can write a function. I call this function init, let's say. And we will put this entire program inside this function. And we'll call this function after this H1 are created, like so. Make sense? So now you have a function which is registered, but it was never invoked. It was never called, but you are calling after the H1s are created. Now it really doesn't matter where you keep this script block. You want to keep it in the body, keep it. You want to keep it in this head, keep it. But can you keep the script block outside the body tag? No. Okay. The place where you can keep the script is either in the head or in the body, not anywhere else. Just because the program would work doesn't make it right. See, I've actually seen many people do something like that. That is why I brought this to your attention. If I create a script block here, will it work is the question. No, I told you, browser is God. Okay, it will work. But will this make it right is the question. This is not right. So where is the a legal place for the script block? It is either in the head or in the body. So if I put this along the body, will it work? Answer is yes, it will. But is it right? No. See, because when you're writing a web application, it actually goes through several standards for a web for a big software company. Your client will actually verify all of these. And then if he finds out that you are doing something like this, he'll log the payment for your company. Like, whom did you hire? Okay, he doesn't know how to write program. The script tag can only be inside a head or the body. That is because, so when you're writing a page, okay, so I'll say step 4. See, we have a basic structure of the document here. We have HTML tag, and then we have only 2 children of the HTML tag. So head or the body, these are the only 2 children that the HTML tag can have. Can I have another tag here? No, you cannot. Can you write? Yes, you can. How do we solve that? Is you'll have to come up with a method to stack all of these elements into an array and then run the program. This is a slightly advanced requirement now. So there are 2 requirements now. So one, we'll have to find out whose power is greater than 7. So what can I use here? What method can I use here? I want to make a list of all the heroes whose power is more than 7. What method can I use? Anybody? Any suggestions? While loop is the wrong answer, Viren. Filter is the right answer. Correct. So the point is that we want to use something that we have already learned, right? While loop, no doubt, is an answer for this. But you know what is the problem with the while loop? You know what is the problem with the for loop, right? So we would not do that. Okay, and now I want to make a list of all the heroes. Yes, it is. Yeah, we spoke about that. Remember, we spoke about that here. We spoke about that here, isn't it? So the last class we spoke about it. Okay, if you were not present, I wouldn't blame you. But if you were, you should have known about it. Okay. Now I want to make a list of the titles where the power matches more than 7. So then what method can I use? So filter will definitely get these 2 elements. Okay, just to make sure that this is working, I will shuffle this. Okay, Wonder Woman is the first, Superman is the last, but now I want to filter these 2. Now I want to make a list of only the titles. Oh, is it Emmanuel? No worries, you should be able to catch up. Okay, we are going really slow. So you should be able to catch up. So what if I want to make an array of these titles only? So how will I do it? What method do you think we can use here, guys? What method can I use? Because we want to make a list of titles. List of hero titles. Maybe I'll rephrase. So what method can I use? Map is an ideal candidate. We can use map here. Why map? Because see, map will give us an array back, isn't it? And then we can pass in a condition and make sure that we get only that part. Or we can also do a filter. We can use a filter. We can also use a map. So you can say filter, or you can say map. This example can be solved in many ways. Okay, I'm showing you one progression from what we have learned. So let us split this to 2 things now, and then see how we can get this filter work for us. So I'll go create a variable, power greater than 7. Please go with map. That's what I'm using. Filter first and then map, because see, we have two requirements here. We need to get a list of heroes whose title, hero's title. Okay, so this is one part of the requirement, whose power is more than 7. So first we are solving this. We are getting a list of all the heroes whose power is greater than 7. That's first. So what can I use? Filter, correct? And then get a list of heroes where I can only display title. So that's where I would be using a map. Okay. So, so the first part here is easy. We have learned this before. Okay. So this is equal to Avengers dot filter, wherein we'll have this function. And you know what are the three parameters that function gets passed? The first one is the value for which the iteration is happening. The second one is the index value, the index number, basically. The third argument represents the array for which this loop is running. Okay. So these are three parameters. And now what is my requirement? I will simply return the value dot power greater than 7. Easy. Now if I console log power greater than 7, you should get an array of 2 heroes. Okay, so let's give this a try. Run it, Chrome, inspect, console. I've got an array with 2 elements, Wonder Woman and Superman. Easy. So this part is done. Now, but I want the titles. I want to know who's got it, right? So how will I do it? Because this was useful in getting the power. Okay, so now I can use the map, okay, to get a list of titles. Great heroes. Okay, so this is power greater than 7 dot map, and we'll pass in a function wherein we have the same 3 parameters. I can use them here. And now I want to return the value dot title. Okay. Now if I say console log me this great heroes, you'll get a array which will only have titles. Let's go give it a try. See, you got an array which will have only these 2 values. So we have achieved what we really wanted, isn't it? But this, we had to take 2 steps to do it. Can you not do it in 1 step? I told you there are many solutions. Okay, now that you are aware of how you can fix it, you can solve it in many ways. Okay, but what I'm about to show you here is that you can chain these methods as well. Let me show you what I mean by that. I'll copy this. Okay, so we now have just one task to do here. Filter, and then we'll cut this part. We cut this part and we paste it here. So if you see, greater heroes is Avengers.filter. And once you have filtered, what you get an array, correct? Then you are using a map on top of it, right? So now if I run this example, this is what you got. Pretty easy, isn't it? So the objective was very simple. We need to get a list of heroes titles whose power is more than 7, and we have achieved it, isn't it? So the takeaway here is that these methods that you have learned so far can be chained. What is chaining? So you can call a method after another method is done its job. So once the filter is done, you call the map. After the map is done, you may want to call something else. Okay, so I can also do this, start to uppercase. So I'll get a list of heroes whose titles are in uppercase. So the idea here is, you can format the data and then store them. Easy. I'll upload this file on Pastebin. You guys can copy this. And let me know if you have any questions. Emmanuel, this is the objective. This is the array that we have. Okay. So I want to get a list of heroes title whose power is more than 7. Have we achieved that? Yes. Okay. And in order to achieve that, I had to use 2 different methods. And the idea here is that you can chain them. You can chain those methods. So these callbacks, if you find them useful, if you find them used in another context, okay, so don't use an anonymous function, use the name function, keep it separate, and then use it. Okay, so you get the reusability advantage. But as of now, I have no other requirement. I'm not using this callback function anywhere else in my program, so I'm using it inline. So in the next example, we'll talk about functions. And in the process, okay, so we are done with the date. So I think we did go through dates. Of course, we'll keep using them in one or the other example. It's quite a utility, right? Dates are quite a utility in any program. So we'll talk about functions and how functions behave like a first-class citizen in JavaScript. You understand what is a first-class citizen, right? So in India, because I'm an Indian, I'm a first-class citizen. But if I go abroad, then I will be frisked. I'll be questioned. Okay, so similarly, if you are a foreigner, I mean, if you are if you're from outside of India, you come to India, you want to take photographs, then the charges are slightly higher than the citizens, right? So in JavaScript, functions are referred as first-class citizens. Why? Because functions can be anywhere in JavaScript. So you'll probably realize that functions can actually be in an array. And functions do have many roles to play in JavaScript. Basically, a function is a code block with a name. Okay, you've seen that in practice several times that we have used. Where is it? Here. See, when we were talking about filters, so there was, we used a named function. Let's see if we had used a, so this is a function. This function is called callback, and this callback was passed to this for each method, correct? So this is a code block which has a name called callback. So whenever the word callback is used, this function is referred. We have seen that in the example, step 4, day 1. You see that here. And it can also work as a method if it is inside an object. I'll show you an example of that. I think if we have, okay, we'll use the previous example itself. See this one. And I'll go create a step 2. Oh, why did I call this step 2 though? Okay. .html. Guys, the previous one was supposed to be called as step 1, isn't it? Yeah, and we'll just have there it is. So here I can add a method. Let us say I want to access the full name, okay, of these Avengers. How do I access full name? Sorry, this is not Avengers. These are Justice League heroes. Okay, I think I have to make the change here as well, because although I called it Avengers, all these were Justice League heroes. I guess this is all about it. So I made some changes. Not relevant, but yeah. Okay. So let us say now I want to get the full name of Wonder Woman. I want to get the full name of Batman. How will I do it? So we can add a method here. So title is one of the properties. First name is one of the properties. Last name is a property. Power is a property. We can add a method as well. It's called full name. Okay, so notice that full name is a function. This will return this dot first name, concatenate with a space, this dot last name. Easy. So I'll copy this and paste it in all the places. Okay, so I'll format them later. Format it. Okay. There's a tool that we installed called Prettier. It does format the code for us. So it is come out nice. So now that all of these properties, this object, sorry, has a method called full name. We can use this full name to obtain the first name and the last name. So if I now ask, okay, from this Justice League dot, Justice League is an array. So we'll probably select the first one, 0 dot full name. So it's a function. So you basically call it, isn't it? So there's a function, you call it. And what you get the full name. You'll get a combination of the first and the last name. So let us see how that would work. So console log, get me the full name. Let's run this. You should get the full name of the first hero, which is Wonder Woman. And there you go. Princess Diana is what I get. So this is nothing but a function. But since this is inside an object, this is referred as a method, isn't it? So that's what my slide was trying to tell. No. Yeah, full name is a property. It happens to be a method, isn't it? So functions can be a code block with a name, no doubt. It can be a method if it is inside an object. Functions can also become classes. It can contain private and public members. So as of now, this is something that you should not use. I'll tell you why. Because ECMA script has a new implementation, which is what I suggest you guys use. So this full name is a property, but what is assigned to it? It's a function. So because a function is assigned to a property, this is referred as a, if a string or an array or an object assigned to it, then it will still be a property. There's nothing to be clear about it. So if a property gets a function assigned, it is referred as a method. As simple as that. So that's something that you'll have to refer it as, so that you can call that function. See, how will you call, how will you access this title? If I want to access the title, make a note of it. Yeah. So you just have to access the title, because this is a property. This one, we are calling this because this is a method, correct? So functions are used to declare methods on objects in JavaScript. There is no other way to create a method in JavaScript. Okay. Is that clear? Yes. Why are we calling as function and not as full name? Yeah. So if you call this full name without executing, so what do you think you get? You'll get the function without executing it. Full name is not a property. It is assigned to a function. Because of that, this works like a method. Okay. In other languages, guys, if you want to create a method, you'll have to create a method like this, isn't it? Yeah. You'll create a method like this in Java, let's say, in .NET, let's say. But here you create a property, assign a function to it. We can, that is slightly advanced. We will be addressing that with you. We can do that. Yeah. So just that, you need to understand the behavior of a function before you can use it, because it is not common in other languages. Okay. So a function, when it is associated with the object's property,
becomes a method. So this is referred as a method. Okay. Full name is assigned to a function. Yes, full name is a property, isn't it? Title is a property, first name is a property, last name is a property, power is a property, full name is a property. You agree with me on that? All of these are properties. Say yes or say no. Yes, correct. Title is assigned to a string. First name, last name is also assigned to a string. Power is assigned to a number, correct? Full name is assigned to a function, correct? Because this is assigned to a function, full name is a method. We refer this as a method. That is all about it. Clear? Because in JavaScript, there is no other way to create a method. Okay. So you create a function, assign it to a property. So could you please tell the functionality of this keyword? Okay, I'll explain that, Venkat. Yeah, this refers to global object. No, Sanket, no. Can we make a full name method common for Justice League? We can, but see, there are a couple of challenges. So if you want to make it a global one, how will you bring the context to this property, this particular value? How will you do it? How to define array instead of a function? I don't understand. What's your question? How do we define array instead of a function? What do you mean? So we have defined arrays, right? Justice League itself is an array. If full name is an array, full name cannot be an array, isn't it? So maybe you can have a movies. So movies is an array. Agreed? Yes. So what is full name? Full name is a method. Okay. I hope this is clear. So now I guess one of the trivial questions that most of you would ask is, Vijay, what is this? When can I use the keyword this? What does the keyword this really mean? See, if you the keyword this simply represents the context. Let me simplify that for you. You hold a box in your hand. This is the only way to define functions. No, Aparna, you're getting all mixed up. Okay, I suggest you please go watch the recordings once. Okay, so I never told that this is the way to define a function. I told you that this is the way to define a method on an object. Okay, so functions are used to define methods as well. Functions are also code block with a name. We spoke about that. Functions are also methods when they are inside an object. That's what we are referring to. Okay, and I told you that this is only way to define. Okay, I think I'm addressing that already. So this, these two, in fact, even this, okay, eventually in this example, full name will be of type string. Now, how is it a string? It's a function, isn't it? Full name is a function. Full name method returns a string. You can say that, but you cannot say full name is a string. How is full name a string here? Vidya. Yeah, so it will return a string. Why will it return a string? Because you have concatenated string to it. Because you concatenate anything to a string will become a string eventually. Okay. Okay. So guys, coming back to the context, I suggest, all of you, please watch the recording once or twice. Most of your questions are very basic and we have actually addressed all of them. Full name, again, I guess, I have to repeat this again and again, Sanket. I don't mind, but we will consume everybody's time. We have repeated that several times. Yes, full name is a property inside an object, isn't it? How difficult is it to understand? If we only have refer full name, then it will give a whole function. Yes, Amit. Why? Because see, you did not execute the function, right? So you got the reference to the function. So if you did not call the function, you get the function itself. Our intention was to get the output from that method, not the method itself, isn't it? Yes. Okay, so that is why. Maybe there are some use cases where you would want to just get the method so that you can assign it to another function and then call it at a later point in time. You can do something like that. We'll do all of that moving forward. Okay, when we graduate to something called as ECMA Script 6. So I guess today we'll also be learning about ECMA Script 6. So we'll see all the new features that are available. I've marked few in red because you may find them not being very popular. They're not used so much unless you start working with a framework. So my suggestion is get yourself comfortable with all of them. If you still find these curious, okay, so you want to understand, Vijay, what is an iterator? I want to know what is a generator, template strings, and extended objects. I guess template strings something that I will be covering. Extended objects I will be covering. I will just let go of these iterators and generators just so that if you are working on Angular, let's say, then you'll be using iterators implicitly. And when you start working with React, you can start working with generators, or else there's not much of a practical use for these. Okay, they're very rare to be used, that is all. So we are aware as to what is a function. A function is a code block with a name, and a function, when it is inside an object, is referred as a method. So it is not referred as a function. So if someone comes here and says, hey, what is this? So you cannot call this hey, this is a function. No, you don't call that. Okay, so it has a specific name. What is it called? It's a method. Full name is a method. Okay, but in reality, what is it? It's a function, isn't it? But it has a specific name. When this function gets into an object, this is referred as a method. That's something that you should carry home. It just gets a new label, that is all. Now, moving forward, where are we? No, not here. Okay, where are we here? I will not show you the class and constructor for a simple reason, because they have changed. Okay, so you don't have to learn these because these are outdated. Again, this module is also outdated. You don't have to learn them because there is a newer way to do it. So let us only focus on the newer way because that is what you'd be using. Okay, so these had several small problems associated with. One reason why ECMA script evolved, and they came up with some newer ways to define them. However, when I'm showing you the class example, I'll show you these two implementations. Okay, and if time permits, I'll also show you the modules one. But you don't have to learn all of them because they have been replaced with some new features. Okay, so we have seen a function. So let us now go ahead and say this is step 3 function start HTML. So now we'll create a simple function and then we'll see what are the traits of a function. There is a script block. Let us go write a function. This is called adder. I guess those who have attended my React training or my Angular training, these examples may look familiar. Okay, if not, you'd be attending them, so it'll become familiar to you. See, the adder can return the string you called adder function, like so. And now I can use a console and log adder. This adder, when you log it, it'll return the string and then it'll render this in the console log. Nothing complicated here. Okay, so you call the adder function. But let us say this function can be customized. Okay, how do we customize? We can pass in parameters here. So I'll pass in 2 parameters, val1 and val2. And the output of this is what I want to return instead of this. Okay, so I'll comment these. So I'll remove this. So you will have, the step 1. Now this val1, val2 will be passed as parameters, arguments. Okay, and these arguments or parameters, I mean, you can either use the word arguments or parameters to describe this val1 and val2. They both mean the same in JavaScript. Okay, at least in this context. So this adder, which takes val1 and val2, will now pass in 2 values here. So if I run this example, it'll give you an output. And since this function now can take these two parameters, I can pass in whatever I really want. So okay, the second one will be 7 and 8, let's say. Okay, and maybe this one will be 12 and 16 or something like that. So you see, a function can take parameters and it can behave differently, correct? So there is a different output for a different value that you pass in.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which built-in method can be used to convert a string to all lowercase letters in JavaScript? And your options are to lowercase, change case lower, or convert to lower. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
Easy. This slightly technical. I'm sure all of you are here to learn it, but just keep in mind that a function that takes a parameter and only modifies the parameter without affecting anything outside is referred as a pure function. Okay. But if a function affects something outside, then it is called as impure function. Can use %% before the, well, why there is a need. Okay, so I'm aware that I'm passing a number. If I was passing a string, then there would be a need, Emmanuel. Okay, so if this 5 was a string, then the first one would show an error. Okay, so it says 5, 6, which is not the output that I want, right? So I can now take this, use %, float, or even the number constructor, either of them. Okay, so if you are using integers, use %. If you're using string, would concat. Correct. So you all know why. Why? Because the plus operator works both with strings and numbers, isn't it? It works both with strings and numbers. In other programming languages, plus will work only with numbers. So for string concatenation, you would either use a dot or you would simply say concat and things like that. But in JavaScript, plus can be used. Okay, so I'll use number constructor, pass in the val1, and I will number, pass in val2, then this would work. See, this now shows you 11. So if you are expecting the user's input, a user's input will always give you a string back, and you have to convert that to a number. So how will you do it? You pass in that to a number method. This is one way to do it. You can also use %, or float. This is also possible. It's also possible. So you can use. A lot depends on what is that you're trying to deal with. So if it is a float value, use float. If you're expecting integers, use %. If you just want to convert it as it is, use number. So this number is more useful in JavaScript because you don't want to change, okay, the format of the value that is coming in. So this is an example for pure function. Let me show you an example for an impure function. So this is impure. What is impure function? See, in this case, we are returning this, right? So what I will do is I will not. Okay, what I'll do is I will go create a variable total, which is a number, and then it will not return anything. It will simply say total plus equals. Okay, so val1 and val2. I will remove this %, float thing. Your friend Emmanuel asked for that. So I created an example. So let me comment this. This is pure. Why? Because the output depends on the input that you provide. That here things would be different. isn't it? So if I call this 3 times, and I would say console, hey, log me this total, it'll be different in different cases. First, let us check that without. Now, after this and after this. So you will see that, this adder is affecting a value outside the function, isn't it? It is affecting something outside. This is referred as an impure function. Just keep this in mind. It'll come handy when you move forward and start learning Angular, or when you start learning React. Okay, so in this case, it is saying Okay, that is because we did not have to use this, because adder does not return anything, isn't it? This probably was 16, I guess. That is why this undefined was being logged. So this is an impure function. Why is it called an impure function? You guys recall, right? Because this is affecting something outside. So the more you call, the more it is affecting something outside the function. So technically, there are vocabularies to denote if a function is pure or is it impure. Keep that in mind. How is it impure? Check this out. It is affecting a property outside the function, right? So for every value, the output is different. So every time you call this function, the output is different because it is affecting something outside the function. So here, this is a predictable situation. This is it's not a predictable situation here. Because if I pass 1 and 2, you'll get 3. But here, if I pass 1 and 2, I don't know what is the output, because this may be affected by the previous call. I don't know, right? So that is why it is referred as an impure function. A function that affects a property outside its body is referred as an impure function. So this is the most confused topic in JavaScript vocabulary, guys, in JavaScript world. Okay, so whenever you meet someone who's a JavaScript expert, you can take this up as a task. Okay, just search for this online, and each one of them will give you a different opinion about what is a closure. What is a closure? Each one of them will give you a different opinion, but let me simplify this for you. Okay, so pay close attention, because this is an interview question and people may ask you, is it? So let's go create a script block and we'll go write a function. So this function is, let us say, show power. Okay. So here, so it's quite useful for you to understand what is this keyword here. Okay. The keyword this, what is it representing here is the question. This keyword here represents the object where it belongs. So I was referring to that. Okay, so if you hold a box in your hand and say, what is this? Someone will say, oh, your friend, whomever you ask to, will say, hey, this is a box. If you hold a ball and say, what is this? They'll say, this is a ball. As simple as that. So what does the keyword this mean there? It's the context. It's what you're holding in your hand. Okay. Or in this case, in case of this full name function, it refers the object where this function resides. That's where this keyword comes, isn't it? So in this example, okay, so if I go to the Superman and say, hey, console, log me this, what will this mean here, guys? This is the object, correct? So this Superman object. And I can ask this, okay, so it'll basically give you this object. Let's go check that out. So this is what? 0, 1, 2, and 3. So if I run the 3 full name, it should say this keyword here is the object. This is in step 2 that I'm modifying. Running Chrome. So it says it's an object, isn't it? So what object it is? See, if you open, it tells you that this has full name, first name, full name, last name, power, and title. Yeah. Yeah, so it is basically the context where this function is being executed, to be more precise, Gautam. Okay, and in JavaScript, you have the way to change the function's execution context. I know that this may sound a little difficult to grasp, but don't worry, we'll get to that example soon. But for now, keep in mind that wherever this function is executing, so the wrapping object is where the scope is. Java is different, Gautam. JavaScript is different. Okay, so don't mix just because one program behaves differently. Java doesn't have to follow that, isn't it? So this, as of now, if you ask, okay, Vijay, where is this Justice League stored? So in Java, actually, you create a memory object, and then you'll attach all of them there. But here in JavaScript, you have the window object. So window is where the Justice League is actually. No, console log should call that function, isn't it? Adder. Yeah, you need to call that function. For returning, can we directly use a property instead of this? I think this keyword in each one of these functions is different, isn't it? This keyword in the Wonder Woman object refers to the Wonder Woman object. So this function is bound to have this keyword. So this full name method refers to this object. Full name methods, this keyword refers to this object. Clear, everybody? So each one of these functions, okay, has their own context. So this guy is holding a box, this guy is holding a different box, this guy is holding a different box. And that's where we are using, hey, this dot first name, this dot last name, isn't it? Now, similarly, in JavaScript, so this function, where does this belong now? Where is this function executed? Where is this function? Is it inside an object? We actually addressed that in the, yes, what is the name of the object? Where is this function executed? Where is this function residing as of now? Execution context, window. This Justice League is on the window object. So if you want to call this Justice League, you can also do window dot, and that would do the same job, correct? So if I run this step 2, you'll get the same output, nothing different. You get the same output, isn't it? So with or without, window is the global object. So without this also, you get the same output, isn't it? Somewhere, so I'm getting the same object, just that, it is expanding this function, this object that is called. So if I now go here and say, hey, console, log me this keyword. So if I call this function, show power, it'll say this is a window object. So let us run this program now. See, it's referring to the window object. Correct, Tamil literacy. So unless this function belongs to an object, okay, by default, it means the window object. Just keep this in mind. So you understand what is this keyword here now. Okay. Now, imagine that there is a property that I will be passing. Okay, so let us say power is what I'm passing. This power, let us say, is 5. And I would want to return this power. You don't need to use this keyword to access the function's private property, functions property. This power is a function's property. You don't need to use this keyword. What would happen if I use this keyword? It then goes outside. And if there's a property called power on the window object, it would use it. Easy. So let's run this in Chrome. And it should get, okay. That is because it is returning and we had to log this. I forgot to log. So it is returning 5. Now keep this in mind that this property called power is required by this function until it is done with its life cycle. What is the life cycle of a function? When the function calls the return, the function's life cycle ends there. Okay. Are you clear with this idea? So this function, show power, it completes its life cycle when the return keyword is called. Okay, that's when the function is done with its job. Easy. Now, instead of returning this power, let us now return a function. This function will return power plus power, let us say. So we have changed the equation here. So this show power, when you call, what will it do? It will give you another function which is waiting to be called. So until this return function is called, this power property will be in the scope, will be available for this function. Isn't it? Is that clear, all of you? That is why, so if someone asks you, hey, where is this power? Because I don't have access to it. Because this function, the return function, doesn't have any property called power, but where is it getting from? It is getting from the closure of the parent function. So the power property is available only within these brackets, you all agree. But this show power, when you call, it returns a function which is waiting to be executed. So it still has to hold on to this property called power. It is not done with it, isn't it? When will the function's lifecycle be done? When the return keyword is called. But since this return is calling a function, this return function will also have to be called so that it can complete its lifecycle. So until then, it will hold the power property in its closure. So what is happening now here, if I call this show power, now can anyone of you guess? If I call this show power, what will I get? What will I get out of this? What will I get? I get a function, isn't it? I'll get a function. I'll assign a variable to it, correct? So I'll assign a variable, call it as display power, or maybe show power, maybe no, I'll just change the name, okay? I'll call this as add power. Okay, add power. And I will say show power. So the show power is nothing but a function which is waiting to be called, isn't it? So if I now say console, hey, log this property for me, show power, it's 2 P's here, show power. So if I log this, what do I get? I'll get a function, isn't it? So let's go try this out. Yeah, you'll get a function. See, you get a function. Now, until this function is called, this power property is available in the scope, isn't it? So I'll have to call it. Perfect. So it'll now give you 10 because you passed in what? 5. So understand what is the closure? Closure is nothing but a property that this return function has access to. It has access to it. And it can do anything it wants. So we as developers use this to create further customized output. Say, for example, I've got power, and let us say there is this message. So this message is expected here. I'll concatenate this message to this. Okay, so now this show power is a function. Add power is expecting a parameter, we have passed it. Show power is also expecting a property. Okay, so if I run this example, you'll get to see I have the power. And now can I change the execution when I'm calling this function? See, I can call this show power with different properties. My power is. So it is still using the same reference of this power, which is in the closure, but we are executing with different parameters. Easy. So this idea is very powerful in JavaScript, where you take the parameter, pass it on to a return function, which is waiting to be executed. So can you'll have to execute it immediately? Not necessary. You can execute it after 4 lines of code, after 40 lines of code, after 400 lines of code. You'll still have access to this power property inside this show power function. Easy. Okay. I know this is a slightly, it's not difficult, but maybe, slightly confusing. So I suggest those who could not get it, I will not blame you. I also took some time. Okay. But I have reduced the complexity to a larger extent so that anybody can easily understand. So the idea here is if a function returns a function, the return function has the memory of the outer function's properties. That is all there is to it. Okay, to understand what is the closure. So you can call functions with different parameters to match your need. Okay, so let's say I want to validate for a user. I want to validate for a registered user. I want to validate for a guest. Okay, so the idea of validation is common, but the implementation for a registered user or a guest or an admin would be different. So in, okay, I think I've already explained these with some use case. So basically, this function that we use here, okay, so this function has some vocabularies that you should keep in mind. The reverse is possible. What do you mean by that, Yadalam? Can the parent access the child's property? Is that your question? Yes. How can it be possible? Because child will have to be executed so that parent can access it, isn't it? Yes. So that's not possible, isn't it? Because child gets executed later. Parent gets executed first. Yes. Yes. All right. So let's go to the next step. Now we'll move slightly ahead of these basic, maybe I wanted to explain about the basic terminologies. Okay, so this is what a function. What is the adder here? The name of the function, the signature of the function, the title of the function. Correct. What are these? Parameters of the function, isn't it? So this is referred as the body of the function. So now we'll move little advanced. Okay, and so you understand what is the function expression. Okay, so I think we'll talk about this in the next examples. Functions as an expression, I'll cover that. This is something that we explain. Okay, object. I think I'll explain all of them moving forward. Okay, and we will use some of the latest features that are available. Again, there is some few slides here that I have prepared. So we'll be now learning ECMA Script 6. What is ECMA Script 6? ECMA Script 6 is renamed from ECMA Script 5. Okay, so ECMA Script 5 was introduced in 2015, hence the name 5. In 16, it was 6. In 17, it was 7. In 18, it was 8. In 23, it is not 3. Okay, it is 23. Okay, so ES23 is the latest version. Which is already out, I guess, but officially they will be appending it onto all the browsers by September, I guess. So we are slightly ahead of that, but you can always keep in touch with what they are trying to implement. I'm trying to address all the new features, so you don't have to refer the documentation. Okay, so I'm looking for arrow functions. You will have a comprehensive list of what browser supports them, what browsers don't support them. So if you join a company and the company says, hey, work on this feature, and the client tells you that most of my users are using, let's say, Safari 3.1 or 9.1, okay, between this range, then can we use arrow functions? The answer is no, you cannot. Why? Because that is not supported. Easy. So you will find a list of all the features that are supported by what browser and what are the fallback as well. Okay, say for example, one of the features is not supported. So you want to know what are the fallback for this. You can click on resources and then you get some resources, some reading material that you can use to solve those problems. So ECMA Script 5 was released with a lot of rich features, and most of the browsers had a complaint that they cannot implement all of them. So they went back and said, hey, no, these are too many features. I cannot implement all of them at one go. So they toned it down and they released ECMA Script version 6. That is, in 2016, they renamed ES15 and launched it as ES6, which is popular because that was a standard that most of the browsers agreed or accepted to follow. So you'll find that being standardized. So ECMA Script 6 is a standard, which is renamed version of ECMA Script version 5. As of this date, we have ES23. Okay, but can we use them? No, you cannot, because many of the features are still not supported by the browsers. Okay, so it'll take time for every browser manufacturer to implement them. Why ECMA Script 5 or 6 was introduced is because there were a lot of issues with JavaScript. I'll probably start digging them now, okay, in front of you. So you'll know what are the problems that ECMA Script 5 had, ECMA Script version 3 had, that is the current version of JavaScript, and why the new version was introduced so that it can be fixed. Will it be supported by all the browsers? No. So there are some polyfills. There is a library called Babel. Okay, I'll give you the link later. It's not relevant now, but keep in mind. So you can use Babel, write ECMA Script 6 code, and Babel will compile that to ECMA Script 5 code or ECMA Script 3 code and pass it to the browser so the browsers can still work. So there is a library like that as well. So we spoke about the can I use, so I have put that here. I'll share this slide so it will be easy for you to get. Google had another library called Tracer. Google themselves are not recommending to use it now, but at one point in time, Tracer was quite dazzle. Many people used it, but now Google themselves are using Babel.js. Okay, but it's something that we will be doing later. Okay, if you are either joining React or Angular, then you would need it. Okay, but as of now, maybe let us see if I can add a topic about that in this workshop. It'll be useful, right? So I'll show you. Yes, I will. So I'll show you how to use Babel.js. It's easy. It's very easy. You don't frankly need anyone to teach you that. It's so easy. This library was written by the developer when he was around 17 years old. Okay, so you know how effective this library is and how simple it was, okay, at that point in time. But it has grown. Okay, he did not stay 17 all along, right? He's also grown. He was 17 when he had written it, not now. Okay. So these are some new features that ECMA Script 6 has added. There is something called as block scoping, destructuring. I suggest you can take a screenshot of this if you want. Anyhow, I'll be sharing this. Bootstrap, I guess, Navya, will see if we can add that also. Okay, when we move on to Node.js. Okay, so there are tons of libraries, guys. Can we accommodate all of them? No. So whatever we are covering, just learn all of them in its in its entirety, and then you will get a direction to walk along. Okay. So we'll talk about block scoping, destructuring, some functional programming, which include default parameters, rest parameters, spread syntaxes, and arrow functions. Array methods are something that we have already worked with, so we don't have to deal with that again. Because in ECMA Script 6, they introduced that map method, filter method. We have already used it, so we don't have to go through that again. You can also convert an existing array to an iterable object, wherein you can use the next keyword to go to the next element, the next element, and the next element that way. So basically, you're going to the next element, call a function, go to the next element, call a function. So this was already done with the for each method. So iterators are not all that useful. Many people don't use them. So one reason I've marked it in red. So we'll prioritize it at the least. Okay. You also have a generator method. So what is generator? You can convert an existing function to a generator so that you can use a yield property. Like a function has a return keyword, it also has a yield keyword, and you can break the execution of the function to several intervals. Let us say I want to call this function in 10 steps. Now that's interesting. How can you call a function in 10 steps? Because you usually call a function and it is done with its job when you call the function, right? But I want it to just go in step-by-step manner. That's where you use this idea of generators. But is it used? Not necessary, because See, many developers have been working with JavaScript build build examples that were using different solutions much before these APIs were introduced. Correct. So these APIs have come now, but much before this was the internet existing, or the web pages being generated, where they're not doing all the chatting, online gaming, everything. Yeah, business applications, they were all flourishing those days as well. But these came as an add-on. Do you have to learn all of them? Maybe as a convenience, yes, but not immediately. Just be aware. I've told you that these are very rare to be used. So just keep that in mind. Then we have something called as template string. Usually when you start working with Angular or React, it has its own templating engines. Even when we move on to Node.js, we'll have our own templating engines. We'll not be using ECMA Script 6's templating engine because it does not have the logic. Okay, so it's a very basic implementation. So one reason why I will avoid it, but let us say if we get time, I'll definitely cover that. And then extended objects is slightly advanced. If we find time, I'll definitely accommodate it. But we'll schedule that at a later point in time. And then we'll understand something called as promises, which is a very important topic. Okay, it's widely used in the interviews. So you should definitely know about promises and all the methods. I'll be explaining all of them. Then we'll move to classes and modules. So let us go ahead, get started. So, all right. So let us go ahead, create a new file. This is called step 5. It's called block scope. So let me create a simple example. So there is a script block. Okay. And inside the script block, I'll create a variable. This is called the hero. Okay, the hero is an object. I will borrow what we have learned, what we have done some time back. Yeah, we'll copy this. We'll copy this exactly. Paste it here, exactly like that. This hero has a title, first name, last name. It also has the power property. Okay. And let's put a semicolon. And now we will use a function, check power. This check power is what? A function, basically. What it does is it leaves a condition to check if the hero dot power, if it is, let us say I'll make this 5. Okay. If this power is greater than 6, if it is greater than 6, I want to return a message saying Wonder Woman is ready to fight or ready for the battle. Okay. So I will say return. How do I access Wonder Woman now? The hero has this property. So what I'll do is I will go create a temporary variable here, var temp title equals hero dot title. Oh, this is called first name. Okay. Anyhow, we are not using these two properties, so we'll just chop them off. Just stay focused on these two properties. Good enough. So we'll obtain the hero dot title. We'll store that onto this variable called temp title, and I will return the temp title, concatenate that with a string, is ready to fight. Okay. This is my logic. Now, if I call this check power, I call the check power, and now I'll say, hey, console, log me this hero dot title. What do you think I will get, guys? You've seen the the logic here. What do you think will happen? Any answer is fine, and it's okay to be wrong. Perfect. So let's give this a run. Okay, so most of you are right. If I run this in Google Chrome, run this. See, you get Wonder Woman. That is the expected outcome, isn't it? So Wonder Woman is what I will get. This is what I will get here. Okay, now keep the same question in mind. Watch. If I now log. See, before we return, we log. Okay. So we'll log this temp title. What will this return, guys? What will this return? Line 16. What will this return? Same, isn't it? Okay, let's go check that out. See, as of now, this condition did not match, so you don't get the answer. But if I make this 7, correct condition, correct, Amit. Amit is right. So rest of you guys, okay. See, in line 16, it is 1 Roman. Perfect. Because we need to now make the condition pass so that this code gets executed. Now watch carefully. This is where, it becomes a little tricky. Watch. Okay, I will log this here. What do you think will be the answer here in line number 18? What do you think will be the answer? Maybe I'll have 1 here in line 16 and I'll have 1 in line 19. Okay. What would be the log in line 16? What would be the log in line 19? Undefined of template. Okay. Undefined temp title. Correct. I will comment this out. And let me fail the condition. Make it 5. So because this condition failed, okay, after returning the function, console log will not run. Yes, you're right. You're right, Aparna. Correct. Correct. Because this part executed, isn't it? After this was returned, this was not executed. So now that I have failed this condition will not execute since it is not returning. This will log. Correct. So now think about it. How is that I'm able to access this temp title outside this block? So let me tell you what is happening behind the scene. Okay, behind the scene. So although you wrote the JavaScript like this, yeah, it is accessible. That's the point. Okay. So although you wrote the program like this, JavaScript, remember JavaScript is compiled, correct? JavaScript gets compiled. I told you about that. JavaScript is a compiled language. So when it is compiling, it will actually do this. It will create this variable here and assigns it undefined. And in the line where you are actually assigning a value, it gets assigned. So it gets initialized and it gets assigned. Okay, so there are 2 different things. The first, the variable is initialized as undefined, and then it is assigned, and then you can access it. This feature in JavaScript is referred as hoisting. Like a flag hoist. Okay, so it'll basically get hoisted. The variable that you declare in any line gets hoisted to the top of the object. Okay, it gets hoisted above. Okay, it gets hoisted here to the top of the object, and it becomes undefined. And then in the line where you are assigning a value, it gets assigned. Okay, and then you'll see that is why we are able to access it. So you see, this hoisting is a feature in JavaScript. Correct. It will happen during the compilation time. Okay, so you write this program. In the compilation time, this will be created for you. Was this condition executed? Power was 5. This was not executed. Yeah, then it will not work because we returned and this function's lifecycle is complete. So it will not wait for this program to work. We saw that in the previous case, isn't it? Clear, everybody? So in JavaScript, hoisting is a feature. It's not a problem. Yes, correct. After return, the function will stop. It will not do anything after that. The life cycle of a function, ends with the return keyword. So now, how do I make sure that this variable It's not accessible outside. So what are the potential problems? You watch here. So I'll go create a for loop. Okay. And I will go create a variable. I'll create I equals 0. 0. As long as I is less than 10, I would say I plus plus. And then here I would say, hey, console log I. So here I get to see this is working. But if I come and console log here, will I get access to the I keyword? What is your expectation now? Now that you know that there is this feature called hoisting, this variable will be available outside as well. This is damaging, isn't it? No, it will be available. It will be available. Yeah, watch. It will be available. So that's the problem. See, I is 10. Okay. I'll show you. See, it's available. So this is bad, isn't it? See, although hoisting is a feature in JavaScript, it has its side effects. It has, why will 10? Yeah, it'll start with 0, isn't it? Because we initialized I with 0. As long as this condition match, it'll keep iterating. Yes. In update upside can case, I wasn't able because if condition didn't get satisfied. Otherwise, scope is available outside also. Yes, yes, of course, it will be available. Because the feature, the hoisting still works, right? So any variable that you declare gets hoisted. Any variable that you declare gets hoisted. Is that part clear? It is undefined because your browser will actually assign it undefined. Okay. Now, if you don't want this, you want this variable to be available only inside this function. You don't want this hoisting feature. Okay. If you don't want it, then I can avoid that by declaring this variable as let. So let is another way of declaring variable. Let also hoist, but it hoists to something called as temporal dead zone. Don't worry too much about the temporal dead zone. This is something that JavaScript internally refers. You will not be allowed to use it. Let allows this keyword, this property to be available only inside the block scope, not outside. Okay, so temp title gets hoisted to something called as temporal dead zone, will be accessible only by the program, not by the developer. So if I come and access here, hey, console, log me this property called temp title, you will be allowed to do this. If you, moment you come outside, this would not work. Okay. This is line 49. So if I run this, see, this condition did not match. Okay. So let's, sorry, did match. So that is why this didn't work. But let us say we will not match this. It's greater than, let us say 8. And this condition didn't match. Now we are trying to access it. You'll now have a error. No. What happened here? We're 5. Yeah, this condition did not match. So this should actually throw an error, isn't it? So where did I go wrong? Who's calling the check power anyways, isn't it? So nobody's calling it. I forgot to call this function. Yeah, correct. Call is not happening, correct. So you see, now you have an error. Okay. So what will let do is it will make sure that this variable is block scoped. Okay. Now let is not the only keyword. You can also use const. So let and const both are newly introduced in ECMA Script 6. Both can create a block scope. Okay, so this variable is available only inside the block. It will not be available outside. But if you want to use the feature of hoisting, use the var keyword. Clear, all of you? So what is the use of let and const? So now you may ask, okay, Vijay, what is the difference between let and const? So let allows you to reassign the value. Const does not allow you to reassign the value. So this temp title, I've assigned it hero.title. Later, if I want to change it, const will not allow you to take it because it's a constant, remember? So you cannot reassign the value. Let allows you to change the value. So it works like a variable, but with block scope. Const behaves with the block scope, but the property cannot change. Okay, so just make a mental note of that, let and const. So you can either use let or the const, both. You cannot have both of them coexist. You can have a variable and a constant coexist, because this will be hoisted. It has its own scope. This is hoisted to temporal dead zone. It has its own scope. So both of them can coexist. Okay, but what you cannot have is you cannot have both let and const with the same variable names. But I suggest, although this is possible, don't use it, because you are creating confusion for yourself, right? So this hoists, and so you can explore all of these. See, although it is possible, I suggest you don't use them. So this temp title for var and const can coexist. Okay, but this variable will be available outside, and this variable will be available inside. So let and const will be available inside. Variable will be available outside. So from now on, I'll be using the keyword let, const, and things like that. Okay. So because we have learned the context of it, so we can now be using it. I can use var also here. Nothing wrong with it. I'll be using let. Why? You know why. See, in this case, this hero is available on the window. Does it really matter whether it is var or let? No, isn't it? It really doesn't matter, because it is scoped onto the window object now. And Aparna has a question. Let's copy paste her question. Yeah, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't it be blank screen? Tell me. Because see, the condition did not match, isn't it? This condition would match if the power was greater than 6, isn't it? Did it match? No. It says power is 7. How? How will it say power is 7 though? Because the condition itself did not match, right? Okay, let us say power is 7. Yeah, if it is 7, it is greater than 6. Yeah, okay, then it should work. See, Hi and Wonder Woman working. Correct? Isn't it working? So this was a problem. Not why there is a discrimination. No. Okay. Okay, after you have changed. Okay, so this is one problem that many people may do. Okay, in my case, I have this file menu, auto save turned on already. If you have not saved, let us say I have not, I will make it 5. You see the doubt file here has a circle as beside this, indicates that this file is not saved. Okay, so although this code is updated, it is not saved. Because it is not saved, it will not work. I mean, it is actually not, it is working because we have not changed the code. But if I save, then it will not work. Easy. So go to the file menu and choose auto save. Let that be always on. Yeah, this is a caveat for all of you. So we had this object. We have to use this object's properties in different places. So we have destructured this in it. So we have got destructuring. But the story doesn't end here. Box, we are using this method. I guess, this is very basic. We have discussed about that. Okay, I think we have not discussed about that in this class. Okay. Because see, we are using the get elements by class name. This is called DOM manipulation. Yeah, it is. It is. Okay. But we'll actually do something really extensive DOM manipulation moving forward. So this get elements by class name gives you a collection back. On the collection, you're selecting the first one. Isn't it? See, because there can be several divs. Okay, so this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. Which one? Okay, I'm selecting the first one. Okay, because I said +1, a plus equals. So if I say equals, then it will replace the 1. So now can you select the second one? You can. Can you select the third one? You can. There's actually one Dave, so I asked. Yes, even if it is one, you still get a collection, isn't it? Because the method itself will return a collection. Easy? Because the method is called get elements. It's not called get element. If this was an ID, then there is a method called get element by ID. Okay, so this would work. Yeah, by ID. That would work. Okay, that would work because we don't need this square bracket 0 there. This would work. Because we are using a class can be applied to multiple elements, correct? So that is why I used get elements by tag name, class name. Then I have to use square bracket 0. Even if it is a single element, you'll get a collection back. Okay, so I'll show you an example for cloning. Okay, so because that's also something that you may want. It is similar to what we have learned in destructuring, just that, cloning will allow you to create a clone, a copy of an example. So this is step 7 dash clone.html. So I'll paste everything as it is. Let us say now we want to create a clone. We want to create a copy of. So this is destructuring. We're not creating a clone, isn't it? So you're basically, let us say this object had 100 properties. Okay, you have to access all the 100 properties. Now let us say I don't access the power property. What would happen? Power property is not generated. That's it. So this variable power is undefined, isn't it? Let's go check. So this power, I was expecting this. Oh, that's because we are assigning here power is 10, right? So we'll just remove that. So it should now be undefined. See, there is a problem, isn't it? Because you are accessing the power property and power is undefined. So you're not able to access it. Power here doesn't work. Of course, 0 power should have worked. So let me check why it did not work. Power is undefined. Yeah. So because, this power did not recognize or was not recognized, it did not work. So let us say we are trying to access something called as hero power. There is no property by name hero power, right? So because of that, again, there is a problem. Okay. Because you are now accessing it as hero power. Now, if I try and access it as hero power, now this would be undefined because that doesn't exist. See, it's undefined here. So in JavaScript, you should keep in mind that what is undefined? Undefined is a value that your program assigns until your program assigns a value, or your code assigns a value. Okay. So hero power is not assigned anywhere. So instead of telling you that this doesn't exist, JavaScript will actually create that variable, assigns a value to it, call it undefined, and then displays it as undefined. Just keep this in mind. So if this hero object had 100 properties, doing this would become very time-consuming process, isn't it? So is there a shortcut to this? The answer is yes, there is one. So what we can do is we can go create a variable, create a object, because we are destructuring an object, equals. So we'll, clone the entire object, hero object, using this dot notation. We'll talk about these 3 dots in the next exercise. Okay, hero. Or maybe, yeah. So in this case, I will expand all of these properties, assign it to a variable, temp hero. Okay. So what is temp hero? A clone of all the properties of this hero. So if I now take this temp hero and assign or access temp hero's title, first name, last name, and power, this should work. Go back. Let's run this. I think the browser is open. See, it's working. So did we not clone this entire object with a shorter syntax? What is this called? Spread syntax. Or spread operator. Yes, it is called the spread operator, spread syntax. Yeah, we'll be anyhow addressing that spread operator, which comes here. But since we were here, I thought I'll explain. Again, there is another concept that you'll probably understand moving forward. This was introduced in ECMA Script version 6. Is there an older version to it? I mean, is there any older technique that we used to use much before? The answer is yes, you have. What is it? See, in JavaScript, what is the benefit of creating variable temp hero here? See, I'm creating a clone. I'm creating a copy of the hero, exact copy, isn't it? And I can change the temp hero's value without affecting the hero's value. It is exactly like destructuring, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Just another way of doing it. That is all. So what is the difference here? In case of destructuring, you choose the property that you want. In case of cloning, you clone everything. Okay. So you are copying everything. So in case of destructuring, you can choose, okay, I want to just extract the title, first name, last name. I don't want to extract the power. I can do that. But in case of cloning, you're creating a clone of the exact object with all the properties. So you had something called as JSON. What is JSON? JSON is a method. It is built into JavaScript. And I can use JSON's parse method. Yeah. And here I will use JSON.stringify. So what is stringify? It will convert this hero to a string object actually. You can actually put this into 2-3 lines and then you'll see what is happening. If I say, hey, console, log me this hero dot JSON dot stringify this hero. So this hero object will be stringed, okay, converted to a string, and then we'll be able to display it here in line 14. Watch. Let's go back, check. See, we got a string version of the object. So if I ask, hey, what is the length of it? You know that there is a length property of a string, correct? So it will tell you how many characters we have, 67. So you sit and count all of them. Okay, including the spaces, it will be 67 characters. Now, you can also convert the stringified object and convert it to a regular JavaScript object using something called as JSON.parse. Then the length property does not exist. Okay, length does not exist. So if I run this example, you'll get that object. So you get this object. So this one is giving you the length. Okay, how many characters are there in this object when you convert this to a string? And in this case, I will convert it to a string, then convert it to an object back again. So what you get out of that is an object, okay, which is first a string and then it becomes an object. So because of that, it creates a reference to that object. And this object can be assigned to this variable. So you are actually creating a clone with this technique as well. This is what we used to do much before. So if I run this example and ask, okay, hey, console, log me the temp hero, it'll show me the temp hero. See, go back, relaunch, see, we got this temp hero. Isn't it the clone of the original object? The answer is yes. So you can either use the spread operator or you can use the JSON.parse or JSON.stringify techniques. Let's go create a variable. Okay, this is called a cart. The cart is an object. Okay, so this object can have what? It can have properties and methods, correct? So let's say it has a name property. Name is cart. Okay, and then it has some methods. Get cost price. Get cost price. And this get cost price is a function. What will this do? It will give you the cost price. Say, for example, it will return 100. Okay, and it has another method called get selling price.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what does this keyword refer to in JavaScript? And your options are the current function being executed, the global window object, or the HTML element that triggered the event, or the object on which current function was called? Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
This get selling price is also a function. So which means that, this cart object has a property. Okay, and it has two methods. So you know that the cost price is 100 and selling price will usually be cost price plus the margin that you would want to add, the profit that you would want to add. Okay. So cost price is 100. So what I'll do is I'll go create a variable here and say calculate profit. There's a function by name calculate profit, which is a function, and this function will return this dot get cost price. So if you call this get cost price, what do you think you'll get? 100, correct? So you will multiply that with 0.2%, which means 2%. Okay, 2% is what will be returned out of this calculate profit. And finally, this guy will return the calculate profit, concatenate that with 100. Not 100, maybe we'll use this dot get cost price, and that's what we will return. Maybe I'll just shuffle them to make sure that this comes before this. It really doesn't matter, right? The output would always be the same anyways. So I put this here so that your computation becomes easy. So there is a simple problem right in front of you. And so if I say, hey, console log me this cart dot get selling price. Yes, 120 should be the answer at least. Not % is not needed. 120, correct. Okay. 120 at least is the expectation here. 120 is what I'm expecting. Why? Because see, this is giving me 20% of 100. Okay, so that would make it 20. So this will give me 20. So 20 plus 100 makes it 120. Why 220? And then the solution becomes easy. Where is the problem? Identify the problem here in this code. Where is the problem? See, the cart object has name, get cost price, and get selling price. These are three properties of the cart. Agreed. So name, get cost price, get selling price, they all can access each other. How will get cost price access name? So inside this get cost price, if I use the keyword this, okay, if I use the keyword this, what will the get cost price this will be? The cart itself, isn't it? If you hold a reference to the cart, correct. So this keyword in this get cost price or this get selling price, inside this function, this keyword would be the cart. Easy? Okay. Now, inside this get selling price, this get selling price has its own children, correct? The calculate profit is a property which is inside the get selling price. The functions are also objects. So this function get selling price has calculate profit. So inside the calculate profit, the keyword this represents the get selling price, not the cart, correct? So the word this is the get selling price here. Inside this get selling price, do we have a get cost price? The answer is no, you don't have, right? So you need to go one step up. Then you will be able to catch the sibling. Then you will be able to access this. So inside this calculate profit, this keyword represents this get selling price. You go one step up, and then you should be able to get. So this is not going to work. So this is where the problem is. You're trying to access the parent's sibling. That's not going to work. So let me run this and you'll see the problem exactly as we discussed. So this get cost price is not a function. It's not a function. It's undefined. So that's why there is a problem. So what is the solution here? We need to bring the scope to this cart object somewhere. So if I'll just comment all of this for now. Okay. I'll uncomment them later. For now, if I say, hey, console log the keyword this here, you'll know what is the problem. So if I say get selling price, if I run this, it says it is giving you the cart object, correct? Or to be one more fair, if I say this dot name, what is name? This property here. So if I say what is this dot name, it'll say cart, and you're getting it, correct? Because we are using a console log here, that's where the problem is. Okay. If I use this keyword here, what would be the output? Let's go check. It says this dot get cost price is not a function, and I get in line 16, I get nothing. So because name was undefined. So but if I say this, what is this here? It's now pointing to the window object. It's going to the window object. Why? Because you are executing this get selling price, which could not find the context inside. So it is it's defaulting to the global object. Now, how do we solve this problem? So we now know partially the problem is because the keyword this is representing this object here. So if I had a property here, let us say var, let's say title, my name, I can access this using this dot title like this. This keyword represents this function then. Okay. So if I, of course, this program would not work, but let us just go log this and let's run this. It says nan. Why nan? Because you are doing this plus operator on this one is giving you a string and this one is giving you a number. So let's just chop this part out. We'll just call this get profit. Okay, it's giving undefined. Profit, this dot title. This should give you the string. Something is wrong. Hold on. Line 23. Let me just bring it in here. That is also not working. This should work. Okay, I'll just undo this a bit. I think I had made a mistake somewhere. Where? Okay. Okay, watch. If you use the cart dot get cost price, okay, so this should work. Okay, this should work. Why will this work? Is because the cart has a property called get cost price, this one, and you multiply that with 120 and this should work. Okay, that is because we again did not use a console log here. Console log. Save it. Yeah, that's giving you 120. But the problem is you cannot do a recursive reference. So inside the cart, you are representing the cart itself. So inside this child, you are representing the parent. So that becomes a recursive reference. So you're basically sending the pointer out to do the computation. So this is not recommended. But now how do we solve this is the question. There are many ways to solve this. I'll show you some 3-4 approaches. And then maybe, after this training, sit in one place, see if you have other ways to solve this. Okay, think about this for a minute. See, inside this get selling price or get cost price, what do you think I would get if I say, hey, console log this keyword. What do you think I'll get here? Cart, correct? The same thing. So if I call here, it will say cart. So this will be cart. This will be cart here. Correct? Both of in these places, this will be the cart. So I can take this keyword inside this get selling price, pass it here as this. Okay. So this keyword that I passed here will be assigned here as anything. So I called it this here. What is this? This means the scope, okay, where the context is. So I'll call this a scope. And from the scope is what? The cart now, correct? I will now use the scope and then get this to work. This will give you 120. Correct? So let me just comment these out because there are too many cart objects being displayed. This will give you 120. So the problem is solved, isn't it, guys? So we solved the problem. The problem was to manage the scope. The get selling price, who has a child called calculate profit, who was referring to this keyword, was not looking for this get cost price. That was the problem. So we now have managed the scope. Let me show you another solution to this. I'll copy this whole thing. So there must be another way to solve. Now that you are getting some understanding of what the problem is. The problem is that this keyword would not work, correct? Now what I can also do is I don't want to pass in this parameter here. I will create another variable. I'll call this a scope. I'll assign the scope the keyword this. Then the scope here is available inside this function. So I can use the scope.getCostPrice and still get this solution. See, this also would work. So you have a couple of solutions, correct? So this would work. I've seen that. I mean, I've shown you that in action. And I've shown you another way of getting this to work. There must be another way to get this to work, right? There are frankly many ways to manage the scope. Okay. I'll try to show you another way. Okay, I'll copy this. I'll share this entire code snippet with you so you can play around. I'll remove this. So we are back to square one. So we're back to square one. This is the problem that I shared. Okay, so now what I do is this. In JavaScript, guys, I told you that functions are objects, correct? And because they're objects, they can have their own properties and methods. What are the methods or what are the properties that we discussed about a function? Okay, see, we spoke about that here, this one. Yeah, in line 22, arguments was a property of a function. Inside the function, you can use these arguments, correct? So this function, which is called the calculate profit, has arguments, which is a property. It also has methods. One of the method is called call. Function has a method called call to call. So what an idea, isn't it? The function's method called call will call the function. Okay. You also have something called as apply. You also have something called as bind. These are different methods of a function. So in this call, you can pass in this keyword. Basically, the call function will ask you for a context. Okay, you want me to execute this call calculate profit? I will. But what is the context with which I will have to execute this? I'll say you execute the context with this in mind. So this inside this get selling price, this inside the get selling price, like the way we passed here. See, we passed this here in the get selling price, right? So now we are passing this keyword here. So the calculate profit now will execute this function with this in mind. Now, if I run this example, you will find the solution working. So you see the problem is gone. Now, similar to this, okay, you can use another method of a function. So I'll undo this. Let us say I'll remove this. Back to square one. Same problem. Solution. you can use another method called apply. Apply does what? It does the same thing as call with some difference. I'll talk about that in the next step. Okay. And again, you can pass in this keyword here. So apply will again call this calculate profit with this scope. So that means to say that this, which is inside the get selling price, will be the this in the calculate profit. Exactly like the way we did here. So this in the get selling price will now be the this in the calculate profit as well. That's the purpose of this. Okay. So now if I run this, you'll see the solution working. So we can solve this with call. We can solve this same problem with apply. We can solve the same problem, passing this scope here. We can solve the problem by creating a variable which will then be passed into this function. So there are many ways to solve this, right? So let me show you another way to do it. Okay. So again, back to square one. Same problem. Solve. How? Will this time use the bind method. The bind does not, will only change the context, will not call the function. So I'll pass in this and I'll immediately call the function. I'll explain this call apply bind in the next step. So it'll become even more easy. Save, run this, and this problem is also solved. Another solution. Okay. But we are here to talk about what ECMA Script 6 has to offer, right? So let me solve the same problem using ECMA Script 6. Same problem. Go back. Same problem. How do you solve this? In JavaScript, ECMA Script 6, that is, they introduced a way to create a function without using the function keyword, which is referred as an arrow function, like this. Now, what happens with this arrow function is that this arrow function does not have its own scope. It does not have its scope. It'll always borrow the scope from its parent. Who's the parent? Get selling price. So inside the get selling price, the scope is this. And inside the arrow function, the scope, this would be the scope of the get selling price. Now, if I run this example, this should also work. Now you understand what is the utility that arrow function is providing us. It's not just about the syntax being short here. It's just that, arrow function has a different purpose altogether. Arrow functions does not have their own scope. They will always borrow the scope of its parent. That is why arrow functions are used. Okay. Not just that, you may get the convenience of writing very less code, but getting your job done. And arrow functions look a little fancy, but it is doing something behind the scene for us, which is it is managing the scope. But there is a downside to this as well. So just because, this, with great powers comes great responsibilities, you should know when to use and when not to use the arrow function as well. So this is when you have to use the arrow function. But when should you not use it? See, just because you learned arrow function, let us say I will convert this to an arrow function. Will this work? You bet it will work. Can I change it here? Yeah, you can. But then you have a problem here. See, you have a nested arrow functions here. Inside this arrow function, the scope is get selling price. That is get selling price's scope. The get selling price's scope is what? The cart. Correct? And now this get selling price is also an arrow function. So this calculate profit is using the scope of the get selling price, which was the cart. But the get selling price itself is using its parent scope. So who's the parent of the get selling price? The cart. What is the scope of the cart? The window object. Because of that, this program will now fail. Watch. But what is the problem here? Because it is looking for this property called get cost price function somewhere out here. So I can go here and create a variable, call it get cost price, which is a function. And let us say this will return 1,000 for me. So there is a method called get cost price outside somewhere, which is on the window object. This is on the window object. You know that. Okay. So now if I run this, it will give me 1,200. So you know where the scope has gone now, right? It is not just inside this. It has gone outside now. So these arrow functions are no doubt a utility that you can use, but you should also know when you should not use it. I hope this explanation makes it clear. Okay. See, this arrow function, this inside arrow function, calculate profit, is using the scope of this get selling price, correct? Because you use the arrow function here. Arrow functions don't have their own scope, so it will borrow the scope of its parent, correct? Now the get selling price is also using an arrow function. So it is using its parent scope, the cart scope. What is the scope of the cart? Window, correct? On the window object. Yes, on the window object, if there is a get cost price, that is what we'll be using here. It's referring outside, so it has bounced out now. It's going 2 steps up, correct? The scope is going 2 steps up. The pointer here is going 2 steps up. So if I ask, hey console, log me this. So what do you think will be the this here in the get selling price? Because it is a function. What will this keyword be? Now that we are using a normal function, but now if we start using a arrow function. Now I told you that arrow functions do not have their own scope. It will borrow the scope of the parent. Who's the parent of the get selling price? Parent of the get selling price, cart, correct? What is the scope of the cart? Window. On the window, if there is a method called get cost price, that is what we are referring here. Got it? On the window, do we now have the get cost price? We have, isn't it? That is what is referred here. So with every arrow function, you are moving scope 1 set up. Okay. So one reason why you should not use nested arrow functions. I hope that is clear. Don't use nested arrow functions for the reason that the scope will simply be moved out. Okay, then you may expect some unexpected outputs. Now you are well within the limits of the cart. So I'll comment this out. You do not need this. So arrow functions are good. Arrow functions do not have their own scope. It'll always use the parent scope. That's something that you should keep in mind. So if an arrow function is nesting, then the scope is bouncing outside and outside and outside. Okay. So now that we have jumped into this idea of what is arrow function, let us look at some advantages of it. Let us look how to implement arrow functions. Batman is the only hero who has got this full name method. Wonder Woman, Flash, and Superman does not. And with what we have learned from Justice League movies is that Batman is the person with resources. He will provide resources to Superman. When Superman lost his house, Batman buys the bank itself. You know that story, right? So we will now see how to use this example to understand the idea of call, apply, and bind. Now, this is unique to JavaScript. Okay, no other programming language, at least that I have explored, provides this functionality, wherein a function of an object can be used by another object. Yeah. So I will now come here and say, hey console, log me Batman dot full name. Full name is a what? Method, function. So it basically calls. Now, if I run this example, you'll then get this to work. See, it says Bruce Wayne. It's working. So you're getting the full name of Batman. But now Batman can lend that idea of full name to other heroes as well. How? You can go to the Batman and call the full name method using the call and change the context. Okay, so I want the Batman's full name to execute. That is, this function should be called, but with the context of Wonder Woman. So the full name, inside the full name, this keyword will now be the context, the Wonder Woman's context. Easy? So if I run this example, it will now give you Princess Diana. So what is call basically doing is it is changing the context of the full name. Agreed. So that's what call is doing. That's exactly what it was doing here as well. So it would change. Okay. It would change. The calculate profit was actually executed with this keyword in mind. So this in the get selling price was a cart. So inside this calculate profit, this would simply mean the cart. Exactly here, the full name of Batman is now being executed with Wonder Woman as the context. So the full name, this keyword is now the Wonder Woman. Then it'll simply say undefined, Yadalam. Isn't it? Yeah, because it's not existing. So if you start looking for, let's say, I will simply change this, okay, to first underscore name, last underscore name. So will this work? No, it is not, right? It'll simply say undefined. Isn't it? That was expected. So JavaScript will not tell you that, hey, this does not exist. It'll always say undefined. Isn't it? Okay. So now you know what is the purpose of the call. Now this call will work. You can also use the call with the flash here, and it would change. So the Batman's full name is now executed with the flash in mind, a flash in the context. You see, Barry Allen. And I can use the same, pass the Superman here. So Batman's full name is executed with the Superman in context. So this is one part of it. Now the same thing can be done with apply as well. So I'll change this. I'll say, instead of call, I'll say apply. Apply will also do the same job. Now the question, hey Vijay, if call is doing the same job, why they did create an apply method? If apply is capable of doing everything call is doing, why didn't they remove the call? Why they have kept both of them, right? There should be a purpose. There is a reason why both of them exist. So the call apply, although they work the same, they have some differences. The difference is in the way these parameters are accepted. Okay, watch. So I'll now comment this out. Purpose of call and apply. But now what is the difference between call and apply is what we are talking. You know, the call will call a function with a different scope. Apply will also do the same. But what is the difference between them now? Okay, watch. So let's say this full name is expecting some parameters. It is expecting a power and is expecting a city. Okay. Expecting two parameters, power and city. Okay, I will now say concatenate this with power is concatenate. Power is from concatenate the city. So now when you are using the regular or convention way of calling a function, you have to pass two parameters. The full name is expected to get two parameters. What? The power and the city. So Batman will get the power of 7 and he is from Gotham. So if I run this, you'll get the answer. Bruce Wayne, power is 7, is from Gotham. Okay. I'll simply say power like so. Okay, Bruce Wayne, power is so and so, and he's from Gotham. I'll put a pipe here. Working. Now that we have started accepting parameters to these functions. How would I call here? How do I use the call? Now, call, the first parameter for this call will be the context. Agreed. This part is agreed. The second part and the third part is the parameters that you'd want to pass. So Wonder Woman has the power of 8, let us say, and she is from Amazona, whatever. So let's save this and run this. You'll see it's working, right? Now, if I want to now use this Superman, okay, he's now having power of 9, let's say, and he's from Metropolis. This should work. So the way the call works is it'll take the first parameter as the context, the second and the third parameter, the fourth or fifth, whatever, how many ever parameters this function takes will be passed after the first parameter is passed. That's clear. But in case of apply, the same situation will not work. I'll copy this. I will now use apply. Okay. So call working, apply would not work, because apply does not take parameters like this. Call takes parameters like this. Apply does not. For the call, the first parameter is the context. The second and the third would be the parameters for the function. In case of apply, the first parameter is the context. The second parameter, so it only takes two parameters, not more. Second parameter is actually an array of properties. So you can think about it like the arguments property that we used in the function. The second parameter that we would be passing is the arguments that you would want to pass. Since this full name is expecting two parameters, I'm using an array with two parameters. If the function took three parameters, you would then have an array with three properties. So you see the difference now. Call and apply. Call can take any number of arguments. The first argument is the context. The second argument would be the first parameter for the function. The third parameter would be the second argument for the function. In case of apply, it only takes two arguments. The first argument is the function, also is the context. The second argument is an array of parameters. So if the function takes two arguments, you pass two arguments in the array. If the function takes three arguments, you pass three values in the array. Is this clear? So if I save, run this, this should work. You see, now there is a difference between call and apply. Now comes the other problem. Bind does something even more interesting, guys. So call, apply is easy to use. Bind is for some advanced use cases. So if I now say bind and bind here, I will be able to change the context of this Batman's function. And when I call the bind, watch, okay, so bind does something even more interesting than the call and apply. Okay, I can now cut this. I can now call the Batman's full name function with the Wonder Woman in context. And what I get in return is a function. So I can store that here into a variable. That is not possible with these two situations. Call immediately invokes this full name function. Apply invokes this full name function. But bind returns a function which can be called at a later point in time. Okay. What I did here is I immediately executed that. So if you see, I immediately executed it. But it returns a function. I can hold this function. And now I can ask, okay, hey, Wonder Woman full name, what are you? So it will basically give you a function back. Watch. It'll give you the function back. What is this function? This entire function. But now this function has already accepted the Wonder Woman's property in the closure. Okay. The Wonder Woman's property, like the first name, last name, is already available in the closure for this Wonder Woman full name. Now I can pass in this property. So what? 8 and Amazon, whatever. So if I run this example, you'll now get this function executed. See, the beauty is that, in case of bind, you don't have to immediately execute it. You can execute it at a later point in time. But like the way, we executed it immediately, if you want to do something like that, you can. So I can call this with, let us say, I'll call this with Superman. And I will pass in. So immediately I'll get a function. So I'm calling that function. So I'll pass these two arguments here. And it will immediately log. So we'll have to cut this entire thing and put this into a console and log it. And that should work. Now you see the difference between call, apply, and bind. Bind will not execute the function, will change the context. Yeah, there it is. I'm passing, no. So this will return a function. No, you need to pass the parameters here. So this gives you a function back, isn't it, Gaurav? So when you want to call the function, you pass the parameters. So when you're using call, apply, the function gets called immediately. Bind is the one which can delay calling of the function. Okay. Bind can delay the execution of a function, which is far more powerful. So you can change the context, but you can decide to call this after 10 lines, 20 lines, or after 10 minutes, maybe, if you want to. Showing not found. That is because there is a hyphen at the end. I think you missed it. There is a dash in the end. TNU hyphen. Shreyas. Yadalam. Usually when you have this paste bin generating the last character as a dash, okay, it may not work. You'll have to add the dash. It usually has 4 characters. If you want to use multi-cursors, let us say I have paragraph. Let's say I have many paragraphs and I want to write the same text in all of them. Okay. So what I usually do is I select this P here. I'll put my cursor here and I'll hold Alt on my keyboard in all the places. See, I'm holding Alt and then I keep pressing, and then now I can use the multi-cursor feature and I can say, hello everyone, how are you doing? Now let us say I want to select hello. Okay, all the occurrences of hello. Say, now you can say press Control D. Control D, Control D, Control D, Control D, Control D. So it will select all the occurrences. I will now be able to use the delete and say hola. I can say namaste. Okay, so that was a quick tip. So you can hold Alt and select multi-cursor, hold Control D to select all the occurrences. Hope that helps you. Okay, so this is one way of writing a function. There's another way of writing a function. So you create a variable var adder equals a function. So wherein I'm expecting val1 and val2 to be passed, and I'm expecting this to return val1 plus val2, like so. These are 2 different ways of writing a function. Okay, function declaration and function expression, out of which function expressions are the ones that we can convert to an arrow function. Exactly here, the reason I choose to write a function expression, see, this calculate profit was an anonymous function assigned to it. That's a function expression, isn't it? That is why I was able to convert this to an arrow function easily, isn't it? So here, if you have a function expression, you can convert this to an arrow function. So let me comment this out. So once this is commented, what we have here is a function expression, not a function declaration. Now, with this function expression, you can remove this function keyword and use the arrow key to convert this to a function. Okay, and let us say I will now console log adder, and I'll pass in these 2 numbers, and I'm expecting the output to be displayed. So this would work, no doubt. The previous one would work, but this will also work. Let's run this. Inspect, console, see it says 11 and it's working. No big deal, right? Let's now see some more changes. So in arrow function, if you don't use the curly brace, the very first line will be returned. So in this case, the body of the function is just a single line, correct? So no doubt that you can write like this. There's no difference, correct? This would also work. See, it says 11. But If you don't use the curly brace, the very first line will be returned. So you don't even need the return keyword. So you can remove this. And this program should still work. So go back, relaunch, and that should work. It says 11. Okay. Now let's comment this as well. If there is only a single argument, okay, if there is a single argument, I would just say val1 plus val1 is what I'm expected to return. I'm expecting a single argument to be passed. In that case, you don't even need these brackets. This would also work. So if you see this syntax for the very first time in your life, not in your life, at least, as a developer, if you see this syntax without understanding what is an arrow function, you'll be quite confused. What is this really doing? But this is an arrow function. The val1 is a parameter that is passed, and val1 plus val1 is returned out of this arrow function. Syntactically, you have reduced the number of lines that you have to write to create an arrow function. But what is the bigger takeaway from the arrow function? Is this arrow function manages the scope, correct? It'll borrow the scope of its parent, so you don't have to pass it explicitly. So that's the bigger advantage of arrow function. Not just that, you have to write, you have to use short syntaxes to generate a function. So let me upload this file. That's about arrow functions. The arrow functions are pretty easy to understand. See, in this case, instead of using this arrow function, anonymous function, we can convert this to an arrow function, like so. You could have done that with all the cases that we have used. And see this return, see in this case, in this program, that is yesterday's step 1 program, maybe what I'll do is I'll undo all of this. So I'll probably, copy this. So it'll become a use case for you. Step 4, using arrow functions. In all the cases, actually, you can start using arrow functions. So this is a function expression. This is also a function expression. We can convert this to an arrow function. Remove this function keyword and use an arrow function. Remove this function keyword, use this arrow function expression. And see, what are the parameters that I'm using? Val is the only property that I'm using. So I can reduce this number of lines here. See, val is the only property. I'm not using IDX. I'm not using array. Correct? So since there's the only parameter that I'm using, I don't need these brackets. Since the very first line is expected to return, I don't need this curly brace as well, and the return statement here. Job done. Again here, the only parameter that I'm using here is val. So I am not using IDX, I'm not using array. So I'll remove this, and this would work. And since the very first line is returning, I just need the first line to be returned. I don't need this as well. You see, we brought it down to a very simple syntax. I can, of course, chain them if we have conditions. Yeah, if you have conditions, if it's a ternary operator, then you can come up with a single line syntax, correct? Yeah, if you are using multiple lines, like, conditions is a classic example. In that case, you need a curly braces, isn't it? If not, see, you can also take another example. Maybe not this. Adder function, which would take a rest argument, and we were using this reduce method, remember? So we can again minimize the number of lines here. In this case, we are expecting 2 parameters. Because we are expecting 2 parameters, we need the brackets here. And the very first line is anyhow returned, so you don't need this part here. See, you narrowed it down to a single line. and this should work. So you can take any example that we have created with functions, convert it to an arrow function, adder to an arrow function. This one, of course I can. So I'll have to use a var adder equals an arrow function. A normal function declaration cannot be converted. Function expression. So first you should convert it to a function expression, like the way I did here. See, adder is now a function. So you call this adder, pass this, it'll work. So first convert a named function to a function expression. Then you can implement arrow functions on that.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, how can you comment a single line in JavaScript? And your options are as follows. The first one, this is a comment. Or the second one, this is a comment. Or the third one, this is a comment. Or the fourth one, this is the comment. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.
So if you, I told you, iterators are not all that popular. So you have an example. Basically, you have a array, and on that array, you have methods that you can use, values, and then you can iterate through each one of them. So the same thing can be done with the for each method. That's what I've already covered that, right? So the one reason why many people don't use iterators explicitly, but there are some frameworks which expect you to convert to an iterator. Angular, for that matter, converts every array to an iterable object. Okay, so that's how it uses a star ng for directive, and then it will loop through it. So iterators are very easy to learn. So you can even learn from this documentation. So no big deal. This is a very simple, straightforward documentation. There's not many pages here as well, isn't it? Similarly, if you want to learn about generators, okay, again, generators are nothing but a function that can be paused. So you see, in case of a function, instead of using a return keyword, you use a yield. That way, you can break this function to several small steps. That's it. I've used generators only when I work with Redux's sagas, because sagas expect us to work with generators. Now, if you don't understand all of that, safely ignore it. Okay. So any function can be converted to a generator by putting a star beside it. That's the key. Okay, and then you can use the yield keyword, and it will keep yielding this whenever you call the next method on that. So now this gen has a next method on it. So you can keep calling the next and the next and the next. So it'll yield this first, and then this next, and then this next, and so on and so forth. The example may not be as simple as this, but for every yield, you may want to do some computation, which can be compounding. So let's go to promise. So this promise provides you these many APIs. You see the methods here. You see the promise. You have a constructor. Okay, that's fair. And it has a property which is called the species. And you see this double ampersand here, which means that it's an internal thing. So you should not be using it. Okay, you stay away from using it. So what a promise allows you to use is this all settled, any, and then erase, reject, resolve, and then it has some methods that we can use. So this all, any, all settled, raise, and reject, and resolve are basically static methods. That means to say you can use it only on the promise object directly. But whatever you see which is assigned to the prototype, like, the catch, the finally, and the then, can be used on the instance of the promise. but all, any, raise, reject, resolve can be used directly on the promise. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so these are some of the methods. I'll be covering all of them. Frankly, you don't need to learn all and all settle because they are one and the same. All and all settle does something similar. Okay, basically, both of them allows you to wait for both the promises to be resolved. I guess what I've read from the documentation is that this all settled and all, one of them will be deprecated or removed moving forward. But since they came up with a newer version of promise, they have kept even the older version to be supported. That is all. So we have all and all settled. I suggest read the documentation. It's not all that difficult, isn't it? Anyhow, I will show you the most trivial one, the most used ones, which is all, any, and raise. Reject and resolve are directly used on the promise, which I'll show you how to work in this example. First, you may have a question, which is, what is a promise? I don't understand. What is a promise? So let me simplify that for you. And then, we will deal with the promise. The promise is something that we all have dealt with, many times in our lives. Somebody promises you to buy you something. Somebody promises you to take you somewhere. Somebody promises you to give you something, or deliver you something, or teach you something, right? Let's say you have an elder brother, elder sister who promises you to buy you something. So let's say they have gone outside and they promise to bring you something. Now, when they come back, okay, until they come back, you have an anticipation, correct? You have an expectation that, hey, they are bringing something. But then you also have a doubt. Okay, what if that object is not available, or if it has become expensive, or if it if it is not in stock, or whatever? In that case, that person may come back and say, hey, it was out of stock, so sorry, right? So a promise has two possible outcomes. It can either be kept or it can be broken, correct? But until such time that the promise has to resolve or reject, you have an expectation in your mind that the promise will be fulfilled and you get your result. So in a programming context, what is a promise now? Promise is a program that may take some time to execute. Okay, so it may take some time to fulfill. Until such time, you have an expectation that the promise either will be resolved or it will be rejected. If the promise is kept, the promise gets resolved. If the promise is failed, it will be rejected. Is that clear? Okay, we'll take a simple example of a food delivery. You order some food. Yeah, so that's a promise. So when you order for some food, the food may come or may not come. More or less, it will definitely be delivered. If not, they will let you know. But there has been some situations in my case wherein I order some food, and by the time, it is not delivered on time, or the wrong thing was delivered, or the food delivery agent completely lost my address and things like that. Can we say, yes, promises are equivalent to Java threads? No, they are different, Yadalam. Okay, so we can consider web workers as threads in JavaScript, which is equivalent to Java threads, but not promises. Promises are like a callback, basically. So we'll see how to deal with a promise. So first we'll create a promise, okay, a simple one. And basically a promise is expected to deliver you something at a later point in time. If a program is expected to come back to you with a response at a later point in time, how will you deal with it? You may say, hey, Vijay, only when it comes back to me, I can deal with it, isn't it? Until then, I cannot deal with it. That's the whole idea that promise is trying to resolve. Promise gives you a comfort zone wherein you can have that anticipation that the promise will either be resolved or will be rejected, but you can continue waiting for it, or prepare your mind that, hey, if it comes, do this. If it is not coming, you do this. Okay, and usually these promises are used in asynchronous situations. What is asynchronous? Synchronous is when the program is waiting for the previous line to complete, or that particular code to complete, so that it can jump to the next line. But in case of asynchronous, it will not wait. It's considering the example of the food delivery. Okay, let's say you order for some food, and you took your phone, you ordered for some food, and then you went outside your house and you kept waiting for the food to be arriving. That is synchronous way of working, wherein you are not being productive at your home. Okay, you're waiting for the response to come back. Similarly, when you make an AJAX call, when you're asking for some external data to come, your program is waiting for the response to come, the database to send you a response. Until then, you have not been productive. You will not proceed further and then engage yourself with other activities. You're waiting for that response to come. That is synchronous. In case of asynchronous, you make a request, you order some food, and then you keep continuing doing your job. And when the food is delivered, he will ring the doorbell. You go pick up the food and come back. Okay, so that's asynchronous. So considering in programming concept, you make an AJAX call, you're waiting for some data. So until the data comes, you're not waiting for it. You're not, your program is not just waiting for it. You can keep doing anything you want. When the data is delivered, it will trigger a function. It'll say, it'll call a callback function. And then from the callback function, you'll get the data and then you'll utilize it. Okay. See, in the first case, you were waiting, your program was waiting, okay, not doing anything, or maybe, your application was frozen. In the second case, your application is not frozen, it is still engaging with the user. And when the response comes back, you use it. Okay, so that's the difference between synchronous and asynchronous. Now let us create a promise like this. So promise, a variable, promise equals a new promise. This new promise, frankly, a promise is referred as a composition. Why? Because a promise expects a function which in turn accepts other functions, and it can call a function based on some condition. That may sound a little confusing, but when we actually put to use, it'll become easy. So this promise requires you to pass in a function. Okay, so it requires you to pass in a function. This function will take two arguments. The first argument is what function should I call when the promise is kept. The second is what function should I call when the promise is failed. So usually by convention, a function that will be called when the promise is kept is called resolve. A function that will be called when the promise is broken is called reject. Okay, so we have our composition partially ready. A new promise will take a function. This function can be resolved or rejected. Now, I will have to either call resolve or reject on some condition, isn't it? So I will use a condition to check. If true, you call the resolve. Okay, else we'll say reject. So in this example, okay, if you read the code, the condition will always match. It'll always be true, correct? And how long will it take for this promise to resolve? Immediately, correct? But we want to create a fake delay. We want to delay this process. How do I delay in JavaScript? You can use something called a set timeout. Okay, so what set timeout does is it actually calls, maybe I'll first explain that set timeout thing before we proceed here. The set timeout, set interval, there's two of them, set timeout and set interval. So set timeout can call a function after, let us say, 2 seconds. So what do? I will use a console to log after 2 seconds. So if I run this example, after 2 seconds, I can see a log. By then, say if I refresh, tick, tick 1, tick, tick 2. See, logging after 2 seconds. I can increase this. So make it 4 seconds. Tick, tick 1, tick, tick 2, tick, tick 3, tick, tick 4. Ta-da. I think I counted a little fast, but see, it is logging after 4 seconds. So you can expect this set timeout to call a program after some time, isn't it? So at the same time, you have something called a set interval. What set interval does, it'll call this function once every 4 seconds. So that's the difference. So in this case, we are looking for a set timeout rather than a set interval. So this will log once every 4 seconds. Okay, after 4 seconds, it'll log again. Yeah, see the second time it got logged. It'll keep logging. Maybe now I'll make this little super fast. So you see, once every 500 milliseconds, I want to generate a math.random. Oops. You know what is math.random, right? It'll generate a random number between 0 and 1. So if I keep running this, so every few seconds, every half a millisecond, see a new value is being logged. 0.5 seconds. But we need to do something called a set timeout, which means this will be called after 500 seconds or 5 seconds in this case. After 5 seconds, you'll find you have to wait for 5 seconds to complete. Okay, and then that log will happen. So this is ideal, in our case. We are logging this. We don't need this. So we already have some logic, isn't it? So we have some logic here. So we'll keep that. We'll now use this inside this promise. Watch. I'll cut this. I will move this condition. I will move this condition inside. So we'll wait for about 4 seconds. And this condition is true. If it is true, we will resolve. So we can also use a variable outside. After 4 seconds, we are calling the resolve. Now the promise is ready. Okay, so we have created the infrastructure required for the promise to be used. But how do we use the promise? Since we have assigned a variable to it, you can use this instance and use these methods. You can use the then, you can use the catch, and then you can use the finally. These are 3 methods that you can use. See the documentation? There it is. So we can use the catch, finally, then. Correct? Then, catch, finally are on the prototype. 1, 2, and 3. We have implemented all 3 here. 1, 2, 3. So all 3 will take a callback function. Okay. So all 3. I'm using multi-cursor again. I'm holding Alt and I'm clicking in all of these locations. I'll pass in a function. Okay. So then is calling a function. Catch is calling a function. Finally is also calling a function. And the idea here is that, not all of them. Okay. So I'll just put them in their own lines. See, not all of them will happen. Then will happen when the promise is resolved. In this case, the promise will be resolved. So then will happen. Catch is not going to happen because catch will happen only if it is rejected. And finally will happen in all the cases. Finally is like, the final statement. It happens in either cases. Okay. So what I'll do is I will put a console and log the message that I will receive in the then. So what is the message? I'm sending this promise was kept. Oh, that's the message that we'll get. So we'll say this is the response that I got. And in case of a catch, this is the error message that I would get. So I will refer it as ERR. You can call this anything. Again, response is not a reserved keyword. Okay, you can call this anything you want. ERR can be anything you want. And in this case, I'll say, hey, show me the response. Okay, so this is inside the then. So I'll put this in then. Okay, and here, this is in the catch. So what am I getting? I'm getting an error. And this finally will be called any which ways, which indicates that the promise has done its job. Okay. Let's now implement this. I hope you guys followed. So we created a promise and then we're using it. What is the purpose? See, we are waiting for some as of now, we are using the set timeout, but in real life scenario, you'll make an AJAX call. You'll wait for some external data to provide you with some response. When the response comes, you will use it. If the response doesn't come, you will use the reject part of it. Okay. And most of the JavaScript libraries which are meant for making an AJAX call already implements this promise. You will simply be using the then, catch, and the finally. Okay, so you will only be using this part of the word, because as a front-end developer, you'll deal with the promise. As a server-side developer, you'll be creating this promise. So this is where you will actually make a database call. You will access it. You'll authenticate whether this user has the rights to access the data. If the answer is yes, you go make a request in the database, get the records, and then you pass it in the resolve. If any of them failed, you'll then reject. I guess, those who would attend the Node workshop, I will actually show you how to use authorization and authentication moving forward, wherein we can make a request to the database, look if the user exists. If the user is existing, we'll grant the permission for the user to see a page. If not, we will send him to a page where he will see not found or not registered or something like that. Okay, so let's run this example now. This program will take 4 seconds to execute, guys. See, after 4 seconds, since we have already said the true will happen, so the promise was kept. The promise is complete. So you saw this program was worked, and this also worked. But if I go and say false here, then the resolve is not going to happen. The reject is happening. Then what will happen? The catch will work, then will not work, isn't it? So let's go back and check. After 4 seconds, the catch worked, promise was broken, the promise is complete. This is consistent. This will always work. This or this will work. Okay, either this or this will work. Now that we are done with this promise, let us look at different scenarios. Okay, so this is an ideal scenario. This is an ideal scenario. But when you start digging somebody's code, you'll see some flavors there. Okay, so frankly, this then method takes 2 functions, not just one. So you can pass in another function which is capable of handling the error. So you can move this error here. You then don't need this catch. You don't even need this finally. You just use the then. But I personally feel that you should not use then to do both. So the then is capable, or it is fully capable of handling both the request and the response. It is fully capable of handling both the request and the response. Sorry, both the error and the response. So in this case, I'm showing you that. Let us say then, and okay, it's false. So let's go back and relaunch. See, catch promise was broken. So the then is fully capable of handling errors as well, isn't it? But this will become a problem if you have multiple promises. I'll explore that as well. So I highly recommend you avoid this scenario. Okay, avoid this. Is it possible to use the then to handle both the catch and the then? The answer is yes. I suggest you stick to this, because you have an explicit code that will work when there is an error. Okay. And the beauty of this way of working is you can chain these thens. See, I can then I can have as many thens as I want. So what is the practical use case for this? Let me explain. See, if the user's login is a success, we may then want to load the data. Correct? We may then want to create a cart information. Okay, his previous recommendations and things like that, previous search, whatever he had done and things like that. So this is where this multiple thens will come handy. Okay, so let us go back and use this true here, because we are expecting these programs to work. So you see, I've chained these thens. So this this, and this. All of them should work. Correct? So this is the first then. This is the second then. This is the third then. I'm expecting all thens to work. Okay, so this is where, when we see the user is logged in, we'll fetch all the products information. We want to prepare a gallery of products that we want to sell. And then this is a list of all the previously searched products. Okay, so let's save and run this. This has a problem. We'll fix it. So if I run this now, after 4 seconds, only the first promise will be, the first then is called. The second, the third actually get called, but you see the response is undefined here. Why? So if you are chaining them, it is your responsibility to return the response. Okay, and here and here. And we don't have to return it here because there is, this is the last then, isn't it? After this, there is no then. So we don't have to return it here as well. There is no harm in returning, but there is no need for you to return. That is all. So when you're returning, you have the ability to partialize this, or you have the ability to filter the response and then send it. You may not want to send the entire response. So how do I format the response? Let's say I go to this response and say to uppercase. This is the most easiest example. Okay, so wherein you get the response, you display the response here, and then you convert it to an uppercase, and that becomes an input to this function. I will take this response, I'll display it. I'll take this response, I'll display it, and then I'll convert it to lowercase, and then I send it here. Yeah. So if I run this example, after 4 seconds, you'll see all the thens will get the response. The first one got the original response. The second one got the formatted response. The third one also gets the formatted response. See, this was the original response. So the very first then applied some formatting to it and sent it to the next then. The second then used it, applied some formatting, sent it to the third then. Isn't it? So you can format. So you may want to send, okay, say, let's say I got 1,000 records here, right? Just an example, okay? And I want to now send the first 100 here. And out of those first 100, I may want to filter some more and send here. So you can do something like that. All right, so I see about 6 of you have confirmed. That's good enough, okay? Let's go create a scenario wherein we'll deal with multiple promises. So far, guys, in the API, you see that we have so far understood what is catch, finally, then, and then resolve and reject. So what is left is all, any, and raise. So you may say, hey, Vijay, we did not deal with reject and resolve. Yeah, so because the very first function that we pass to the callback is resolve. The second function is called reject, and I appropriately give the same name. You could call this potato and tomato. That would work as well. Okay, but I called it resolve and reject so that I can bring the context. So let me just copy this code, and I will now create a multiple promises here. Step 6. So instead, what I'll do is I'll go create a variable. Let is a keyword that I can use. First promise is a function. Okay, is a function. What will this do? It'll return this. I hope this makes sense. So the first promise is a function. So when you call this function, it returns a new promise. How long will it take? It'll take 4 seconds. I'll reduce this time. Maybe it'll take 2 seconds now. Okay. And I will say promise was kept. Instead of that, I will say resolve data from promise. This is resolved data from first promise. Similar to that, this is reject error from the first promise. Okay, this first promise here, make it title case. This is the first promise. Okay, let me clone this a couple of times. This is second and this is third. I will select this first and change it to second. Select this first and change it to third. So how many promises do we have? 3 promises. All of them are functions. So when you call this function, it returns a promise. Nothing scary so far, right? So we have 3 promises. Now the situation is, what are the different possible outcomes that we are expecting? We are expecting all the promises to resolve. What is the use case of the all promises to resolve? Let us say I have kept the user's information in one database, product information in one database, and user preference in another database. For my application to proceed further, I need all 3 data. If any one of them fail, I cannot proceed with my application. That's the scenario. Okay, so in that case, I would use all. Now, in another scenario, I'm expecting any of them to resolve. Let us say I've kept the same data on 3 different servers. Same data. Okay, on different clusters and maybe on different cloud implementations, wherein the first one is in India, the second one is in US, the third one is somewhere in Europe. But whichever server responds to me with the data, I'm okay with that. Okay, but the same data is mirrored in 3 places. I want any one of them. Okay, so then I will use any. So you have all and you have any. So a scenario for all, scenario for any. Is there any other scenario that you can think of? Think. So we expect all the promises to resolve or any of the promise to resolve. Is there any other scenario? And keep in mind that we are more interested in something being resolved, not something that is throwing an error as of now. So if you have multiple resources, I want all the resources or I want any one of them to give me the response. Is there any other scenario that you can think of? Respond to the user really quick. I don't want the user to keep waiting. So there is a concept called race, which means that from these promises, okay, so these promises, whichever either resolves or rejects, whichever happens first, I am ready to take it. See, in this case, the first promise is resolving in 2 seconds. The second promise, let's say, will take 3 seconds to resolve. The third promise will take only 1 second to resolve. Okay, so the first promise will take 2 seconds, second will take 3, the third will take 1 second to resolve. Now, in case of all, see, all of them are expected to resolve. Say, this is true, this is true, this is true. So all of them will resolve. So in case of all, I'm expecting all the data to be served to my application. In case of any, whichever resolves first. In this scenario, which one will be resolved first? The third will be resolved first. So because it takes the shortest amount of time. So in case of any, I get the third result. But you also have some situation called a race. What is a race? A promise, whichever is resolved or rejected first will be called. Okay, so will be used. I have a doubt. I'll take it in a minute. Race is when you are past this promise. Because this is an ideal scenario. This is what you would actually use. Okay, we have to do some progression, some progress, some graduation here. So we, instead of using something like this, what if I use a function which returns the same? Now, instead of using this promise, you now will have to call the promise, correct? Then you'll have the then you'll have the catch, and then you'll have the finally, correct? All of this would work, isn't it? But usually a promise would be implemented by a function. Okay, that's the normal use case. That is why I used a function approach, but really doesn't matter. So you can use the old approach or the new approach. Both would work the same. This is more practical. That is why I switched to a function call. So all now you have to do is call this function so that you can deal with it. Earlier, you could use that keyword. Now you'll have to call the function. So that will return a new promise, isn't it? Nothing complicated here. Okay. I'm showing you different flavors so that you know how to use. So in case of all, what do we do? And you know that this all is something that we derive out of the promise itself. See, we have all, any, and race. So what is all? All expects all the promised results. See, this true, this is true, this is also true. Ideal case. So we can now use the promise and then use all. And then this all expects an array of parameters. Okay. So first promise is a function, you call it. See, if it was not a function, you simply use first promise. Correct? Second promise. If it is not a function, you simply use the keyword first, second promise. Third promise is a function. Okay, then you use the then method, then the catch method, then the finally method. Okay, so let's so if it was a single promise, then we would get a response. If it was a single function, we would get the error from the same promise. But what would happen now is quite interesting to know, isn't it? So let's console log this. Console log error. And in case here, I'll say console log R complete. Completed. Save it. Let's run this. Step 6 in Chrome. See, it will take you 3 seconds to get the response. See, I got a response, and this time I've got an array with 3 responses in them. The first data, result data from first promise, result data from the second promise, result data from the third promise. All 3 have been resolved. If I reject one of them, okay, so I'll make this false. Now the question is, will it wait for all 3 seconds? The answer is no. The very first one rejected because we are expecting all the promise to resolve. Immediately, within a second, it will give you the response back. See, it did not wait for 3 seconds. It gave you a response in 1 second because once it encounters a promise that fails, and we are saying all, isn't it? So it will not wait for all the promise to resolve because so all the promises are expected to resolve in this case, isn't it? So if one of them failed, all simply comes out. It will not wait for other promises to reject, isn't it? So this is a situation for all. And let us, I'll just make all of them to. Now I'm expecting first, second, or third, any of them to resolve. In this case, what do you expect? The third one takes the shortest amount of time to resolve. So the then should get this immediately. Can we chain the thens here? Of course you can. Okay, whatever we learned here, that is, you can chain then can be done here as well. Just that you'll have to return that. Let's go give this a run. See, within 1 second, it gave you the response. It is not waiting for all the promises to resolve because you are expecting any one of them to resolve. Okay, let's say this did not resolve. Give you the result from the first promise. Let us say this guy also failed, which is the second one, right? So if I run this, it'll give you the second response. Yes. You see, it's working like the way we expected or discussed, isn't it? So any expects any of the promise to resolve. Okay. And all expects all the promise to resolve. Okay. Let me comment this out. And now we'll talk about the race. A situation where either a resolve or the reject, but whichever happens first, I want to take it. That's what I will do here. I'll use a race. So with the scenario, which one will be the fastest to give either resolve or reject here? out of this first, second, and third, which one will be the fastest to give me either resolve or reject? The third one, correct. Not the second one, the third one. Because it will take 1 second, isn't it? This will take 3 seconds. This will take 2 seconds, which is the fastest. This one. So we're invariably using this here when in a race. So first one will take 2 seconds. The third one will take 3 seconds. So second one will take 3 seconds. The third one will take only 1 second. So this guy is rejecting. That's what we get here, isn't it? Let's go check. See, reject error message from the third promise. Let us say this guy will pass. Yeah. So because now it is taking the shortest amount of time. Let us say this guy will take only 500 milliseconds. So you know which one will the race return now, right? It will return this reject because we are returning false. So this will return this. So if I run this, see, from the first promise. Yes, it's quite predictable, right? So that's about promises. And moving forward, guys, so if you attend Node workshop, I'll show you how you can use a library called Mongoose, which will connect to MongoDB, which will return a promise. And then I'll show you how you can use this promise. Will it iterate first, then second, and third? It'll actually call all three. Now, yeah, it'll call all three. It'll call all three of them. Whichever executes either request or response first, it'll use it. All three are invariably executed. Yeah, only after you have executed, it'll take time, isn't it? So let me upload this file. So you can try, rest of your doubts on this code. And let me know when you're done. I'll take you to the next step. So the next case, guys, we'll talk about classes. Okay, usually that's the case. Let us say, or you have a long list of users. You want to find out a specific user. So this finding will take time, isn't it? So that's where you can use a promise. Any situation where you are expecting a program to create a delay in responding, you can create a promise. Usually it is used for making a request to some backend server. Okay, so if you're working with React, we will create a situation for promise. If you're working with Angular also, we'll create an example for promise. Working with Node as well, we'll create. But Angular uses another library called NGRX or RxJS, this library, which is slightly beyond promises. Not slightly, heavily beyond promises actually, because they started with some simple use cases, and then they created many use cases. Promises just provide you then catch, and finally look at the amount of methods that we have here. Too many, isn't it? Okay. So once you understand promises, you can graduate to RxJS. RxJS provides you a concept called observables, wherein you can observe for a response to come. When the response comes, you can deal with the first one, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, or every alternate response, every failed response, every successful response, and so on and so forth. There are many use cases that you can use that for. You will not encounter, but you may get an example somewhere online. When you start debugging somebody's code, somebody would have used it. So I'll show you how you can use it. Classes.html, and then I'll graduate this to the newer version. So how would I create a class? In JavaScript, you'd create a class like this. So I'll use var hero is a function. You may say, hey, Vijay, this is a function. We spoke about this, isn't it? This is a function. Just because I'm using an uppercase name here, will this become a class? The answer to your question is every function can be converted to a class. Okay, using an uppercase or not is your lookout. But this is a potential program to be a class. So let us say I would want to create a property. So I'll say this dot title equals Batman. This is a class. Now, how do I convert or use it as a class? I will now go create a variable. H, maybe I'll call this as first hero equals a new hero, like so. Job done. So you created a class and you created an instance of it. If I now say, hey, console, log me this first hero dot title, you'll get the answer as Batman. As simple as that. See, it says Batman. Did we not create a class and create an instance out of it? Yes, isn't it? Now, how do we have, see, this is a public method, public property as of now. So one reason why I'm able to use it. Can I create a private property? The answer is yes, I can. So I'll go create a variable var power equals, let's say 10. Batman has 10 power. Maybe we'll make it 7 power. Now, this is a private property. Whatever you attach onto the this becomes public. Whatever you attach onto the var becomes private. So if I say first hero dot power, you'll not get the response. See, it says undefined. So this is how you would create classes earlier. But this is the thing of the past. You'll not use it. Okay. Now it has become very concise, a very effective way of working with classes. It is very similar to Java or Python or .NET that you would have learned. Okay, how do I create a class? You'll use, so ideally you would be using an uppercase H here, isn't it? So just to bring in the conventions here. Okay, now similarly on the similar grounds, now you have a keyword called class. Okay, and you create a class hero. Okay, what is this? You can go create a public property title equals Batman, like so. And if I want to create an instance of this, I'll go create a variable hero equals a new hero, exactly like the way we did before, but this is more clear way of working compared to this. You'll understand why in a minute.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which array method is used to add one or more elements to the end of an array and returns the new length of the array? And your options are push, unshift, pop, or shift. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
There were challenges. That is why ECMA Script created a new way to work. Okay, so I'll now go say, hey, console, log me hero.title. So it'll say Batman. It'll say Batman. Because this is private, this is public. Because in JavaScript, there is no types. Yeah, you can create let or const. No big deal. So I can create let here. I can create a let here also. That wouldn't change anything about this program, nor will it change anything here. Yeah, of course you can. This dot power, how will it work? Because this is private. This is available only inside this class, Gaurav. This keyword can only be used inside this function, correct? Yes, that makes it private, isn't it? But I want this to be private. How do I make it private? In ECMA Script version 6, they use this concept of underscore to make this private. So with this, you were not supposed to use it. Can you use it? Yes, you can. Okay. But should you use it? No, you should not. You should not use. Okay. But in ECMA Script version 2000, I guess, they introduced a way to define a private property using hash. So if you now try and access the hash, that wouldn't work. So it will immediately say you're trying to access power, which is not possible. You cannot use this outside. So that will make it private. First name is private. Last name is private. Both are private. Now I can take this dot hash first name equals first name, and this dot hash last name equals last name, lname that is. Okay, so the constructor has the ability to take the initial configuration and assign it to this. Now we'll create a method as well. So we have a full name method. Full name method is like this. What will this do? It will return this dot first name, concatenate with a space, and this dot last name, like so. See, this full name is a method. It still can access the private property, okay, and provide it if you want to. So let us go here. I would say I want to use Superman, Clark, and Kent. Now if I ask what is the hero's title, I'll get the response, Superman. And if I ask, hey hero, get me a full name. Full name is a method. You call it and you get the response. Easy. You see there is a public property, a private property, and a constructor. And then you have a function, a method as well. Now, the story doesn't end here. Okay. We also have getters and setters that we can use. Let's say we want to access this power property. How do I create getters and setters? So again, this is a convention. See, we have a property by name power, and we'll go create a method by name power. Not just one, we'll create two of them. The first one will be decorated as a getter. Second one will be decorated as a setter. So this is acting as a getter. This is acting as a setter. What will the get do? Will get you the access to this private property. So I can say return this dot power. Okay. And the setter is expecting a new power. We'll assign it to this dot hash power equals n power. This will act as a getter and setter. So let us now assign it. So hero dot power. Notice, power is a method name, correct? But I'm using as if it is a property. So if I access it, I say set power. I think this should allow. Let us say what was the original value? 7. Let's say I make it 8, and then I call this again. So this will work, I guess. Okay. But when you have a specific, okay, see, it is showing you 8. No doubt, this would have worked. This worked, correct? But if you want to modify the private property, you should ideally be using the getters and setters, not these methods. Okay, but use the getters and setters. Better, isn't it? So let me just go back. Now we don't need them to call them as a method because you are using a getter, right? And power, now if you assign a value like this, this will implicitly access the setter. This will implicitly access the getter and setter. I want this piece of code to be available to another file. Okay. Then I can create a module. So ideally, you would go create a folder by name modules. So I'll go create a folder by name modules. And notice the Visual Studio Code gives you a fancy looking icon, okay, for modules folder. Frankly, this is nothing, better than a folder name. That is all. If you call it module, it would not make it look like this. But if you call it modules, it will. So I'll go create this file called batman.js file. And now this piece of program, I want to make it available to the outside world. How will I do it? I can convert it to a module. So what do you mean by module? Module is nothing but a piece of program that has a keyword called export on it. So now we're exporting Batman from this file. Notice, this is a variable that is being exported. Can you export a function? You can. Can you export a class? You can. You can export anything you want. Now, Batman is exported. This is one way to do it. Okay. Another way to do it. You will not export it here. See, in this file, you have access to this Batman anywhere, right? In this entire file, you can access the word Batman. I can now use the export and say Batman. But now you have a challenge. So when you're using this export inline, it'll wrap this into an object implicitly. But when you're using explicitly, then you have to wrap this into an object. Basically, this is a alias for this, like this. Okay. Ideally, you would be using. So we're exporting. You take your cursor on top of it, it'll tell you that it is exporting the word Batman as Batman. You can say, no, Vijay, what if I wanted to use the Batman and I want to export it as something? So we'll use the keyword as Batman as bat. So internally, Batman object is exported to the outside world as bat. So now the Batman is a module. You can either use this approach. This is very popular if you work with Angular. This is popular if you're working with React. Okay, so you pick a pick a technique. There is nothing right or wrong about both of them. They both work fine. Now I want to use this module. There is some catches. Okay, so step 8, using modules .html. So this is an HTML file which is trying to use a JavaScript module, which has some constraints, which has some challenges. So I want to now use a script block and I want to import that file. How do I import? See, because this Batman is exported, you notice that there is a relation now. This step 8 is here, modules folder has batman.js file. So you use the import keyword and import, the syntax goes like this. I'll comment this out. Import from import, okay, name of exported, syntax from the file location. Okay, so this is the syntax. So you say import what? From where? So usually if you are importing a named object, it will be inside a curly brace, exactly like the way we did here. Okay, so what have we exported to the outside world? Bat. Batman is an internal reference. Okay, bat is the external reference. I'll now be able to use this import curly brace bat from this location, where from the dot, the dot / means the current working directory. From the current working directory, there's a folder called modules. From this folder, we have batman.js file. And now that we have imported, we should be able to do a console.log and log the Batman. Or maybe the bat.title.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers full stack web developer course in collaboration with E&ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you can learn everything from front-end web development to back-end web development from esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of web development.